All right, guys, I'd like to welcome everybody to our special meeting that's of the County Commission and the Planning Commission, January 19th, 2024. All times on the agenda are approximate. Consideration of items may require more or less time than is scheduled. Items on the agenda may be taken out of order. The public body may combine two or more agenda items for consideration, and the public body may remove an item from the agenda or delay discussion relating to an item on the agenda at any time. Public comment is designated for discussion only. The public has the opportunity to address the commission on any matter not appearing on the agenda. However, no action may be taken on any matter raised until the matter itself has been specifically included on the agenda as an item upon which action may be taken. Additionally, public comment may be heard on any item listed on the agenda. Persons are invited to submit comments in writing and or attend and make comments on any agenda item at the Lander County Commissioner Board meeting. All public comment may be limited to 3 minutes per person at the discretion of the Commission. Please note that the public body may interrupt the open meeting and exclude the public for a purpose of having an attorney-client discussion of potential and existing litigation, which is pursuant to NRS 241-0153B2. I'll call this meeting to order. Monty, would you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll have a moment of silence. Okay, so do we need to have the chair of the Planning Commission open up their report? Okay.
We do?
Yeah.
Okay. Then we will call to order the Lander County Planning Commission within the meeting of the Lander County Commissioners. We can call that meeting to order now, and can we take a roll call of the Lander County Planning Commission, please?
Matthew Baker, present.
Miranda Jermaine.
Stephen Steinmetz.
David Cutlass.
And Monty Price.
Okay.
We are here.
Okay, good. Lander County Commissioners may break for lunch from 12 p.m. to 1:15 p.m. Any agenda item may be taken out of order, may be combined for consideration by the public body, and any item may be pulled or removed from the agenda at any time. And we'll move into public comment for non-agenda items only. Is there any public comment? Okay, hearing none, we'll move into our consent agenda. All matters listed under the consent agenda are considered routine and may be acted upon by the Board of County Commissioners with one action, without extensive discussion. Any member of the board or any citizen may request that an item be taken from the consent agenda, discussed and acted upon separately during this meeting. Consent agenda materials are available at the Lander County's clerk's office for viewing, and copies are available for a nominal charge. 1, approval of January 19th, 2024 special meeting minutes. I have a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Yeah, it would be
Oh, it has to be.
a Lander County
Okay.
Commissioner.
I make a motion that we approve the special meeting agenda notice.
Okay, we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we'll move into item 1, Commissioners, for discussion, review, consideration, and possible action to modify and or approve, disapprove the 2023 Lander County Master Plan update, which includes reorganization of the master plan, updates to the development and zoning standards, and updates to the land use plan. Matt, sorry.
I believe that the planning commission should probably also approve this agenda as well.
Okay. Okay.
Approve the agenda posting.
I'll make a motion to approve the January 19th, 2024 special meeting agenda notice.
I'll second it.
That is moved and seconded to approve the agenda posting. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So are we good? Yes. Okay. And item 1 has been opened, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. So that's where we're at, guys. So maybe we'll make some introductions real quick, because we have a facilitator with us. If you'd like to introduce yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm Kevin Jones Dioka. I'm with WFG Title. I'll give you a quick 30,000 foot flyover of my history and kind of why I'm here to help facilitate. I've been in the title escrow world for about 26 years. And in Northern Nevada, part of my role, I was on the board of ACEDA with Famborda for a handful of years, and then they converted over to Northeastern Nevada Regional Development Authority. So I had my hand in a lot of redevelopment stuff when it comes to Fernley, some stuff in the beginning with Battle Mountain, Lander County, unknowingly per se, and a lot with Elko, including things like the 298 project and stuff in Carlin that they were looking at doing. And we helped build, and I helped out MC and facilitate the Northeastern Nevada Economic Development Forum and Summit in Reno about 15 years ago. I don't know if any of you were around when that happened. But we had people that came in from all over the country to help spur development, specifically in the Northeastern Nevada corridor. And the same hot button topics then are some of them now with affordability and buildability and, and viability with certain projects and what that looks like. And my job here today, look, Bert and I talked to Kim a lot. Bert and Kim called me in really to help facilitate and help it run smooth, right? It's my understanding there's a handful of sticking points as we work through the master plan and what that kind of might look like. And I know everyone's going to want to have a little voice on that and to make sure we can get through the whole thing smoothly, nicely, compliantly as we go through. We will make motions and approve parts of the master plan that I think can get done and kind of don't have any complaint or discussion on them, so it leaves for continuance those items that need further research and further discussion, and that the commission feels like they need to come back and have that conversation on. So, anyhow, so that's who I am. If you have any questions, just let me know. But I'll be here all day.
So I'd like to ask if anybody has questions during this meeting, please raise your hand to be recognized and then come to the front and state your name for the record so we can get everything on the minutes nice and clearly. So I'll turn it over to you.
Oh, fantastic. All right, so it's a long agenda. There's one item. Today, I know I talked to Kirk a little bit before. We're waiting for one more commissioner. Sounds like he's running a little bit late. Sorry. Okay, so Kathleen's running a little bit late. When she gets here, I'm gonna let Kirk come up and talk for a few minutes as to the items that he wants to speak to the commission about within the master plan. He's got to hightail it out to Gardnerville in a little bit. But let's.
1 second, sir.
Yeah.
I think we need to read the item in.
I did read that.
Did you read the item in? Okay, I apologize.
Yeah,
I was on my phone now.
So every bit of the master plan today is going to be gone through page by page. It all has to at some point be approved or continued. And so we'll have that discussion as we go, as monotonous as it may sound to go through an executive summary page. It still has to be approved as we go through it. So let's start with the executive summary. I'm not going to read through the whole master plan. Well, maybe I will read through the whole master plan. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to read through the whole master plan.
Can everyone see that all right?
Yes.
Can everybody in the public see that okay?
Not really.
Not really? You have it in front of you?
Yeah, I have it in front of me. I was just, it's kind of, yeah, we do, but it's, I don't know, anyway. I do have a question, like, on the acknowledgements. We've moved on with different commissioners and different planning commission members. Do we want to update that?
Say that again?
Yeah, we will.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
And then we have Mr. Schaefer is the DA.
Yes.
I'm reading the nameplate here, so that's good, so he can handle the legal questions. That's exciting. Executive summary, pursuant to Nevada Revised Statute NRS 278, the Lander County Master Plan with the accompanying tables, diagrams, figures, and charts is the county's comprehensive long-term plan for growth and development. Special note that the master plan was prepared while Lander County and the nation were in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, and constraints were imposed on the process as a result. The potential changes that our country will experience remain uncertain. As such, county officials should be encouraged to re-examine changing data and behavior and to support revisions in the master plan as warranted. A lot of numbers and charts. Does anybody, before we move on from page 1, does anybody on the commission want to say anything about the charts or have any concerns or updates to the numbers that are kind of placed on in there? Hearing none, moving on. Geography. Section 1, this is one, and as we go through, we go through to approve these, I will be asking for motions. I'm looking at it, it's the commission. Does the planning department have to approve these as well, and do they have to do it separately?
No, it'll be a joint meeting,
Everything together, okay. So as we go section to section, I will be asking for motions.
2 votes.
2 votes, one for the commissioner, one for the,
Yeah.
okay.
Oh, okay.
You're gonna need a majority.
Each
You don't
board.
absolutely have to have a majority, because the county commissioner can overrule the planning commission.
Gotcha.
At least need to hear what the planning commission's vote is.
Okay,
Okay, thank you, Bill.
so we'll, geography. Lander County is located in central Nevada, an arid desert landscape characterized by dramatic basins and ranges. Has everybody on the commission and the planning commission read through the master plan? Yes? Yes? Good. Hearing no nos, I don't have to read all of it. Okay. So, does anybody have any comments, concerns, or fears when it comes to the geography section of the master plan? Hearing none?
Wait,
Yeah?
I just had a question.
Yes?
Pam Harrington for the record, Natural Resource Officer here. I'm not sure, and you guys probably know, it says 62% of the land is federal land. Is that for Lander County, or I don't know what that,
For Lander County.
is that correct?
So are you commenting under executive summary?
Yeah,
That
page
stat?
1,
Yep.
page 1, is 62%?
So percentage of federal land,
I
62%.
thought it was higher, but maybe
It
that's
is much
right.
higher for the state, but not for.
Oh, but for Lander, we're only 62%, okay. All right, that's, I just wanted to check,
At least
thanks.
that's my understanding. I should defer to Bert, you know?
I could do more research as your natural resource person, I just think.
No, I think you are correct. The, with the base coming in over there on some of Lander County, it doesn't count for the whole thing, so
Okay. Thanks.
I think that number.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. You have a question?
This is all public, so we can read it on our phones while we're going along, or?
Yeah, there's one on the website under the planning department.
Okay, and that's the current one, the same version here. Perfect.
Okay. So, I'm gonna go back one quick second. Do I have a motion on the executive summary?
For the planning commission, is there a motion to approve the executive summary? The geography only?
No, just the executive summary, first page portion.
Oh, okay.
I'll make a motion to approve the first page section of the executive summary.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Moved and
All in
seconded.
favor?
Okay, we have a comment?
Kimberly Buffington,
Can you come to the front, Kim?
absolutely. Do you want this turned on?
It's on.
It's on.
It is?
Yeah.
Okay. The executive summary is, do you want to do it by section?
We're just approving
Or
the first.
first-
Yeah,
I know, but-
I'm gonna go through it per section.
You want a motion for each page?
No, I'm gonna go through per section, but I'm gonna kind of work through it as I go through it.
So basically,
Yeah.
the motion was to approve the introduction of the
Correct.
executive summary?
Yep.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
I
Yeah,
guess
yeah.
that's gonna be.
Yeah, it's not gonna be every page. Yeah, we'll be here.
Times two.
We'll be here 5 days. No.
Page 1.
yeah, if
Okay,
we
so
have
I'll
to do
work
that
on
on a
that,
page,
okay.
every page would be like, well.
Yeah, we're
Okay,
not
that-
doing it every page. We're just going through if anything needs to be modified or moved.
Okay, so does the commission, can we have a motion to approve the executive summary introduction?
I'll make a motion to approve the executive summary introduction.
And a second?
I second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay?
One more question.
Yes?
Yes, sir. Sir, can you, if you want to speak, can you just come to the
I'm
front?
trying to find the link for you.
Okay.
Mike Johnson, the link says Master Plan 2024. When I open it up, it says Master Plan 2022. Is that the same
It's
document?
the same document.
Okay.
History.
Okay, I have a comment on that. The major historic district in Austin is only Main Street and a partial section of it. The rest of the town is historic, but the historic district itself is designated as, from whatever street it is up to the ambulance barn. I don't know if we need to clarify that or not, because it, the whole town is historic, but the area that's considered the historic district is Main Street only. And we don't want that to change, because we don't want them to have to come in and tell us what we can't do at our houses.
Yeah. Mr. Schaefer, how big of a difference does that make?
It can make quite the difference, because if it comes under, there's state provisions for historic districts. If it comes under those, it can cause you to have to jump through a bunch of hoops with the state in addition to what you do here.
Yep.
When you have a or when you have a national historic site, that's usually just like a building, like the courthouse itself is a national historic
I got you.
thing.
So
there's different ones for different.
right. So are you looking to change the verbiage in it, or just add that?
I don't know, what do you think, Bill? Because honestly, basically at this stage of the game, the only thing SHPO has say over when they come in and look at our buildings is on Main Street. And we don't want that to change. So however, we have to make it so that that doesn't change. Because, you know, if we want to tear a house down or we want to change our house, we don't want SHPO to have to be there to charge us all that money.
Yeah.
And it's my understanding that reading through this, it doesn't, historical buildings, artifacts from the time remaining. This is really just giving the history
Okay.
of Lander County. It's not my understanding that this subsection of the executive summary would change any historical designation.
Okay, I just wanted to
That's my
clarify
understanding
that.
of it. Unless
Generally
Bill-
speaking, an executive summary is an outline of
Correct.
what the rest of the document says, and as such, it comes under, in effect, an opinion.
Okay,
Yeah, so I mean, if it comes up later in the document and it's, you guys are looking at changing designation within Austin, I think then that would be the appropriate time to address it.
yeah, no, we're not trying to change it, I just want it to stay the same.
Correct, yeah, no, absolutely. Any other questions, comments, concerns
Yeah,
in regards to history?
Yeah, this is Monty Price. I think that as long as if we can have in there stated that existing historic district in Austin,
Yeah.
the existing historic district be known at, what's existing at this point. Just, it should be worded in there somewhere that, because if you jump into historic districts to redoing things, it does become complicated. So if we can have it worded somewhere that says existing historic district.
Well, would we necessarily do that under history, or would we do it under the topic one of our presentation under the historic preservation? Is that-
Correct. I think
Okay.
you're looking at historic preservation sections,
Okay,
not
good.
executive summary overview.
Good enough.
Makes sense?
Moving on.
Okay. Government. Government talks about membership of the elected board, courts, judges, peace, revenues, anybody, emergency things. Anybody have any questions, comments, concerns, or changes to the government section of the executive summary? Hearing none, moving on. Demographics. Please note, these are old.
Okay, now I do have a comment, I think you have a typo. Under the Austin population to be at 3,800. I think it probably should be 380.
Yeah.
You know, we don't have enough room to fit 3,800.
Where is that? Oh, I got you. I see.
I think it's just a typo. It'd be nice.
Austin population. Yeah, that would be my guess. I'm not sure. I did not create the document. I think that's probably accurate.
It's probably 380.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking 380.
Before I move to a motion, is there any other changes within demographics you guys would want to see? Or perhaps maybe an update, I guess, but that can cost some time. Okay. Hearing none, do I get a motion to correct the Austin population within the demographic executive summary?
From the planning commission?
I make a motion to correct the population of Austin in government demographics page
Second.
Two.
to 380.
Do I get a second?
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded. All in favor? Aye. Passes.
And the
All right,
commissioners?
Lander County Board of Commissioners, do I have a motion to change the demographics?
I'll make a motion to change the demographics to 3,800 or whatever, to 380.
Okay, we have a motion, is there a
I
second?
second it.
Okay, motion and second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Let the change be noted. Population projections. Please note, again, this is an executive summary, and these are projections that were run through Nevada County Population Projections 2020 through 2039 by the Nevada State Demographic, pages 11 through 20. We'll get to all that later. Any questions, comments, concerns, changes to this page? Okay, hearing none. Median age. Any questions, comments, concerns, or changes? Hearing none, moving on to page 7. Housing. Again, this is an executive summary. Any changes, questions, comments, or concerns to the housing portion of the executive summary? I don't have eyes behind my head either, so if one of you see somebody raise their hand back there, holler at me. All right. No? Hearing none, moving forward. Poverty rates are within housing. Housing affordability. Comments, concerns, questions, changes? Hearing none, moving forward to land use.
Hold on, you missed housing protections, or projections.
It all falls under some housing. Do you have any comments, questions,
I
concerns
do.
on housing projections?
I was questioning, it says the estimated 270 new housing units built between 2020 and 2025 will be needed to satisfy. Since there's been so much houses and stuff built here in Battle Mountain, does that number need to change, or can it stay the same? I mean, without opening a whole can of worms here before we're ready, I just, there's been, since this plan was started 5 years ago, there's been a lot of construction that's gone on here in Battle Mountain, and should that number change, or should it stay the same?
Are you asking my opinion?
I-
I'm in housing. Look, I feel if we're looking at changing projected numbers, there's two routes you go. Either you go run through UNR and through Woods and Rogers and have them change all of their projections and update it to today, or you can work with the public sector and talk to the real estate agents and the builders and the developers and see what their projections are. They're making money off their projections, right? So they're probably gonna be fairly accurate, or you leave it as is. But if you change one projection, you're opening that can of worms of having to change every
Okay,
single
then,
one of them.
never mind, I didn't ask.
So, that's up to you. I think any of this, and we've stated it before, and it states it within the master plan, the commission and the planning commission are urged to reevaluate as you kind of move through the years and as things change. So I think if there's some projections that are a little off or need discussion, I think you could do that, but.
I have one that I don't understand on the next page.
The land use?
It's on 12, you've got the breakout of Austin, and you've got, all these various things. The bottom one, it says Austin area 1.6%. I assume that's 1.6%, meaning the entire gray slice. But then what is that bottom? Is that, I have no idea what that is.
I wondered that too.
Is that open? What is that? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Oh, I do, because I believe, and I could be wrong, so correct me, right? One, does anybody that's been involved know what that means? Okay, I'll make my assumption, is in the previous master plan, Austin has its own designation. And so I believe what that is its Austin area designation is 1.6% of that slice. Right, so it didn't seem to me like there is a bunch of separate zoning designations within
Then what's the slice itself?
Austin. Well, anybody got a calculator?
Oh, you add all of those.
61.9, 26.3, 4.6, 3.5, minus 100. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm guessing it's roughly around 3 to 3.5% of the larger pie, and they're 1.6% of that.
Okay,
Maybe there should be a little clarification on that.
so that would be like,
Nope,
Probably
I'm
a
wrong
little
about that, Bill. I'm wrong about that, Bill. It's 1.6% of the whole pie.
yes.
Yeah.
I
they-
got it, I understand.
Right, okay.
Okay.
Kim, did you have something?
Just as a point to note, Kimberly Buffington,
Thank you.
there is some conflicting data that doesn't match. We talked at planning a couple months ago, and again, I just want it noted into the record. They are coming from two different data sets. The prediction for population growth for new residents is projected at an increase of 2.9 or 180 residents. That's over a 20-year span from 2019 to 2039. It is not in alignment with a number that we'll get to, and it seemed appropriate because those numbers are being carried through this document. Projected housing comes from a different data set over a 5-year period from 2020 to 2025 of an additional need of 346 housing units. So it just, point of note, the population increase over 20 years of 180 is not in alignment with the projected housing increase needs over a 5-year period within that same time frame. So that's all I wanted to point out.
Thanks, Kim.
Anybody else have any comments or concerns about the land use section of the summary? The economic section, we go through economic sectors, what the split up is between the sectors. Anybody have any questions, comments, or concerns? Hearing none. Movement of workforce throughout northeastern Nevada. Any questions, comments, concerns? Hearing none. Schools. Educational attainment. Any questions, comments, or concerns?
Didn't they build a new school here recently, a new elementary? Question around the school, you know, wondering. So do we have 7 schools now?
No, we tore the one down, but.
Oh, okay, all right.
Graduation rates. Hearing none. Data limitations. As Kim noted, there are data limitations. I will revisit what you were mentioning, right, in regards to projected numbers being used. And it might be, it might not be a bad idea to vote to revisit just housing numbers and what those projections might be, depending on if it integrates with different votes and changes in codes and things you're looking at doing. If those concerns continue to come up because the numbers are off, you might want to look at it. Okay.
Yeah, I would agree. If there's 2 different data sets, it could, you just enter confusion into something we want clear.
Right.
So yeah, I would agree with that.
Is the commission interested in, forgive the double entendre, is the commission interested in commissioning new housing projection numbers for this master plan?
Planning Commission, I would hope we could check with the board. I would hope so. That's a pretty big, that's a significant number from 180 people to 320 houses.
Yeah.
I personally, I have to ask the board, but is there an appetite to revisit the housing projected housing numbers? Is there a motion? Do we need a motion for that?
Well, yeah, I mean, motion and discussion probably, I mean, because I don't know what the cost involved in is that, I don't know what your appetite is for it.
I don't know that
I
either.
don't know any, is Derek here?
We need to have.
Derek probably knows. How much would you charge for that, Derek?
I mean, honestly,
You want the floor? Derek's like, I'm out.
Derek Kirkland, Wood Rogers. So a lot of these numbers came from the University of Nevada. We could check with them to see how hard it would be to update it, or if there's better numbers that the county has or the development community has, we could easily swap that out and change the data source. I don't think that, I mean, the population that came from the state at the time, but the housing, there's so many different ways you can figure out housing that there's probably better ways to do it. That's just the best data we had at the time.
Yeah, UNR does things for free. Their students do papers and stuff on it and get grades for it. I work with Fred Steinman on all kinds of different projects, so,
And it was Fred that gave us a lot of this data.
yeah.
We could check with him and,
Fred helped us with the summer.
Yeah, Fred's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I could check with Fred and see if he can help us update the housing piece.
Okay. I don't think that's a bad idea. And as we move through today, we can have discussion on those items that would be affected by housing data, and move to continue that final decision to a different meeting until you get final numbers and whatever, if that makes sense as we go through. What are your thoughts on what Derek's guidance was?
On their what?
Derek's guidance, right? Being able to go check it out, look at it, doesn't seem like it's gonna be too cumbersome, right?
You have a public comment?
Yes?
Mike Jensen, given that the 346 unit number is a 2020 to 2025 timeframe, we're now 80% through that window.
Right.
So we have to have historical data for the first 4 years of that. So it should be, the projection should actually come from internal, and all we're gonna do is verify that back. And if this is a master plan being a 5 to 10 year document using data 5 years old, it's kind of already obsolete today. So I think we already have 80% of that number solid within the building.
Thank you.
Quick question, Colt Nelson for the record, is this, Shelby, you can help me out, is this new residential stick-built and manufactured homes, both?
Within the projection?
Yeah, within the projection?
Yeah.
And just-
Not just
I imagine it's housing units.
Housing.
There's 3 or 4 a year
Yeah.
for the last 3 or 4 years, that's all there is. So, just wanted to throw that out, there isn't a lot of them, but, so doing a projection of 300 or something, well, that seems like a lot, so it should be something to look at.
Yeah, it was also done prior to pandemic.
3 or 4.
And a lot of stuff has changed and skewed through that time frame. But I think, and what Mr. Jensen mentioned, I think is something to keep in mind as we look at a lot of this document as we go through it, which is we're already almost done with the 5-year plan that it was written for, right? So something I think to think about is as you're finalizing the draft and getting it into record, is this only going to be good through 2025? Or are you planning on having this master plan from 2024 to 2030?
I was gonna ask that question. It's like we're wasting our time if we're just gonna do it for a year and have to start over.
Well, that's the problem. Anytime we're dealing with numbers, we're dealing with something that's very dynamic. It changes continually. We can approve a 5-year plan, and the dynamics within that time frame could change, and the numbers could be skewed. So we're approving something that we don't have a future foretell of what it's actually gonna be. It's a dynamic situation, right? So
So,
Yeah.
this master plan can be updated up to 4 times a year.
okay,
So it's a living document.
right. And I see why
that-
that is.
Yeah, that can be, continuously revisited at each spot, so keep that in mind as well.
Each quarter can be updated once a quarter, is that how it works?
Yeah, 4 times a year, correct. I don't know if it's based off quarter, I just know that there's,
So I would think that we probably not stick too much on one point, is knowing
Yep.
that we can update 4 times a year, so.
Like the only thing I've got to add to that is the projected housing numbers and how we achieve that is going to dictate a lot on how the planning and zoning is done. So if we're projecting there's 346 houses going to be built, that's going to change how we have to think from a zoning commission. So if we can either update or move on to a longer time frame or something, give us a little easier working criteria from the planning department.
Yeah, and I really asked the question because it's about giving Derek direction, right? And you guys approving the amount of work that Derek's gonna end up having to do, and eventually I imagine charge for it. I don't think he's working for free. And I'm assuming that that's something that has to be motioned and approved and moved on with, right? So, yeah.
Okay. Is there any public comment on this exact topic? What's the commission's appetite?
I think we should update the numbers, because I questioned that already, so, I questioned that when I was on planning. It was,
How long do you guys want to update the numbers through? Let's give Derek a good little guidance.
Can we go to 2030?
2030.
It's a question for him.
Yeah.
You can go as long as you want. Derek Kirkland, Wood Rockies. Let me check with Dr. Steinman and see, talk to him about kind of what he has, but what I'm hearing is probably want to go, probably at least to 2030, if not further out.
Right. Would you be able to break down that data and have an overall projection and then break it down per year? Or is that almost impossible?
I don't have a good answer for you right now. I'll have to talk to, university or the county probably, maybe a combination of those two is probably the best to figure out how to do it. There's so many different ways that we'll have to probably come up with some ideas and then run them by everybody.
Fair enough.
Kimberly Buffington, it would be with that data from UNR, but additionally, the historical data, like Mike said, from within the building over the last 10 years as you project, for the next 5 or 10, that actual data versus a forecasted number, you would have, it would give you some concrete data to work with.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because I think that is the most accurate piece to look at, is what's happened.
Okay, and I think from the planning commission on this part of going forward, I think it's a good idea, but it's a very financial decision, and I'd just like to pass that right on to the commissioners.
Way to punt. Good job.
So do we need a motion, Bill? Or can we address it further down?
I don't have a problem with you having a motion, I'm trying to figure out what you're asking. I mean, you got the
I
last
think you would need
paragraph.
one if you're gonna direct Derek with Wood Rogers to do the work, we'll need the motion, but if you guys are gonna leave it the same, then you wouldn't need the motion.
Okay.
I would direct your attention to the last paragraph on page 16. That basically covers things. But it does say updates, the last sentence is updates of the data in this master plan may be warranted as new information is available.
Great.
Brian, real quick, Colt Nelson for the record. It's real easy to update this data. We looked at 23 yesterday? We have it all. 167 permitted jobs, and out of those was so many people that.
142 residential permits and 6 new residential.
Yeah, so to spend money, absolutely not. No offense, Derek, but we can put this data in here. We can update it, and we will get it updated, right, to more accurate numbers and projected as well, where it just makes sense, because that number doesn't, right? So we can fix that internally.
And I would agree, I think that the fact that the actual data would be more than speculated data. So I would agree with that. Kim?
Kimberly Buffington, is it reasonable to match the timeframes of the data sets comparatively, population increase timeframes, to match projected housing and historical data over the same timeframes?
Is that possible, Colt?
I think so. Okay. I think some of it's guesstimation, though.
We can reach out to UNR just the same as Derek can, so we'll use the same resources Derek would use.
And save money.
And then save money, yeah. So maybe we can, do we need a motion or just direction?
Direction, it's your staff.
Yeah.
So, the commission, Dee?
Yeah,
Kathy, you guys good with that?
I'm fine with that.
So the direction is to update this with the most recent
Yeah,
data.
just with the in-house data.
You
And
got it.
reaching out to Fred.
And we will seek
Reaching
out UNR's for a comparison.
Thoughts?
I think you're aiming for the most accurate data possible.
Okay, Kimberly?
With timelines with timeframes that match.
Absolutely,
Right,
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's probably the clearer piece.
Right. Okay.
Schools, data limitations, executive summary. So we're gonna parse out it could be a longer motion. I think you're gonna, when you're motioning to approve the executive summary, you're gonna have to address the change on page 4 in demographics to the Austin population number, and approve as changed, and hold out the numbers for update. How to phrase that, I'm thinking about it. But if you have a way to come up with that motion. We're looking to approve the executive summary. So you want to approve the executive summary with the change on page 4 to the demographics, withholding approval for the land use. Do we want to do that section by section or as a whole?
Bill, could we just
summary?
make a motion to to approve the executive summary with noted changes, because it is a
As
recorded meeting.
Yeah,
Yeah, somebody needs to just,
there you go.
one of my suggestions for you guys in general, just not, this isn't legal, this is from having had to do motions and Lions Club so many times, is somebody explains something complicated, then somebody else pipes up, so moved.
Okay.
And then you're done, you don't have to rephrase it again, and you go from there.
Okay.
So, just a tip.
And another correction is, our natural resource officer, Ms. Pam, is dead correct that we are 82% roughly of our land, not, so we need that correction as well.
Okay,
Thanks, it's
Thank you,
bugging
Pam.
me.
No, thank you, Pam.
thank you for catching that, Pam.
Yeah, no problem.
Um,
It's in the other plan that we have, the federal land use. Page
Okay.
3.
All right, so on the county commissioner side of things, is there a motion to approve the executive summary as presented with noted changes?
We have to go through planning first on that.
What's that?
Does planning commission have to approve that first?
I don't know.
Best, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I think so.
Thank you, Monty.
All right, planning commission, we do need a motion to approve executive summary with noted changes.
So moved.
Moved and seconded, all in favor? Aye.
Was everybody aye?
Yes.
Yep, motion passed.
All right, so commission, do we have a motion?
I move that we approve the executive summary with changes already mentioned.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
All right. Moving forward, before we move into the following section, I know Kurt, now that Kathleen's joined us, hello, good to see you. I know Kurt has to get out of here to Gardnerville. He's got a few things that he wants to address the commission about. So I let him know you have that time before we started diving in through the land use section of the document. So Kurt, you got the floor.
All righty.
Good morning, Kurt.
Morning. Kurt Johnson, Nevada Johnson Inc., GV Homes, Double K, Emerald Land Company. That's all I got. We have that property down around Round Mountain and Yellow Brick. And we kind of have a little bit of a vision there. I just wanted to briefly share what our thoughts are. We kind of thought on Round Mountain, maybe we could start with some C2, some C1, some R4, transition back towards 26 with some high-density residential, and then get into the A1. Previously, we'd put those 5s in on Yellow Brick and 26. We recently put some 2.5s in on Yellow Brick, and we're proceeding to put some more 2.5s in on Yellow Brick. I kind of have some concern on the the 2.5s. I understand that there's a lot of discussion about septics. And we're gonna be coming in for an A1 zoning on a piece. And my main concern is that if you take, say hypothetically, a 70-acre piece, and we put infrastructure through it, and we have A1 with a minimum of 2.5 acre zoning, we spend an amount of money to put those improvements in. If we go to the highest and best use, which is A1, with 1 acre lots, we get to spread those costs over twice as many lots. It gives us a chance to put out some more affordable product to the consumer, and Battle Mountain gets twice as much tax revenue on the same acreage. So I'm trying to figure out how we're getting into this position of the A1 with the 2.5s. I understand when we get up against the wall, when we're exhausting the state guidelines, that we have other options. A1, 2.5 makes sense, or you go 1 acres with the denitrifications. I have a lot of experience with denitrifications. House I live in has one, 2 houses I lived in before that had it, and I've put denitrification systems in for 20 years. A denitrification system has less maintenance, less service on it than an air conditioner, a furnace, a well. I don't even know what the service is. I mean, there's a lot of talk about the maintenance and the service on a denitrification.
I'm not familiar with that term is. What is
What
that exactly?
What happens is when you exceed the state guidelines, but you want to proceed with 1 acre, A1 zoning, and you want the 1 acres. A denitrification system is just a little box, basically, and it has a pump in it, it blows air into the tank, and out the back of the tank comes gray water. You can actually drink it if you want. I'm not gonna try that. But anyhow, it's an option, and so they work perfect. I've never had any problems with them, and like I said, I've been putting them in for 20 years. And the only problem with the denitrifications is the cost. Here in Battle Mountain, a standard septic might be 9-10 grand. You go to a denitrification, they're about 15. Obviously, as builders, we have to pass that cost on to the consumer. And every time we get an additional cost, it puts us that much further away from a buyer. And so my only thought on this septic issue is that if we're in an area like on Yellow Brick, where we have not exceeded state guidelines, we're not up against the wall on the state guidelines, why, I'd like somebody to tell me why we would go A1 with a 2.5 acre minimum when the highest and best use is A1 with 1 acre zoning, and we don't have any issue with the state guidelines.
Thank you, Kurt. Is there any comments on that, Commissioner?
I have a question. If just the area that you're working at, within that whole radius, is that gonna be the whole radius you're using, so you're not overdoing the septic? Or at any point, can somebody else come in with their land? Are you butted up against land that can also be developed where it ends up going over the state guidelines to where that spot, basically the spot zoning, makes it so other people can't utilize their land because you've taken them down to 1 acre parcels, and so then you butt it up against other people's property that won't be able to utilize their property?
And that happens in every zoning situation you can think of. I don't care what it is. You get in a situation with 1 acres like that, like we're out on Yellow Brick, we've got a 70 acre piece, we want to do 1 acres. It's kind of rude to say, but it's not about being fair. It's just not. I'm sorry, it has to do with
I understand
zoning.
that, but you also are making somebody who invested in a property, their property worthless. And because you don't know what they're going to do in the future, and so, you basically render their property worthless.
Not at all. But the thing of it is you basically would have control over that anyway. Because I don't see anybody coming in here. I've done subdivisions in almost every county you can think of. I don't see anybody coming to Battle Mountain and putting in 70 lots. All right, the absorption isn't here. We're gonna come in, we're gonna be doing subsequent parcel maps. And there's a reason for the subsequent parcel maps. We don't get away with anything. You guys have the right to impose anything a subdivision would put on us. But what it does is it allows us to move forward in smaller parcels, as you know, and it doesn't have the state breathing down all our necks. I mean, in the past, whenever we talked about them, this has been a while, but everybody in the planning and commissioners was excited to do subsequent parcel maps because they didn't have to deal with the state, and we didn't either. I mean, I just finished a 29 lot subdivision in Dayton for 29 improvements, $1.5 million, a year and a half, and you know, I don't know what the absorption is right now. The economy's crazy, and so, like I say, it's not here. And the subsequent parcel maps gives us builders and developers a chance to come in here and take 3 lots at a time. And if we got to a point where on Yellow Brick Road, we were starting to cause a problem, and somebody else came in and got it, you would have the right to say, you know, now you gotta go to that A1, 2.5 minimums, or you go to the denitrifications, and, you know, you get to work that whole arena. We're not gonna come in and ask for 70 lots.
How much, Kurt, because I myself, and it sounds like not a lot on the commission are familiar with the denitrification system, so I think there'd have to be some research done on that to educate them, right? But when we're talking about, just so everyone is on the same page, when we're talking about butting up against state guidelines, we're talking about groundwater contamination within a basin.
100%,
right?
yeah.
So how much, what's the difference in contamination levels and, I guess, speed, for lack of a better term, between a septic without and a septic with a denitrification system? Like, how much longer are we talking?
Well,
Can we get
denitrification-
5 to 1? Can we get 10 to 1? Can
Way
we get
out
20
there.
to 1?
Denitrification's putting gray water out the back of it. You can drink it. Now, it's a very simple product, and I don't actually know all the mechanics of how it works in the tank. But it's no more than a little box about 18 inches by 12 inches tall, and it blows air into the tank. And somehow, this creates a situation in the tank to where coming out the back end is gray water. I've been involved personally in a lot of testing on this, where one of the properties we had, the state came in and did well monitoring. They came into one of my houses and took water out of my faucet. I mean, it's a great product. Like I say, I don't know why we would want to go that direction until we had to, because all we're doing, if we just choose to because we want to, say, oh, we're gonna go A1, 2.5 just because. Because right now, I'm not sure what the reason is. I know on my property, that property, it's not up against the law in the state guidelines. The density for the septic is not excessive. We're good to go. And yet I just know when we come in front of this board, they're gonna ask us to go 2.5 acres, and I'm at a loss. A1 zoning, 1 acres is the highest and best use, and it's best for everybody. The developer, the board, the consumer. Trying to go to 2.5, all that does is cost us more money, and at some point, you know, when we can't find a customer that buys our product because we just can't do it, we're out of the market. And I know a lot of times I get in situations where I'm in these boards, and I always say, we're not a .org. We're a for-profit organization. If we don't make money on a project, we can't go to the next one. I know it's not your problem, but at the same time, it kind of is. Because if there's so many regulations imposed on us that cost $5, $10, $1,000, $3,000, $5, $15, $20, pretty soon we're looking at this buyer just going, man, let's just forget about this. You know, maybe another day.
My issue is something's perfect until it's not. And then that's, because there's no perfect anything.
I don't disagree with you one bit.
And so and then when you don't, then you have a problem. And then, so there's nothing that's ever perfect because, and I respect what you're saying. I honestly respect what you're saying, but I've heard that for, just a second, Kim, for forever, and working in law enforcement until I came over here. There's nothing perfect, you know, so maybe everything's great, beautiful till it's not, and then when it's not, it's bad. And so, go ahead, Kim.
Kimberly Buffington. So to add to what Kurt's saying and to add this to what you're saying, there are other pieces to this, which is why we're here today, right? So it is not just a developer issue. Coupled with long-term planning is a county perspective that says, yes, we know these are the areas of development, and we as a county have an obligation to move those infrastructures to that area. That's the long-range goal and plan. And so it's multifaceted. So when we talk about an area being developed to a density that causes some fear, the other piece of that is we know that that's a future point of development, and it's written in the master plan, and we will get to those pieces, but the county says we understand we are gonna move towards moving infrastructure to those areas. So it is not something that we would typically say, we're gonna hit the wall on this, and then we're gonna be in crisis mode. It's also, from a county perspective, there is going to always be movement in the areas, and we're going to have foresight. We know these areas are being developed. It's not gonna hit us out of the blue. So it's not only the density today, but it's what is the 5 and 10-year master plan for infrastructure? What does that look like? Has the county looked at that? So that's built in this plan. So whether or not it becomes critical density, you have the tools built in this for it never to be critical density. You should be moving towards infrastructure to those areas, right? Does that make sense? So it is a first come, first served permit process through the state. So if you have a willing and able landowner or developer, that is their right to move forward with that within the realm of what's available within that community or county, wherever it is, be it here, Lyon County, Elko County, that it's a state regulated utility, sewage, septic density, because of the groundwater issue. So I just wanted to add that there is in fact pieces built into this master plan, which is why we're here today, that we should never hit a critical point. There's always planning in place, knowing we are gonna get to that area, and this is the solution. These are our 5 and 10-year plans, so we don't hit those walls.
Let me ask this question. You had mentioned subsequent parceling, so it sounded to me like that could be a solution. But again, I don't know everything about that, so I mean, what are the pros and cons with that? I mean, it sounds to me like this commission, like, it helps you out, but then we always have the upper hand that if we see something getting out of control, we can control it at that point. Is that correct?
Absolutely, and the subsequent parcel map is one of the best tools for communities that don't have the absorption for a big developer to come in and put in 100 lots.
Okay, so I understand that. So,
yeah.
so what is,
You
so
want
commissioners?
to let Brian know, or any, we have a lot of developers in the room, so anybody who wants to talk to it. Let's take an example of you have a 50 acre lot,
Out there that's
right?
gonna
You have
go
70.
yeah.
You're parceling it out to 5s. You're going to go 2.5s. What's explain to them how that process would work from a commission and planning development standpoint. Like, what are they looking at right now, and then what would they be looking at to approve when you walked in to do a subsequent parceling?
The thing of it is, in a subsequent parcel map, we get away with nothing. You have the right to impose subdivision requirements. So we come to you right now, we're gonna become with a 70-acre piece. Right now, it's currently A2. It was actually approved once in 2014. Somehow it fell through the cracks. I don't really know what happened. But we come to you, we ask for an A1 zoning. We want to put 1 acre lots on it. I mean, it always seems less complicated to me than it is. Is the property in the right area? Does the A1 zoning make sense? Are we up against the density on the septic tanks? If everything works, why would we deny a 1 acre lot on an A1 zone property if everything's right? I just get lost on that. It's highest and best use, and I understand your concerns, but the bottom line is you can't sit around and hold development hostage because somebody else might not be able to do it exactly the way I'm gonna do it.
And to Brian, I think to Brian's question, Brian, correct me if I'm wrong. So if they approve the 70 acres for A1 zoning, and then later you're butting up against the wall and they need to correct when you're coming back in,
They
right?
absolutely can correct. At that point, they can ask for the A1 to have minimum, or they can ask me to put D-nights in.
Kim?
Yes, Kim.
To address the subsequent parceling, because I think that's kind of where that question was leading. You have multiple ways to divide land, and if I'm preaching to the choir, forgive me. You have parcel maps, which creates 4 parcels maximum out of 1 original, within a 5-year time frame. You have subsequent parceling, which allows for an additional parcel map. By statute, this is an option afforded to communities that don't have high absorption rates. So the next type would be a subdivision. That's going to obviously create a larger development. That's gonna go to the state process, there's gonna be a tentative map process. It takes at least 6 months for a subdivision map to work through tentative, final, etc. Then you have division into large parcels, you have boundary line adjustments, reversion to acreage where you are taking parcels that were previously divided and then recombine, or you have remerger or merger and re-subdivide. So those are your ways to divide land, as allowed by Nevada statute. Subdivisions are 5 or more parcels created out of one original, and it can be done in phases. Parcel maps, 4 or less out of one. Subsequent fills in a gap between a parcel map and a subdivision map. Subdivisions are at a huge financial risk, and when you don't have absorptions, your developers often will not take that risk. We know we're in cyclic economy here. And so when that happens, we've created 6 subdivisions, 5 since 2012, maybe a little bit longer than that. If you historically look back, they have failed financially or switched hands at a loss to a second owner of that subdivision project. So therein lies the risk on why builders and developers don't always do the subdivision, because it is not financially feasible and there is risk. Subsequent parceling allows, by statute, you can impose any subdivision rule on that subsequent parcel map. So there is you don't lose any opportunity to manage that project through a subsequent parcel map. And it's by design, because you want the projects to be successful, right? You don't want people to come in and fail. And so that is why subsequent parceling is really effective in areas that don't have a fast build out. And so
I think we get the picture, Kim, on it.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. So this is my question, where I was going, is that, so Cole, Planning Commission commissioners, can somebody tell me why it isn't a good idea to do the subsequent parceling? Because what I'm hearing, it seems like, so yeah, and again, I'm just speaking out of not, just being ignorant in the area, I guess, so.
From the Planning Commission Department over the years, and I think that the planning has done a very good job, we have tried to designate areas that we want building in, and over there where they're talking about right there, this is one of them areas, and I think that it's a good idea to have the subsequent parceling and get the developments of these properties done in a area that we'd like to have it done in, and that's why we've done what we've done, and I think the planning has done a good job on it. And I think to your denitrification deals, we put them in at the ranch. We didn't have to. They're a really cool thing, and they work really well. So
what happens to the solid waste that goes into it?
I don't know.
I'm not knowledgeable about how they work.
I don't know.
Basically, it's blowing air in the tank. I
But
don't know what that does,
it
but-
just worked.
Yeah, it works very well.
We put them in, the one place we put them in up in Stampede, and you guys all are probably familiar with that, but where the house set, and there's a spring right below the house, and for years the septic tank drained right into the spring, which was not a pleasant thing. So we put one of them in there, and the spring is clean and clear, and everything works. So, and they are a little more costly, but they work very well. And I don't know what the state regulations, if they mandate, like they do septics, to how many of these denitrifications you can have. But anyway, bottom line is, personally, I think that this has worked out really well with
So the subsequent parsing, you think it does work?
It does.
Okay.
And if the planning department and you guys ever feel that it require to cut back the septics and use these denitrifications, then that's something that we can run through each board as it comes. And because, like I said, we can put any requirements we want on there, and we can change that requirement as time goes on.
Parcel maps.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it sounds like there's definitely some agreement and some movement forward, right, and some understanding on some options, right. I think the fear, and forgive me for inputting my own opinion and experience, it's, the fears from my experience, what I've seen, especially in smaller areas, but even in larger ones, if you're looking at Vegas and Reno and Gardnerville, once you make a dynamic zoning change, like going from 2 units to an acre versus 1 unit for 2.5 acres, it's pretty difficult to go back the other direction. And planning for builders and developers becomes they have to plan at that point for one unit every 2.5 acres. They can't run their numbers likewise, and it causes them some issues. So it sounds like, look, denitrification, I don't know anything about it, but it sounds like it works. Subsequent parceling sounds like it might be an option as we get to those sections that you guys might want to talk about and discuss as to how you might change that. I think absorption rate and proper growth numbers, will go into that. And then you guys can decide what that percentage of, how long is it going to take to get the sewer out there? We could talk about that when we get to the public utilities, and what all that looks like.
Okay,
So,
Marty, do you
yeah.
have a question?
Marty Bellevue, Bay Engineering. Thank you. Just 3 quick things. On the denitrification, it's a simple process. It's just like your ponds. It's adding aeration to your septic tank, but you have 2 tanks instead of 1. It's the same thing. It's a septic tank. Nothing changes over the process. Your solids stay in the tank. Your water goes out to the leak system, but it's adding the aeration, just like the sewer ponds, it changes the chemical quality of your effluent that's discharging to the ground, so it's a better water quality. But nothing scientific about it, it's just adding air. So the denitrification is a good thing. Like Crump, Knight County, they require them. Commercial and residential septics all have to have the aerobic system, the denitrification. But 2 things really quick on the zoning thing. Just from what I've seen in different places. There's 2 things about the zoning that does not affect the developer or the county. It affects the community. And just, again, from hearing things from different developments, a lot of people that, I shouldn't say a lot, I'm sorry, what I've seen in different places where they have, like a rural residential area where they have bigger lots, the people that have an objection to it are the people that live there. They live on 2.5 acre, 5 acre lots. They don't want to see 70 homes right next to them, squashed in between. The community is up in arms about it because they don't like that, because there's all these people in there where they didn't have before. And the other thing that's a big impact on that when you increase the zoning in those areas, especially rural residential areas where you have residents, is the traffic. You triple the traffic there, and that is a big cause of concern for the people that live there. I hear that over and over again. What about the traffic? We've got kids, we're used to playing out here, and then all of a sudden now we're tripling the traffic because the zoning has changed immensely. And, you have, I forget what it's called again, I'm sorry, but you have requirements for your developments and everything like that. But I just hear a lot of people always complaining about how the traffic is increased considerably, and they're concerned about that. And of course, the density of everybody squashed in where they had open space before. And just my 2 cents. Doesn't mean anything. I'm just throwing some things out there.
Thank you, Marty.
I got that. The other thing is when you're transitioning from, like we're trying to do, from Round Mountain with, commercial, and then trying to get some high density residential, and then go into A1, the 2.5s go out past that. It's just a natural transition. It's in every community I've ever been in.
Well, I think
we don't just all of a sudden go from high density to 2.5 just because somebody's concerned about, it might take them another 10 seconds to get out to the end, on the freeway.
That's understandable, and
Yeah.
I think your point's understandable as well, and I think that's something that the planning commission gets to toy with. Right?
All right, well, I want to thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you, Kurt.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Suzanne?
Yes, Suzanne Romero. I just would like to reiterate that thought. As a resident who lives out there, I think there's an obligation for the board to consider that population density change and putting those 70 homes right next to people who have already purchased acreage, assuming that area is going to stay in a little bit more of a, quasi-rural like situation.
Yeah.
So,
I understand that, and I think not.
I guess what I
with
wanted to finish saying was that I don't think your sewer is your only issue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and well, yeah, and I understand that, and I think there's a different setting to discuss what your minimum and maximum zoning regs are going to be when it comes to how you can build it versus public impact when you're actually addressing one actual lot of land, right? I mean, I'm questioning whether or not that is appropriate within the master plan discussion, or if that's more appropriate for a commission, in a planning commission hearing on one specific plot of land that's looking to redevelop.
Okay, and I got something I just need to add, and I understand completely, you know where we live, and I don't want anybody living in front of me either. But if, and this is a huge, it's not even an if, it won't happen. If there were 70 new houses that needed to be built in Lander County or Battle Mountain area to accommodate people that need housing, where would you don't have them in front of your house, where would we put them? We need to start here and build our way out. And that's what we're trying, we're trying to do that.
Oh, I know, and there's lots of components and pieces that go with that, but I feel like you're pushing the envelope as far as putting 1 acre pieces up against 2.5 acre pieces, where there are quite a few other plots of land closer to the infrastructure of town that would fulfill that bill.
Okay.
Kim?
Can I speak to that, Kimberly Buffington? So the natural progression, and I couldn't find it, and forgive me if it's in there, is there a map that shows, traditionally in the master plans in the past, that show the vision of density by zone within the community? I didn't see it in there we've had one in the past. Okay, maybe
There is one, it just doesn't include that area. Yes, it absolutely does not. It's
well, and
right
so,
up right before them.
so let me speak to that. So this is based on town boundary, on the map that's in here. And that is typically how that's put in a master plan, in my experience. I wonder if it would be beneficial in this planning process to have an expanded view of density planning for maybe 5 square miles of Battle Mountain on what that looked like, both the town boundary, because that has specific delineations within this document, and then maybe a 5-mile expanded, because you have other things working outside our town boundaries that still affect this document and affect community members and things. So is that a possibility to create whatever that mileage needs to be to encompass the appropriate development and future projects that the county knows and has, is coming down the line?
Yeah.
So that there's a document that people can look at and say, we're going from high density, center of town, high density, medium density, lower density, et cetera, right?
Yeah.
We know that's how that works. Having the town boundary and then maybe an expanded view of what that overall long-term vision is.
So can I add context to everybody? How we got to the 2.5 acres, because I'm not sure if everybody's familiar with that. That's been going on since 2012, I think, when it fired up. So 2.5 acres, a 640 acre parcel. If you were to divide that and get 99 septic tanks in it and account for the road easements and things that go in there, you would come to 2.5 acres roughly. Just under that actually, but that's where we came up with that. That way, every single property owner, if that was divided, would have a right to build a home on that. And somebody couldn't come in and put 99 septics within 99 acres, and then out the remainder of the property owners around that. They couldn't even build a home, even if they were, a quarter mile away per se. So that was the thought process. Now, I'm not familiar with the developing and all that, so that was the thought process behind it. Also, something else I'd like everybody to know is the county commission and the planning commission have been great with public works and allowing the county to continue paying for infrastructure that goes out and feeds this growth that we never had in the past. And that's a benefit to the developer that doesn't seem to be being brought up, because in most cities, which you couldn't do here, because of the cost, the developer is responsible for bringing that infrastructure to the property, not the county. And so when we do these things, I just think that it's important that that we make sure that the credit's being given to the planning commission and the commission for doing what they can for developers, and the developers understand kind of the thought process. Now, we're trying to be educated on this as well. We want everybody to have a right. I think that some of this area out here that the gentleman was just speaking of now does have a sewer main that runs through it. It has another 1,000 feet of sewer line that runs up a road that's gravity fed. And that's great for super high density. We don't, as far as I can see, if you want to increase tax base, put somebody every quarter acre. It fills it in, right? It's what it is because it's public utility. We get our money back on that utility. Anytime you go over 2.5 acres on a utility, the public utility never gets their money back. So when we have our water lines that run out past a 4 or 5 acre lot, we can never recoup the cost of what it costs us to put that utility in. So it's beneficial to us to have additional homes on our utilities. And then the other concern to further the conversation is, I've referenced this in a lot of meetings, is I was a part of Spanish Springs when they had to put in a special assessment district there, and every home had to be put on sewer because they had oversaturated the system. I'm not saying that's what's happening here, so please don't, I'm not trying to make it contentious there, but there were people that had to sell their homes at that point because they couldn't afford to pay the new connection fees and then their special assessment because they had oversaturated that groundwater. So I think the commission and everybody here is trying to move forward with that insight and not put ourselves where later our lust for growth has cost the community dearly. So that, I just want to put all that out there so everybody knows exactly how we got to 2.5 acres and why we're there.
Do you know, Derek, or anybody, if the state has different density regulations if they have denitrification systems on the sewer system or on the septic?
I'm not sure about that, but I know the state regulation is, I think, is like 1 acre.
Right, 2 units per acre, I think is what it is.
And I have it here if anybody would like to see it. They do allow up to 2 units per half acre on municipal water as a density without doing any additional engineering. So that is allowed. There are different density allowances given when municipal water is available.
Okay, I have a comment. This 2.5 acres, it's great here, but it will kill Kingston and Gilman Springs. Because none of those there's some of the Kingston ranches are larger parcels, but the Kingston town proper, most of those lots are right at an acre. And that was a subdevelopment that was put in the late 60s, early 70s. So maybe if we're going to think about this, we need to put some kind of caveat in there for existing zoning that's already been done.
Well, I think that's where perhaps you give yourself some flexibility,
Yeah,
right?
because
Where when you're looking at land use zoning and use within the master plan, I think you take all of that into account and not overshoot, right? And then individual, when someone's coming to subdivide a lot and do subsequent parceling, then the planning commission and the commission can
there's a lot of
impose what
green
they're
zone
looking at.
down through the creek area and stuff that is Kingston town property, so it should help alleviate the issues with the 1 acre parcels, because a lot of them are up on the hill, and that there's only 14, 15 lots that are actually in that one area that would be affected.
So, I think that it depends on if you're being served by municipal water, so there's a few things that.
Kingston has municipal water.
Yeah, so if you have municipal water that's feeding you, then you can be down to a half acre.
Okay.
If you don't have that, and you have a well, then I believe it's 1 acre. Correct me if I'm wrong.
But if we do this 2.5 acre thing, then it will.
Right. So what you're saying is don't change it within the master plan to go 2.5 acres for the whole county.
Right.
Because
It will affect Southern Lander County,
you guys are gonna have some issues.
major.
Yeah, so, something to be considered to look at.
Kim?
Fair.
So in the long-term planning, and that's why that water and sewer master plan is beneficial for you as you evaluate those things, is having that town boundary and blown out view of what the goal is for the density, and then that master plan for water and sewer infrastructure. By not doing anything beyond the state standards, you still have the option to manage that internally within the commission as you do parcel maps, 64 parcel maps, subdivisions, whatever the case. So you don't lose control of that. But I do think those two documents at a very minimum would help you have that flexibility and long-term vision so that, one, you make sure that your long-term vision for density from the center out is in line, and that you do protect your ruralness from the center out. That's the whole point of doing it that way. Growth in 50 years may actually get there.
So
I
the
mean,
way-
but that's how development works.
So the way he was talking was like the 2.5 acres is an absolute minimum across the board, but we can approach it as a case-by-case basis.
So
As us, right?
Yeah, so historically, well, zoning is defined within your county code, and the master plan guides that. But there is no currently, right now, no 2.5 acre zone. This document does create a 2.5 acre zone. What the 2.5 acres has been historically up to this point is one based on a square mile. A point of clarification, septic density is based on a circle square mile, not a square mile. So it is from a point and it's a circle square mile, and that's how they calculate that density. And they calculate the septic capacity based on the water basin that point is in. So it might be Clover Valley, it might be Rock Creek or Boulder Valley, or it might be Lower Reese, right? So those basin capacity counts and septics are different for every basin also. And I do have the basin count, Derek's got it within this document, the pertinent ones are listed. So septic density capacity, or septic capacity will vary from region to region depending on the water basin, right? If you don't exceed the state guidelines, but still maintain control, you're not giving anything up. The 2.5 acre was a deed restriction, besides the calculation based on an average septic capacity number. It was created and put in place over the last 8 to 10 years roughly, where we do have 1 acre zoning. They were having land developers put a 2.5 acre deed restriction to create a lower density to match a current, master plan overgrowth. Because where those 2.5 acres were put in had recently received infrastructure, which has been agreed. It has been amazing the amount of infrastructure that has been put in our areas where growth is anticipated. It couldn't happen without it, and so it's kind of got to go hand in hand. The developers are going to actually make the construction happen, but then the county on the infrastructure piece. So that's where they come together and the plan. I love it when a plan works, right? So that's the cliche, and that's kind of the goal with this document, is to make sure that plan works at the end of the day.
What, Monty, Matt, everybody on the planning commission, what would you guys like to, I mean, look, we're here, we might as well dive into the topic. What would you guys like to see when it comes to septic density, flexibility, that when the commission looks at approving a master plan, whether it's new zoning, keeping the old zoning, what the use code is, what, you guys are the experts here when it comes to how you're planning and building and developing and approving parcel maps and what the builders need and all that. Like what would you guys like to see?
Well, we have steps in place for approvals like that, like neighbors have to have signatures if we want to do zoning change, things of that nature to help us with it. And if we see a map where, me personally, if I see a map where there's nothing but 5 acre parcels, and it's always been that way, and these neighbors, I love having my 5 acre parcel because I have neighbors way far away from me, and I like it that way. And if I saw somebody wanting to do development right in the middle of that kind of zoning, and they want to do 1 acre lots, I would personally, no, I would not like that as a non-commission member, as just a person that lives in that area.
Sure.
So there's definitely a lot of different aspects to it, and we see all that when if you brought in that proposal with all that information in it, we'd be able to see that and see, oh wait, these are all 5 acre lots everywhere around here. What are people going to say if the 70 new houses get built right there?
Sure.
So I think, he has to present that in a packet to us to look at.
Yeah. No,
So him just randomly saying that, it's not really in context that we would see it if he was coming in for approval on it.
Sure. What would it do to the planning process, the development process, and the flexibility? I mean, keeping it as is, right? Versus changing it to 1 unit every 2.5 acres for a septic. What does that do to you from a planning commission side?
I think by changing that does, it really hinders the development. And I go back to what we've done for the last, since I've been on here 13 years or whatever. We have planned that this growth is working out. And the way that it was set with 1 acre, we did that way back with a purpose and a reason, whether it's right or not, but we didn't just nonchalantly throw out numbers. We planned that. And with the density, I struggle with this on multiple levels, but people who own property, I really hate telling people what you can do with your own private property.
Sure.
In general, but we have to protect the integrity of the community. And I think we've done that, and I do not ever want to be more restrictive than what our state or federal or any other government's telling us what to do. I don't think we should ever be more restrictive than that.
Okay. And it sounds like with your experience with denitrification systems and subsequent parceling, that might be an option if the commission decides not to limit you and expand it in the master plan and keep it as is, right? And trust that you guys can manage it. If it ever gets to a point to address, Commissioner Ancho's concerns, if it ever gets to a point where you think, well, shoot, you just overshot it, and now you have, all these people over here that are never going to be able to build because we messed it up, right? Is that, it sounds like denitrification would be an option, subsequent parceling might be an option to avoid that as you start to get close.
Mm-hmm.
And at what point is that where you might turn around and look at the commission and say, hey, we're getting to a point where we really need to revisit this?
Right, and I think that through the planning commission has a say about it, and then the county commissioners always has a chance to override that. And I think we can work through it as is. The one thing I would like to know that maybe someone can find out is does the state have a mandate or regulation on numbers per denitrification systems versus septic? And I'm sure there is a different number, but I don't know.
Tim's got one.
Tim's like, I got a tag here. Oh, yes, welcome to the floor.
Jay Reynolds for the record. There's no real standard for that, and it would fall under a engineered per development area, which you can re-engineer a development area to go way over the allowed septic tank density. Let's say Clover Valley has a septic tank density of 99, the one we're using. When we put in Turquoise Hills on the subdivision, the engineer started this study and engineered that, dug the holes, did soil samples, did the whole 9 yards before we realized it wasn't needed. Said we were allowed 240 septic tanks in that area because of the because of the soil types, distance between groundwater and surface, the soil types that had a good hard pan between groundwater and surface. So that would fall in the same category, being engineered. Somebody'd have to bring an engineered study. It'd have to be by the county, could bring an engineered study forward for everybody could do it, or a single developer could bring an engineered study forward.
You're kind of saying there's no blanket number. It's kind of.
There's not a blanket number other than 99 septic tanks. Basically, what you're doing with it, there's several different ones. You got the nitrogen, you got a chemical one. There's about 5 different options there. The nitrogen is probably the simplest. It breaks down the nitrogen. That's what it does. Aeration breaks down the nitrogen. So the bad stuff in your septic tank cannot grow. It more or less dies off. It can't multiply because it has a lack of nitrogen. They have to be used, like he said, when they're close to groundwater. Like in Kingston, it'd be a necessity because of the stream there. There are a lot of lots of Kingston wouldn't be allowed to have a septic tank because of the distance between the open water and the lot size. That's when he talks
Okay,
about the
and I-
spring, how it,
Yeah, I think that you kind of covered that. We just need, and if the state is going to mandate a number, I would like to know what that number is before we start doing a whole bunch
there
of
is not
stuff
a
that we
number
don't know about.
mandated. I mean, you would have to
So,
come
okay, well,
as an
that
engineer,
that
and
answers,
come through as an engineered study.
yeah, that answers my
Yeah,
part.
individual, does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, Jay.
Yeah.
Before we start going through the land use section here, and we go through with that, with all of that information kind of in mind and discussion that we've had, right? We'll go through that, and we can make changes as you see fit. If you want to go through, make changes and approve. We can go through, make the changes you see, and then we can kind of move to continue the whole section to a separate meeting. If you want to do that, if you want to wait for the numbers to come in, I think by the look on Monty's face, we will approve as much as we can, right? And that stuff that with some of the density situations, if we can either move to keep it the same, or if there's more, question and answer and research that's got to get done, then we could do that as well. We have some options. Before we go through the land use section, does the commission or the planning commission have any other questions for any of the possible experts we have out in front of us?
Anybody? I just, can we have a motion at this time on whether to change to 2.5 acres or keep it at
You
1
can
acre?
motion anything you want at any time you want. Yeah, like if you want.
I mean, that way it cleans up this whole discussion we've been having right here.
Can I,
Yeah, Kim.
so when you get into your, I don't know that maybe you want to yet, but keep in mind all that discussion, because there's a much broader discussion that comes up in the land use section next, that deals with not only 2.5, but 4.5, all those new definitions. So maybe, because I think there'll be more, there may be more or less, don't let me assume, changes that pertain to that 2.5, because that's where it really becomes a directive within the document, is in the land use section, and whether or not the 2.5, because in this document, all the new zoning definitions are new, and there's some big questions that pertain to that, both not only from a why, but how are they gonna be implemented? And when we get there, I have those questions, because there's a huge process that may need to happen by adopting all new zoning definitions and changes. And,
Okay.
so I'm not sure just blanket saying 2.5 won't work, because that might be counteracted by adopting a 2.5 acre zone. And so making a motion now saying you don't want 2.5 acres might be negated by accepting that new zoning definition.
Okay, then, planning commission, how do you guys feel about whether we do something right now, or let's hear the whole story and look at it in a little bit? How do you guys feel?
Go through the land use section first, personally.
Okay, all right, anybody else?
I think we should wait.
Okay,
Go through it section by section? All right. Does the public have any other comment before we start rolling through it?
The only comment I have, Cole Nelson, Mark, you said that, you hated to interject and give some information and context, that's what the meeting's about. And, the public comment about, I live here and I don't want this there, that's exactly what we need to hear, because growth and development, we ought to be able to pick these spots that make sense. And for everyone, community members, as well as the concerns that people have, and developers, we got a lot of, unless I'm wrong, Bert, I don't know this very well, but I think we got quite a bit of opportunity all around us, but it's just finding those areas that we agree on in the master plan, and then we start growing that way.
Well, and it's critical for Marty to speak up, because he's writing our water and sewer master plan, and he did write the previous one that we just finished as well. But do you guys want to work through lunch? I can order in pizza or something, or would you guys like to take a lunch break? Because if I have to order, then the clock's ticking.
I can go either way.
I'm good with
Yeah.
it. I don't care.
Doesn't matter.
I don't care.
That sounds good.
We worked through lunch together earlier, right?
Yeah, if we work through lunch, we get out of here earlier.
Yep. Well, that's the idea, at least.
No pizza? What would you guys like? Sub sandwiches, pizza?
Call it in.
Call it in, whatever.
Call it in, okay, thank you.
Okay.
Are we
So-
gonna take a break here? No? Okay.
Okay. You know what? Let's do that. Can we take like 3 minutes? Because I have to run out to the bathroom.
That's fine. We'll just take a 5-minute break.
Fantastic. I'll see you at 10:40.
I'm old, I need 5 minutes.
Back to order.
All right. As we go through land use, yeah.
Need to start recording.
Oh, sorry.
Unmuted.
Okay, we're good.
This conference will now be recorded.
Okay. As we go through land use, because there is a lot of questions, and there is some stuff we might have to parse out. I am going to go kind of page by page, section by section, as we go through certain approvals. Again, make sure you have an idea of what you're looking at. Don't be afraid to speak up if there's a concern, and if we need the motion to continue it to a further meeting for research, we can do that and move on without getting stuck into a pothole. So, I'm on, what are we on, page 26? Yeah? Can you pop it up there?
Land use.
All right. Land use overview, goals, policies. Before we get into any current conditions and what that looks like, does anybody have any questions, comments, concerns in regards to what the goals and the thought out policies may pertain to?
Can I
Okay.
do?
Yep.
Just a point of notation, it's already noted up here, that during the planning commission meeting, I believe in September, October, it was noted that LU2 and LU5 actually had a procedural correction, that they refer to zone changes, and zone changes are not done by special use permit as the document states. It is done by planning commission recommendation and Lander County Commissioner ratification. So it was just a procedural correction. And
Is it corrected in the document that's up there?
not yet, but it's noted, and I just wanted that in the record, that correction needs
Okay.
read into the corrections to be made.
So both of those should just read at the end, without approval of the Lander County Planning Commission and the Lander County Board of County Commissioners.
Okay. Does anybody have any problem with that verbiage? Okay. We'll add those in the motion. Any other questions, comments, concerns? LU6 through the end? Sorry, LU6 through LU15? Hearing none. Still hearing none? Yes, Kim?
LU12 refers to man camps, and I strongly it worries me. We just had a training exercise by the fire department last month or 2 months ago, whereby 3 abandoned man camps were used as a fire department training practice. So to support man camps or temporary housing, it pops up in the document, and historically, they don't generate long-term tax revenue for the county. I understand there may be a need, but usually private sector can accommodate temporary housing through RV parks and so on. So man camps might be something, if there is an interest, that it's done on a case-by-case basis, whatever that spirit or flavor needs to be in the document, so that you as a county aren't saying, we support man camps, because it actually does say this in the document, and temporary housing. I understand there's a need, but I think having you have the opportunity to approve those on a case-by-case versus just generic support.
I would agree with that.
I do
Anybody
too.
have any?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
So is there necessarily a proposed change to LU12? I think, Kim, you're right, it comes up later in the document, but as I read LU12, it reads for workforce or employer-sponsored housing associated with a business expansion or new operation in Lander County requiring at least 25 new residential structures, Lander County may allow the employer to establish temporary and short-term housing units under a special use permit or planned unit development. The development may include a variety of housing units to meet the unique needs of short-term or temporary workers and to adjust the development standards and the employer housing needs.
That's Matt Counts.
Right, so do we wanna get rid of that? Do we wanna add as needed, as on a case-to-case basis? I think the word may kind of covers some of that, and we can adjust the wording in the future part of the document.
Or strike the last sentence.
Or strike the last sentence, that's, yeah, what do you think?
Wouldn't you have to change that language to match the other also? That it wouldn't be a special use permit, it would be planning commission approval and the commission?
Suzanne, if you speak, would you mind speaking up or just come to the front? Because
Oh.
it is being recorded, not to be a
I'll speak
stickler.
louder.
Okay, thank you.
If you're gonna keep that second sentence, wouldn't you make it match the previous two approvals that you just did where it's not a special use permit? It's a planning commission approval and the county commission approval?
I think we would have to approve a special use permit for it to come into play. And the special use permits can always be approved and denied and removed at any time too.
I just thought Kim explained that that wasn't the way it worked. That it went through a planning commission approval. That was with LU 2 and 5. Same language, I thought that.
Yeah.
100%.
Well, explain that to me in more clearly terms then.
It would still be a land use modification, so it would be subject to planning approval in Lander County.
Yeah, but it's still, the way it is worded, isn't it still at the planning and commissioner's discretion?
But it's not done by special use permit. The land, it would be a different,
Oh, it'd be land use
I
instead
mean,
of,
I guess it would
okay.
be a special use permit, but it would be, what do you think, Shelby?
It specifies under a special use permit.
Yeah, I think the special use permit would be the correct
Yeah.
process to go through.
For
since
temporary housing?
Yeah.
It's
It would.
more stringent.
I think so. Am I right? That's a special use permit. Yeah.
Suzanne, I think the prior comments were based on general zoning changes versus a temporary use, which a special use is temporary. It can be revoked.
Yeah. Okay, so
So do we want to just remove that last sentence? Is that what you wanted to do, Kim?
If you strike the last sentence, the sentence before it gives you opportunity to address a case by case.
Right, and not what it may or may not include?
Correct.
I see what you're saying.
yeah, okay.
Doesn't
Keep it as broad as possible.
It doesn't
Yeah.
have you
Give yourself
limit.
flexibility.
Yep.
That
Lots of
makes sense.
flexibility. So we can hang ourselves with the
Okay.
rope.
Anybody move to strike the last sentence in LU12?
Planning
I don't need a
commission,
motion, I think just a movement would be fine.
a move, yeah, so moved.
Commission, you guys good with that?
Yeah.
That's all moved.
All right, Shelby, you made note?
Yep.
Fantastic. All right, then can I get a motion to approve the goals and policies as amended?
Hold on.
Oh, yeah,
I had one other thing.
sure.
Pam Harrington, at LU9, and you guys correct me, I'm not sure what you've done with disposal lands that are available through BLM lands, because that checkerboard out here, there might be some real opportunities if you wanted to make it more actionable on LU9, say, identify disposal lands that might be advantageous to development or for, say, that cemetery expansion that's talked about in here. And there's some real opportunities to block up some lands, and if you wanted something actionable to that, instead of just saying, here's this things that disposal lands can be used for, but for you guys to take a look and really forward think about these. And I don't even know what disposal lands are around, say, Austin or Battle Mountain or different places. I mean, first thing is to get a map, and maybe you have one. I don't, but I wanna get one, so just thought I'd brought that up.
That's kind of what the commissioners think on that one.
I don't really have a.
Identify as in like, look at future for like the BLM and the Forest Service lands and make a projection down the line.
Well, the disposal lands that BLM has, they've already identified, they don't want them. Those are lands that they'll just get rid of. So it's an opportunity for the county to maybe look at those lands and see what we might want to use them for. And then you get that, it's a land exchange or a land transfer, and I don't know, other places are looking at.
And quite a lot of that is around Battle Mountain.
I don't know what they are. I'll go get it for you though from BLM.
So are what you is what you're suggesting to just add a sentence within LU9 that adds identification of said lands?
Of disposal lands.
Right,
Possible
so
uses. for-
areas subject to land disposal provide a variety of development opportunities. We could add in, county is encouraged to identify said properties, appropriate development includes, and then leave as is.
Sure, if that works
Yeah,
for
I
you
think
guys,
that's
just
good.
something to give the direction that we should be looking at those, because there's another part in here that said you wanted to expand the cemetery and stuff, and I've seen other counties do it, that
Sure.
they grab the land that is
So,
considered disposal.
Shelby, I think it would just be adding in that second sentence, county is encouraged to identify said
Disposal lands.
land disposal opportunities. Or lands, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Pam.
All right.
And that my take on that, guys, Brian and Bert and Bill, is, I don't know if that comes under planning. That's kind of commissioners to doing land trading, acquisitions, stuff. That's kind of you guys' I don't know if that would even fall on the planning commission, would it?
Like you don't need to move for it?
Right.
Yeah, I
Well,
got you.
and I think that probably already happens fairly regularly.
Yeah.
Any land that's available, you guys know about and try to get acquired. Am I correct?
Yeah, I think with the lands bill, that's how it works. So
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with the process other than lands bill, and we didn't go through
Right.
you guys with that, so.
Right.
Do I get a movement to add the verbiage to LU9?
I'll move to.
Do we need it from the, oh, so you're saying you don't need 2.2 is what you're saying? Okay.
If somebody tell me if we need to make a motion, we'll do it, but I think that's,
It would probably be better if you made the motion.
Okay.
Otherwise, it doesn't necessarily apply, but you're
Right.
approving an
Right.
overall plan.
okay.
Yeah. I'd move to it and then we'll motion to approve that whole section.
Yeah.
as-
Well, I move to add that verbiage to LU9, please.
I'll second it.
Okay, Commissioner, are you guys good with it?
Yes.
Okay, we're good.
All right. Any other comment, concerns in regards to the policies? Any questions? Okay. Can I get a movement to approve the land use goals and policies section as amended?
I move to do so.
Second it.
All in favor on the planning commission?
Aye.
All right.
Okay, Commission, do we have a motion to approve?
I move to do so.
Okay, second?
I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Approved. We got through a section, remember that? Current conditions. Any comments, questions, concerns in regards to current conditions, inventory of land?
Just a correction, the 2009 master plan, as it's referred to twice in the first paragraph, is actually the 2010 master plan.
Okay,
And we should probably also update, it mentions the 2021 update to whatever we're calling this one.
what are we calling this one? 24?
I'd say.
It is 2024. Okay. Do I get a movement to correct the updated year and the master plan year from 2009 to 2010 and the updated year from 2021 to 2024 in, maybe we'll say throughout said document?
So moved.
Commission, consensus, good? Okay.
So moved.
All right. Inventory land, any questions, comments, concerns, waiting for an update?
So since we changed the amount of public use land that we have, will that change the open space and governmental purpose down below? It shouldn't? Okay.
Same amount, it's just different percentages of the land, but not the uses.
Right, because the Navy has that other land.
Correct.
Yeah.
And I don't know that that's accounted for in any of this, because I'm not sure when that land's built or how far that is at this point.
I don't think it's completely finished yet.
Well,
They're
it's not on
still-
our side for sure, so I'm
Yeah.
not sure where they stand.
They're still doing hearings.
Okay. Any other questions, comments, concerns on inventory of land? We get a motion to approve subsection inventory of land?
So moved.
I am going through section by section because there's gonna be some hiccups.
Good. You
All right.
got him, moved it.
Master plan categories. Questions, comments, concerns? You got the floor?
So my first question, Kimberly Buffington. This section probably constituted one of the largest amendments from any of the prior master plan documents, insofar as what's the direction within this new document in detail compared to what went before. And so, and this is mostly for my own curiosity, it's a revamping of not only some definition between high density, low density, et cetera, as that goes across, and encompasses specific zoning designations, and all that's new. It's new insofar as the names that they're creating to replace current zoning definitions is different, and there are some changes to specifications as well within those new zoning definitions. So my question being, why are we renaming zoning I understand there's non-compliant parcels, and this would bring them into a conforming status by changing some of the specifications. New names, modified definitions for the new names, we're creating new zoning definitions. We're modifying and creating new. There's new and amended. So my first question is, why are we doing that? Why are we reinventing the wheel? 2, what responsibility is the planning and commissioners going to have hearings from now till the end of time for all those parcel owners that because we, and I mean, as in the county, I've seen these come through where we've done zone change cleanup, we've done zoning cleanup, and all those parcel owners have to be notified and brought in and counseled that this is a new zoning designation that's going to apply to their parcel. An example would be North First with MRC and doing some zone change cleanup to get them to a more applicable zoning versus just the blanket MRC zoning. All those parcels had to be done and have hearings. The zone changes have to be done. Humboldt County is currently going through a multi-year process of the same thing. They bring a handful of parcels in and change the zonings through the hearing process as statute requires. So it's more of a question, because that certainly will come up because we are changing the zoning there are new ones and amended ones that don't have the same definitions or have modified definitions. So does it make sense to stay with what we have and make some minor adjustments, or the sweeping, what is the reason for the sweeping change?
Okay, I'm gonna ask either Bert or Shelby or Colt to explain that to me too. Because I mean, everything changed and I don't know, I just didn't know quite why.
That would definitely be deferred to Derek. It's not, for
Okay.
me, for sure, I'm just gonna back that up. Effectively, I have no idea.
Way to go, Colt.
But, you know,
He's like, oh look, it's lunchtime. Derek, you're on the floor.
So I think, Derek Kirkland, Wood Rogers, so I think the history behind that was, there was a lot of cleanup stuff. I think we worked a lot with the assessor's office to figure out, there's a lot of non-conforming issues, and so I think the general thought process behind that at the time was to basically overhaul it and make it kind of more simple and have things better aligned and get rid of some of the non-conforming issues. So by having some new names and recategorizing it, we basically just, it was a full cleanup of everything. And then going forward, it would have, basically everything would be in alignment between the master plan and the zoning. And I think, going back, one of the things we wanted to make sure we weren't gonna do is basically change someone's zoning to the point where they, if they have 1 acre zoning now, they're not gonna lose that 1 acre zoning. It's simply just a name change. And so, but obviously if the decision is to not go that way, then we could easily change the table and, it's not, it seemed like a big issue, but it's, at the end of the day, it's really a name change. And then we've added a couple of new categories, mainly because when we started this, they said that, there wasn't a whole lot of, you either had to do 1 per 20 acres, 1 per 5, or 1 acre. So there wasn't a 2.5 acre. Someone couldn't come in and ask for 2.5 acre zoning, which could be a buffer between a 1 acre parcel and a 5 acre parcel. It was either you had to go 1 or you had to go 5. So there was some things to add in, some new opportunities going forward. That's my recollection of, there's a lot of conversations that went on for probably several months with the assessor's office and a lot of different people about confusions and trying to clean that up. And then renaming it so that we kind of got rid of that confusion and we'd start with new names and a whole new table.
Yeah. Well, we've had this discussion before too, and I don't want to start that discussion again, but yeah, you guys had went through a lot of people and a lot of stuff, but never came to the planning department with it. So anyway, that's a whole other deal. But it boggled me on some of it as to really why fixing something that I didn't think, in my limited knowledge, really wasn't broken, and we redid everything on it. So yeah, I just need some explanation as to why and what are we gaining or what did we achieve by making all the changes that was happened.
So Laura left the room, but I wish she was here right now. A lot of this come from her office, right? For compliance. So she looked at all this and a lot of the zones that came in, and the people that are in there is my understanding was they would be grandfathered into where they are. But the new things would start that progression from, like Derek explained, from small, high density to slowly, gradually growing back out from like the 1 to the 5s have the 2.5s between and things like that, which are beneficial to the developers. But the majority of this information actually was provided by Laura and her office on what they seen needed to be fixed in the county to come back into compliance. So I guess that's kind of my 2 cents.
Can we get her to?
We didn't, trust me, I'd rather not try to change anything.
So, in that regard, it does help cure non-conforming properties, but we could also, instead of changing all of them to something new, just add the ones you need. So you could add the missing pieces, and to say that nothing changes, there are some changes within the specifications that are different from what the current zoning definitions have. So there would be changes. Granted, nobody would lose what they have, but changing it to a new zone would still involve a hearing process, because there are changes within that scope of the document. So adding the new pieces, you wouldn't have an exposure to have hearings for every parcel that took on new definition.
Do we have that, Kurt? Because I was under the impression we wouldn't have that. That was kind of the point of doing it this way, so we wouldn't have to go through all them hearings. Was I misunderstanding?
I mean, that was our assumption, was basically this would be you're not taking someone's lot from like a 2.5 acre zone or 1 acre zoning to 5 acre zoning. You're basically saying we're doing a name change, and so it's more of it's done by ordinance, and none of this is a public meeting. That's how I've always seen it done. I've never seen it done parcel by parcel, but that could be a county decision versus a state required decision.
It's actually a zoning as a statute when you change the zoning, but so herein lies the difference between the 2010 document and the 2000 proposed 24, is the 2010 doesn't go into this detail. And I think that's hindering the process of, instead of maybe, the 2010 is not, it is more general, not as specific. And I think that's where the constraints are coming in, because you lose the flexibility to do what you need to do with each zone. It does rewrite them, but maybe you don't want to do that detail on this document. That might be where you pick, you can support the idea and maybe talk about it in the journal, because the 2010 does talk about zoning, but not call out the specific characteristics and all those things, right? So that as you go through each piece, you can do it as needed through the ordinance codification changes and support it through this document, but not be as finite in detail here, so that you can work through each process on the codification, which is really where the teeth are, right? As the code.
Which Kim brings up a great point for everybody to consider, is that this document is not the code or the ordinance. So anything we approve here that does not match our code and our ordinances are gonna entail separate meetings for all of us and a bunch of then long and drug out meetings, which I don't think any of us want to go through. So this doesn't, and this is the border document to what will then follow with the code and ordinance meetings to fit this.
If this is maybe generalized a little bit, you can still have zoning code and definition, whether you keep what's there or you go new. If you generalize this a little bit, then if you need to make changes, you don't have to come back and modify this. The general spirit is still carried through. Codification is where your teeth are, and that can be modified as needed, right? And that's what I just worry about. In 2010, that detail wasn't there. So I'm just looking to see if there's, regardless whether you stay what we have and just add what's needed or go with a new sweeping with less detail, you might have more flexibility on the codification side.
Yeah, but I think we were challenging the status quo a little bit and making things better with the document from what I remember. Whether that's true or not, that was the intent, right?
Yeah.
And I think it does clean up a lot of non-conforming issues that we're gonna be coming up later in our actual muni code stuff, and it matches right now. We go changing all that again, let's go back to the drawing board on the rest of them.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's an excuse, but we can update this 4 times a year. We can also work on the muni codes as well as needed when they need to, but I kind of feel like we want to change this back to what it was. A lot of money has been spent on doing this, and now we're right back where we were.
Well, but I think Monty had a legitimate point. The Planning Commission has not vetted out these new terms and all the details that go along with it, not to discredit any of the work that's been done, absolutely not. But is it necessary? What is the value in it? In this document being as detailed as it is, does it hinder you in the long-term process of being flexible and moving the codification changes as needed over long-term?
That would be the question right there.
Yeah.
So that
But again, to what advantage? You know, is it for the community member? Is it for the investor? Is it, what is the loophole created by having a non-detailed general? I'm just throwing it out there.
Your codification is actually where your teeth are, so as long as your codification represents what you want, there's no loophole, right? Because this is a guideline, so this is a guideline. Your codification is where your teeth are, right?
But as long as just being as detailed as it is, it's more of a quick reference kind of thing. I look at it. Like, I should be able to look in here and go quick, as opposed to going to each individual code. I should be able to go, okay, this is only for
Your
5-acre ranchettes. It's just a quick
Exactly.
reference kind of thing.
Yeah, your code looks similar, and the point being is this is super detailed, and you find you need to move, this document doesn't, you're still gonna still have the same data, just not to the finite detail. The finite details in your code. This is a 30,000-foot view of what you want to see over long term, right? That's why you have your goals and so forth. So if this is gonna mirror your codification, you're gonna have to change both documents.
So Kim, is there specific things in here that you think are too detailed that need to be removed? Or is it just generally it's too detailed and it goes into too much information?
I think there's
and too
maybe,
requirement?
yeah, I think there's a middle ground because your codification is where it's detailed and this should be the overview. So in 2010, you still had your zoning definition, so maybe somewhere between the two documents, you can support either new definitions or existing definitions for your zoning designations. But this gets to be extremely specific that your codification already does. So you're gonna find yourself having to modify both sets of documents when you wanna make change.
Did you say, Derek, that what's in place now for zoning with people that have their, their stuff built, like there's a grandfathering in of old zoning code?
Yeah, we made sure that we did not, basically what we did is try to organize the land use to match the zoning, and then we did a name change. And then basically nobody's property's gonna change. So that was one thing we were adamant about, is we're not going to change anybody's master plan or anyone's zoning on their land.
So A1, A2, A3 will still be on the books?
We have a table in the zoning code, we put together a table that basically shows if you were this, you are now this, but your stuff is still the same.
But it's not, because 5 goes to 4.5, 2.5 didn't exist, they were 1, they're gonna lose 1 and now be 2.5. It does change.
2.5 you couldn't go to 2.5 unless you did a master plan amendment and the zone change. So that was something new that we added, that if you wanted to do 2.5 acres, you would.
But you do have 1 acre zoning that is deed restricted to 2.5 within the county, so where does that fall?
I would have to look at that zoning transfer table.
And that's what I'm saying, it might be things that need dealt with individually versus doing this sweeping change, because we, right now, we have our high, medium, and low densities, we have 20s, 5s, 1s, you're gonna add 2.5s. Essentially, you're adding a few new ones that are missing, and you're adjusting the 5s. Other than that, so you're making changes to all these zoning definitions, and really there's only a handful that either need added or modified.
So the only change I'm hearing is the old code from 2010 said 5 and not 4.5.
And that's just to bring in lots that maybe were subdivided, their gross acreage might have been 5.01. That's another question that I have within these zoning definitions. It gives minimum acreages or maximum acreages, minimum acreages. Is that a gross acreage or is that a net acreage on your mapping?
Yeah, that's a question that we had, and I think we agreed that the maximum, or the minimum acreage will include, if you have a 5 acre lot and you have a road built around it, you still get to count 5 acres.
So I think a lot of your non-conforming lots in the 5 acre zoning that you currently have are because the gross acreage is at 5 or more, and your net acreage, which is what the assessor's office shows, is actually net's less than 5. So those are being called non-conforming when they were adopted at a conforming state. So there's a conflict on how that is being interpreted. So is it really an issue or is it not an issue? So I'm just asking mostly. The other thing that's missing in these zoning definitions, and it's not in this master plan because it was a new legislated piece prior to this version being out, is the tiny home zoning that needs to be considered. It's legislated, so that this would be certainly the place for that to be added. And insofar as tiny home zoning is added, that is a whole that's a completely different conversation. When you talk about tiny home zoning, defining permanent tiny home zoning versus temporary tiny home zoning, they're not gonna exist in the same place, they're two different things. So that piece not being in here as a whole, that's an additional conversation, but I do think that should be in there at this point, because it will come up.
Yeah, it has to be, I think, by law at this point, but it's, I think there's a whole bunch of still questions being answered on what they're going to allow and not allow. We were kind of holding back to see what some of these other counties did that were accepted to make it fit ours, so we weren't hashing through that on top of all this.
And now, if I understand it right, the NRS says we have to have tiny home zoning. Is that right?
Yeah.
But we get to pick where that zoning will be, as long as we have zoning for permanent or temporary tiny homes, am I right?
That's what I understand, that's some infill typically is what these cities are trying to do.
Yeah.
And you might have divergent tiny home zoning. You will have permanent tiny home zoning, which will be land ownership, the structure's never gonna move. It might be site built, it might be manufactured. It's gonna be a permanent structure, but you also might have tiny home zoning that's more of a park environment. They're temporary, they're movable, they're RVs, they're licensed through DMV. They might be still on a chassis and they might not be licensed, they might be HUD, but they're still movable.
Right.
HUD goes down to 400 square feet. Tiny homes, you've got to define what tiny home square footage looks like. Is it everything under 1,100 square feet? Because at 1,100 square feet, that typically picks up your multi-section HUD properties, even though they go down to 400 square feet. The one thing that I've seen thrown around is a fiscal qualifier for tiny home, and I think that should be avoided. Fiscal qualifiers are outdated the second you put them on the books, and given our escalating supply chain and material costs the last couple of years, I mean, a cracker box could have qualified under, a basic financial qualifier. So I know in the past that's never been put on the books as a defining, it's usually square footage, it's usually a building code or mode of construction. So those are the greatest differences. Just to blanket tiny home under one umbrella, it probably isn't. I don't want to say it's not responsible, but you might end up inheriting some issues because people are going to be able to kind of run them up with a really broad, non-definitive definition of tiny home, right?
Yeah, if they're allowed, I guess, right? So, question, does the tiny home designation have to be in the initial approved master plan, or can it be mentioned in the master plan to be added within the next X amount of time, right? Because it sounds to me like it's gonna, like, that section, right? We don't have enough time today, or knowledge or research behind what we have in front of us, right? For everybody to make that definitive determination as to how that's going to read within this document, right? So I think that's gonna be a separate breakout session, if you will.
If I may, going else for the record, we did quite a bit of work, we did some work, I don't know about quite a bit, we did some work on tiny homes, and we got some definitions, we kicked some good things around in our muni codes, we have that. I think it's pretty good, but again, it's a good start, and we've thought a lot about that, so that's already done, and I don't know if Kim's actually seen that.
Did it come before planning?
It was in the municipal codes, it's not in the master plan.
It's not in the master plan, but
No, but all zoning designations have to come before planning.
it's
not-
something that we're working on.
Yeah.
We're just working on it, Kim, we're thinking about it.
It hasn't been formally adopted.
No, but there has been quite a bit of work done there, but is the tiny homes mentioned in the master plan? Like,
I didn't see it.
We did not mention it in the master plan, one, because that hadn't really come out until we started doing the zoning code update. The other thing with the master plan versus the tiny homes could be, you guys could choose to put them in, certain zoning designations, but those zoning designations tie back to these higher master plans. So there's nothing in the master plan that's going to, dictate where a tiny home can go. It's gonna be that zoning code that's.
Yeah, they were mentioned in the master plan, and maybe not as to where they would be zoned in, but it did talk in the master plan about the tiny homes and what the, didn't have square footage on there in the master plan?
No, that was not in the master plan, those were in our code amendments.
Okay, in the code amendments, all right.
So
okay.
what you're saying, Derek, is it doesn't specifically have to be, like, you could fit tiny homes under municipal code, under a current zoning that is already adopted within a master plan that.
What did the legislation say? Because I thought it said you had to create these tiny home zones.
But that's a zoning, not a master plan. So your master plan, like, you could choose to say, okay, we're only gonna allow tiny homes within our, multifamily district. Or we're gonna create some special overlay, and in order to do the overlay, you have to overlay it on these certain zoning districts, but those zoning districts tie back to these these high density, low density, medium density.
Does it have to
certain range.
physically actually be mentioned in the plan in writing?
Not that I'm aware of. Everything in NRS, I believe, is you have to define it in your zoning code, and you have to allow a zone for them. Now, you could tie that back to your master plan if you want.
But you don't have
but
to.
you don't have to.
Okay.
And I think that's your guiding, is whatever the statute says, but I just, so you don't end up with tiny home, I mean, when you go to evaluate that, I guess my question is, it's legislated, it should be
Researching
mentioned.
it? Bill's looking at it, we'll turn back, we'll get back to him.
And then, if you're gonna, if there's no need for that to be specific, why are we being specific on everything else?
So the NRS just says, you have to have at least one zoning district in which a tiny house may be located and classified as an accessory dwelling, a single-family residential, unit, and a zoning district in which a tiny house may be located in a tiny house park, which we have that in our current, zoning code drafts.
Right, so that's where that, I mean, 'cause
Okay.
that's gonna be a whole.
So we don't have to have like a TH zone?
No.
They just have to be admissible in
Okay.
a certain zone, right? Is what
Gotcha.
you gather. Yeah.
Question,
Well, it doesn't
Derek,
have
on
to
this.
be- It doesn't have to be in a tiny house park if it's a population of less than 100,000,
Yeah, you just,
150,000.
So that's my question, right now, could somebody put a tiny home on their property if they wanted to use it for an in-law quarters, they wanted to use it for an Airbnb? Do we allow for that in our code
not
currently?
currently.
No.
But it sounds like it's getting worked on.
Yes.
Yeah, and it very well could be. It's,
I mean,
personally, I think it's good.
I would-
That's just me.
I would very much like to see that to come before planning, so there could be some dialogue on that, because there are so many considerations to that. You don't want someone putting a tiny home in a residential neighborhood that is predominantly 2,300 square foot homes where it just, I mean, it's
Sounds like a good topic for a
it's
planning.
counterintuitive to having zoning for the very basic reasons we do.
Derek?
So just to clarify on this, I think some of the confusion on this table, so the way we built this table is that the first category, so your master plan is like 30,000 feet. It's like, where do we want our higher density stuff versus our rural stuff versus our public facilities? It's way up here. And then your zoning code dives way down and has, I mean, zoning code is law, master plan is policy. And so what we try to do with this table, which was, I think, missing from some of the other master plans, was kind of identify what that 30,000 foot, kind of, here's some uses that would be potentially, theoretically allowed in that category with some density ranges. So it's not a specific zone, it's just a range of, you know, like for instance, so low density would allow one dwelling unit per 2.5 acres or more, so you could still go bigger. And medium density allows a range of 1 unit per 2 acres to 2 units per acre. So it gives you kind of an idea of what that high level master plan is saying is, this is kind of the range of density we want in this part of town. And then your characteristics and development guidelines, what we did there, and we tried to tie it a lot to the public facilities. So if the county wants to run a sewer line someplace, they could give a land use designation of high density, saying this high density area is where we're gonna target our sewer line improvements. But if you go to low density, now we're saying, well, that's probably gonna be more of your septic tanks. So I think to Kim's point, what you could look at is in the characteristics and development guidelines, if there's something you feel is overly cumbersome in there or too detailed, we could back off on some of that language in there. But that was kind of the intent of this table, was to give at that 30,000 foot level of how we're planning for the future of the county in terms of that high level land use. And it's more of a policy than an actual design standard.
So it sounds like, looking at the chart, right, and if you compare it to the master plan map, right, it's kind of the key to the master plan map, right? So column 1, low density, that's simply a master plan category, not a zoning, not a use code, not a anything, right? It just says, hey, in color yellow, or whatever, right? Uses and density is what you'd like to see there. Characteristics is where it gets a little more finite detail, which we can address if we need to as we go through. And then you have a current equivalent zoning that may or may not currently be created.
Yeah, and that's why you'll see we added both the current and the new, and we put an explanation in there so that people
Okay.
knew that, you know, if
So-
the master plan gets adopted before those changes in zoning code. There's still the old zoning is still called.
Right, so this, if this is approved with whatever changes are worked through over the next little bit, right? It's not finalizing anything, it's not holding anybody to anything per se, right? It's more of a guide, and then when they sit down and they go through any sweeping zoning code law changes in a separate meeting, right? That either correlates to this or it doesn't, and if it doesn't, then they're gonna have to come back and amend this one of the 4 times a year that they amend it.
Or, well, you don't have to amend it 4 times a year, you have to amend it.
Well, no, I mean, I'm just saying you
once
could,
every so many
right?
years, but you could.
Yeah.
Could you just not put a qualifier in there that says?
What the related zoning is?
This is based on current zoning and proposed new zoning definitions, and that will keep you from having to come back and amend this document every time you have a, that's the only thing that every time, if this gets so tight on detail, and it doesn't match code, you're gonna have to come back and address it every time. If you wanna keep them consistent and in line and aligned with each other. If you can just put something that says this is based on, current and proposed, something that,
Right, or equivalent current zoning instead of
something, so.
equivalent zoning.
Suzanne?
I'm just a bit confused on which guides which.
Master plan guides ordinance.
Then why would it be changed backwards?
Master plan's policy, ordinance is law.
Right, so if you're designing a document right now to guide your future development of the county, wouldn't that be your guide and you're going to change your ordinances to match what you decide you want your county to look like?
You do, but a master plan typically is not finite detail. It is.
I thought it was just the key of this is what we want this area to look like.
Sure.
It is.
Sure, I think.
As a layman, a person who doesn't understand much of any of this,
There's a map.
I think it's really easy to understand. If
Right.
I'm looking at buying a piece of land, wherever I can look at that yellow thing and
Sure.
say, oh, this is kind of what it should be, or this is what I would be getting into.
Right.
I just see this as a guiding document that
Yeah.
you create.
I agree. I think the hang up a little bit is Derek, we've attached zoning codes to master plan categories, right? And land use, right? And the question then really is, how much does this bind anybody, or does it? And Bill, is there a line or two of verbiage that we need to put into the section under master plan categories that can clarify that better?
I suppose you could put something, but.
Or does it matter?
So I'll add real quick, so the way this is set up, right, is, so it says equivalent zoning categories, so we left both the old zoning category, and we talked about what a proposed one could be, so one way we could address this is, for right now, we could just leave the equivalent zoning category as the current zoning. And then if the zoning is changed, to the proposed designations, then you would come back at some point and do an update to this table to change to match the new zoning designations. We had a table that basically would say,
Okay.
A1 for this.
And if it's something like rural ranchettes, where it doesn't necessarily fall into a zoning, it would just say in that column, no current zoning applicable?
Yeah.
What do you guys feel about that?
A master plan basically.
Lonnie's like, we're getting too into the weeds.
The master plan's guided, so even
Right.
if whatever you put in the master plan, if I'm a property owner and I have zoning, I'm gonna go to the current adopted zoning code, and that's law for my property. It doesn't matter what the new master plan says.
Right.
For my existing property, I follow this existing code.
Right.
This master plan is put into place to say, here's what we want to do going forward.
Right. Here's the idea.
Update the zoning code, and then if we may have to come back to master plan at some point, because it's a living document, and say, hey, we didn't change this in zoning code, so we go back and make sure that our master plan now,
Right.
if that's how we're gonna carry it forward, we'll make sure this is our guiding document also represents it.
It might
And that's why if you put the proposed in there, then people don't, when they're reading the two, they're like, why are they so different? If you just put like Kimberly's, they put the or future proposed, then
Right.
they'll go, but if you don't put that in there, if I'm reading that, I would be going like, why, they're two different, they don't, I mean, cause I would think of it, if I was a layman, I would think the master plan would be like, that's what we want to do, not from 30,000 feet. And so I think if you put proposed or whatever in there, just that small thing, then when they read the ordinance, they're like, oh, there was obviously some change that made the fit better, and
Right.
this is the law. And I just think something that small keeps a lot of confusion, so it doesn't look like we don't know what we're doing when we have both of them, both those documents.
So the rural ranchettes would be the A2. It would be the equivalent of A2. I
Yeah.
mean,
So it would, so you could theoretically
A2 in there.
delete all this text in the equivalent zoning category and just put A2.
Well, she's saying, Kathy's saying, yeah, put the proposed in there as well.
That's the way we have it now, we show the existing and we show what the proposed
But it doesn't show A2.
It doesn't under rural ranchettes, but you could put current A2 and then underneath where you put RR 4.5, just put proposed, and underneath it put RR 4.5. That sounds simple enough without changing everything.
That is simple, and if there's a way that we can change some verbiage and make this work,
So this one doesn't.
I could do that, but if we can't, I am suggesting we bring this whole thing, or this section, back to the planning commission, let us work it out and bring it to you guys.
Absolutely.
But if we can change some verbiage that keeps everybody happy, and helps me understand it all, I'm okay with that. Otherwise, this section needs to go back to planning, let us work through it and bring you guys a recommendation.
Okay.
So, Mike Jensen, Monty, an hour ago or 2 hours ago, asked, where do you want these houses to be built? Where do you want whatever house?
Right.
And that's kind of what I thought a master plan would do, would tell the
Yep.
county, the landowners, the staff, whatever, where you want to go with these houses.
Yep.
And I can't find that in that document. And so somehow we skipped saying where we want to go to now discussing and negotiating each individual parcel and its zoning level. There's one description in here that says, developments less than 2 acres shall be served by municipal water and wastewater systems. Whenever you put shall in, that's not a guideline. That's a mandate or a law, or however you want to describe it. And so I read that, and it's like, the county now is obligated, the county shall serve the infrastructure.
Right.
Or are we now saying the developer or the landowner will only be allowed to do the 2 acres? We don't know. We're gonna sit there and negotiate this, and this is where Monty comes back in. It's like, what is this table actually saying? We have a mandate in here.
So I don't think we have this map in the master plan documents that we have. And Derek, yours shows A2 under RR, and ours, this up here does not show A2. So there's a couple different versions floating around, but this is not in the document that we got. I don't know if it was a separate attachment, but I cannot find that in mine either.
117 that I reached out online.
This was just a
Yeah, I have
separate
it.
version from like existing.
117.
We basically took the existing zoning and basically overlaid the master plan, so there's not really any change at this point.
Mike, it is there, it's not in, there is in there, but it's beyond, it goes towards
It's down a few pages.
1-17.
And it doesn't go as far out as her property, for example, which is an amendment that they can make in the future, I think.
That was my previous ask, if it made sense to do something farther out to encompass your larger parcels, because that's.
Yeah, oh, and I think that would make sense in the future as an amendment to, right, or a change in the current master plan, right? Like if you approve this, have a starting point, right, with an approved document, and then, run the necessary groundwork it would take for Derek and the team and everybody to expand that more characterized mapping out further.
Yeah, we already have it.
Yeah, we had it at one time, I asked Shelby yesterday.
It was in the 2010 document, and then this one, I'm not sure, maybe Derek, you can
It's,
answer
we
that.
have it, it's,
But the really big one where it's.
yeah, it's really big, you just can't see it. I mean, the GIS files are there. It's just, I think what you're asking is, like, we would, in the plan, we would actually show more of that.
Yeah.
Which is
Right.
easy, it's a simple thing.
Okay, so what if, for the sake of time and movement forward, right? What if we attempt to go through master plan category by master plan category, right? Address whatever needs. And if we need to write in proposed zoning, we can write in proposed zoning. If we need to take it out, we take it out. If we need to have planning take a look at it and come back with a suggestion later, fantastic. But we can find out what it is in here that everyone agrees on that wants to move forward and what is gonna have to come back, rather than punting 20% of the document to come back later. Is that fair? And then I think you as a planning commission will have an idea of, instead of revamping the whole thing, we only have to identify and revamp these 3 sections.
It still gives us the opportunity to look at it because it's only proposed.
Yep.
I'm-
Fair?
That was
All right.
Before you do that, real quick, the subject keeps coming back to it. Everybody, or almost everybody knows this, but you need to keep it in mind. The object of having the master plan is to stop a court from ruling later that you're doing spot zoning. So what you do is you've got your master plan, and then your ordinances, as you make them, have to come close to that master plan or come up with a very good reason why they're
Right.
not, or else you risk a district judge ruling that you're doing spot zoning, and then they give the developer whatever the heck he wants, because if there's no zoning at all, because in effect there isn't.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the reasoning behind things. So you try to come up with a master plan that gives you a guide, but yes, the actual details would be in the ordinance, provided the ordinance comes close to the master plan. Doesn't have to be every detail, but it does have to come close. If it's way out there, you're in trouble.
Right.
So are you saying, Bill, we should have, under equivalent zoning category, it should state whatever the current zoning is and not have any proposed zoning that's not there yet, or?
No, you can put your changes in here, but you better follow up the changes fairly soon. Because like I say, if you go way out there, a judge looks at this and says, you're just doing what you want, you're not following any plan. That's when the judge says, you don't have zoning. That's what they're saying when they say, spot zoning. You're making it up as you go. And they will not let you make it up as you go. That's one of those things in the law that they just generally don't like. It's called arbitrary and capricious, and they don't, those 2 words get thrown at you in your case, you're in trouble.
So with that said, if this is so particular, what happens if the code doesn't match, or,
That's why I said close.
I mean, even if because this is super detailed compared to what we've had previously, will the county's feet be held to the fire? Does close get closer? Because there's so much detail that has to be met, comparatively to the 14-year-old document that was more general. There was more room for latitude and movement within that document.
All right. This gets kind of far afield. The problem is who's doing the interpreting at the time. So it's sort of up to the judge and that particular judge's, and then ultimately the state Supreme Court's view of the law. And that changes over time. Sometimes they want things more specific, other times they allow you to do whatever the heck you want, and it based on the courts. And you've seen that in those of us who've been around in the U.S. Supreme Court. It has changed over time.
From a legal defense position, would it be better or worse in defense of a more detailed document, or to have more general, that you would have an easier time defending? Because that is probably.
My guess is currently the more detailed probably helps in the
Okay, that's
current,
what I was looking for.
in the current environment, but honestly, I'm looking at the overall politics of that.
Yeah.
The way I see the current Supreme Court is they're a little more, we pound what the legislature wants and things like that, less so individual rights. So they're looking more at what the experts are going to say about something, and consequently, yeah, if you have more detailed, it's going to look a little better in this current environment. But the environment shifts. And when I say shifts, it shifts dramatically in 10-year periods. So it's just a guess as to where you're at. That would be my take on this current Supreme Court and the current way things are going with the legislature. I mean, just to give you a dramatic example, when I worked for High, the sagebrush rebellion statutes were paramount in our minds, and we were going along with that stuff. They got repealed a couple of years ago by the Democratic legislature. So you have a completely different change in attitude from the courts and the legislature in a 15-year period. And that can happen on anything.
So what you're saying is whatever we decide to approve or not today, right? That there needs to be a commission meeting to finalize and weed out the ordinances in the actual zoning code.
I don't know that you have to
Pretty
have
quickly?
well, you should do it relatively quickly. Somebody needs to look at them, and where you see potential problems, yeah, get those taken care of quickly.
How far out is quickly?
In this realm of things, within a year would be quickly.
We have 12 meetings a month for the planning commission.
And Kevin, it's
Okay.
typically planning chews on it, and then commissioners
Right.
ratify it.
And then if they work through the zoning, right, and they come up with whatever, and it doesn't per se match to the master plan, they can always adjust the master plan to meet the zoning that they
Is there like a check
that they just
They
that just
can,
passed.
yeah, but of course you gotta go through stuff, but what you can't do is do sudden things suddenly and make it look like you're doing it just based on, which you probably are half the time, just based on somebody coming up with a development that you suddenly decide you don't like and you need to quick pass a law to stop them.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, okay, that's where they throw out those terms arbitrary and capricious. They're saying you're just
Sure.
doing it for political reasons or
Yeah,
something.
that makes sense.
So if we get to revise this at 4 times a year, isn't that a checks and balances for the ordinances and for the master plan?
I would think
To
so.
go
Partly,
hand in hand,
yes.
correct?
Yeah, I would think so.
Yes.
So, I mean, it shouldn't be too big of an issue if we can go revisit this multiple times a year to match the ordinances so that we don't get into any issues with law.
Yeah,
I would tend to agree with you.
Yeah, I didn't mean for my comments to be a warning against doing something. I'm actually trying to reassure you that you come up with the master plan, and the fact that it doesn't directly in every detail match the ordinances isn't gonna kill you as long as they're reasonably close and there's reasons for it.
And
Right.
that was what I was looking for with that statement.
Yeah, that's
There was
perfect.
Right.
there was some, it's not black and white, there is a minor gray area.
Yeah, there's an area of flexibility. It's like
Okay.
horseshoes. If you get close to the thing, you're
Yeah.
okay.
And I like it. Horseshoes and hand grenades. I do like Commissioner Ancho's idea though of as we get through, if we need to put in and highlight, this is not a current zoning, this is a proposed zoning. I think that would make sense, but I think they're gonna have to match up pretty quick or the developers are gonna be, playing more horseshoes.
That's more context, Eric, and you can finish what you're gonna say, because I know it's really needed here for the context. We might have missed a step here, when I say we, a whole bunch of folks that are no longer here, that were, and I'm not making excuses, but people moved and did different things, and Kim's aware of this, Bonnie passed it out in one of the meetings. Lots of things happened, there were two different groups from these adjustments of master plan and muni codes, and a lot of those people changed. But what has been done is this master plan matches a bunch of our proposed muni changes.
Okay.
That were well thought out, and we spent lots of hours on it, and lots of money, actually. And they match. Now, are they what they're gonna end up being, and the blessing of the planning commission? No, because they still need to look at that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So,
And
but
I
it's
think
done.
to Mr. Jensen's point, there are going to be some words here and there, and some items that you may want to just remove altogether, right? So we already had the conversation, and it sounded like came to agreement that you didn't want to go towards a set in stone 1 unit for every 2.5 acres on a septic, whether it's municipal or well, doesn't matter. But that's in here, so as we come up upon some of that, we're gonna have to remove some language or discuss it, right, and look at it. But I think we could probably move forward and add proposed in the zoning as we need to. And if you guys need to at a later date, come back and adjust, we can do that.
Because I think with that being said, with the way the Ninth Circuit Court is working right now, the vaguer you are in things like this, is they're looking at, like Bill said, like you're trying to get away with something.
Sure.
And so, that's how anything that's vague in front of the just even in front of the Ninth Circuit, they're looking at that you were trying to hide or do something.
Sure.
And unfortunately, it makes a lot of work and costs counties, unfunded, things that they have to do, but that's unfortunately how it is.
Okay. I like it.
Okay, so with everything that's been done, I would like personally to leave this as proposed. Leave our plan and our county codes and ordinances and zoning exactly like it is with this other proposed overwriting out there, and give the planning commission a chance, obviously within the next year. I was thinking more in the next 2 to 3 months, but as soon as we can, get through this and bring something solid back to the commission as a recommendation of what we would recommend to you guys.
I like that.
And that way we can get moved on and
Yeah, I would only, again, from previous discussion, and again, just, as I go through this and just look at notes that I've made, there's only one area, and Mike brought it up, there's only one area that I think you probably should, before adopting, remove, because you guys have kind of agreed on it. In the medium density, under the characteristics and development guidelines, the first line, I think, makes sense. It's a single-family detached intended to be closer to population centers with access or future access to community water and wastewater systems. I think that would be fine. I think the next line, it could be troublesome, where it says developments less than 2 acres shall be served by municipal water and water systems. I think you could take that line out completely. Leave it as estimated water generation and kind of move forward. Developed infrastructure is present and subject to specific design standards. But I think that one line there, I think probably ought to be removed.
Right, I'm agreeing.
Do I have
Okay. And
Yeah,
and
not all of public service standards, but that first line that says that development less than 2 acres shall be served by municipal water and wastewater systems, I think that could be removed and hashed out at a different.
Maybe it should just say
Different sign.
may be served.
No, I think it's covered in the beginning, right? So it says in the beginning, single-family detached intended to be closer to population centers with access or future access, right? I think it's hashed out right there.
Yeah.
And then you get really constricting all of a sudden on the first line of the next paragraph.
Yeah.
Make sense?
Yeah.
So in that same light, if you move up to public service standard in the one above it, it's the same, and in the one above that on the previous page. There's a public service standards piece that gets extremely restrictive within each. You still have your introduction of what's desirable, and then you have your design standards.
I think you're referring to like in rural, it's our rural ranches, it says typically served by individual sewage disposal system. And low density, it says individual sewage disposal systems allowed to site public water service. And then the one that we just talked about, so I think what you're saying is just take, in all those, we would just take out of how it's served and let the codes.
How it's
be
served with
accessed.
wastewater and let the codes deal with it?
Yeah.
You can always add something back in after you hash it out at the zoning
Yeah.
code level, and put something back in, but for right now, it seems like it might.
Yeah, so you're not identifying, hey, low density has to be on septic. It doesn't,
We don't,
you know, because you don't
have
know.
zoning code that backs that up.
Right, that makes sense.
And you can always add it back in if you make
Okay.
that change.
So, do we have to, and is it all under public service standards?
Yeah.
Yes, you could do like a general statement of everywhere in the public service standards listed under the characteristics and development guidelines that talks specifically about individual sewage systems, we would just strike that out of each one.
At your beginning verbiage, actually, it already says, you addresses each piece as it applies.
Right. So, and that's specifically under the public service standards. So I think you can probably make a movement to strike from the document any mention under public service standards of wastewater disposal. It's a good term. Well done. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. No, don't be sorry. But I think you move something like that. I think that definitely gives you some flexibility. We can then strike it from everything within the chart, right? That mentions it under the public service standards, and you guys can address that within code. That's not too vague, would it be, Bill?
That'd be fine.
Okay.
So, I have a question.
Yeah.
So under medium density there, that wastewater treatment is what triggers you from two different sub-densities within medium density. As far as like.
So you like talking about like the half acre versus.
Yeah.
The 1 acre?
Yeah, so then, I mean, I would assume then we would default to the minimum density of a half acre.
Yeah, so then it would be, you would just, because this is just vague, which is typically how master plan would be anyways, you would go to the zoning code. If you want to do half acre, in your zoning allows you to do half acre.
Which medium density would.
Yeah, so you would, your zoning would be compatible with master plan, and then you go to the zoning standards for the septic, which you then defer to basically, I think.
Right.
code
So we
analysis.
take it out of here, and then you'd look at zoning and go, okay, I'm R3,
Yeah.
right? What does it say in R3 about what I can do with my wastewater sewage systems?
So is R3 gonna stay around as a definition or something?
I think that's part of
I
what.
just used it as an example within the document. Yeah, I think that is, as we discussed before, they're gonna go, as they're in the planning commission meetings throughout the next 12 months, right? They'll go and finalize what the zoning codes are going to be, what the use codes are going to be, what the, they'll put in all of the codes, right? And then if for whatever reason we have to come back and adjust the document, then they can do it. But we don't want to start from a place where, while they're going through coding, they all of a sudden, for everything that's 2 acres or less, they have to have not on septic, they have to have on municipal sewer. And I think that would tie their hands through the zoning process. So if we strike it all from this document, right, then it allows them to open it up, and then you can go from here into zoning and coding, and when you're proposing developments, to see what that wastewater, solution is going to be. Is that right?
Yeah. I think we're trying to get more, to Kim's point, I think we're trying to keep this table, but get more vague on some of the
Right.
things, so that, like you said, so the planning commission can do their due diligence
Right.
through the zone code process.
Right, because to Bill's point, if we left it in, and then they go back in zoning, and then they go, no, we're good with the denitrification systems, and then all of a sudden you make, Dusty goes and makes a development, and you're like, I don't know, he cut me off on the road today, so we're gonna make him go on municipal sewer. That's where you end up in court, and you're gonna lose because of this document.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, so,
Does Monty, did you make the statement, I just want to clarify, that you do want to bring this section to planning specifically?
Yes.
And we're just.
And I think, and what we just talked about was to leave this all as proposed changes, right?
Right, yeah.
So we will keep.
While striking the wastewater mentions within public use.
Right,
standard.
which that's all just proposed anyway.
Sure, yeah.
So, and by striking it out now, it just makes it easier for us going through it, knowing that that part
Correct.
has to be out of there. But our current codes and zoning stays in place until we go through, this is all proposed. We will go through it step by step, page by
Correct.
page, and bring something back to the commission that we recommend. And they can either up or down it either way then, or bits and pieces.
Okay.
But that's my proposal.
So I think we can, if we have a movement to strike mention of wastewater disposal in public service standards from the land use chart, I think that would take care of that. Is that a properly worded movement? I think so.
So moved.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So moved.
So moved.
All right, fantastic.
So all.
Shelby, start highlighting. So any mention of sewage disposal within public service standards
Services all up.
will be striked.
So,
Struck.
further through the chart in commercial, tourist, commercial, industrial, they're pretty general. Like sewer requirements will vary by individual development. Do we still want to strike those in most?
I think you do right now, and then let them come up with what they're coming up with, and we can revisit that. And then I think we can move in within the chart. I'm sorry, I'm taking the chart as a whole, right? So I think we can move within the chart, to Commissioner Ancho's point, to identify any proposed zoning under equivalent zoning categories within the chart, to identify what is current and what is proposed.
That would be transparent.
Anybody want to make movement?
Oh.
Or I'll make movement, anybody want to do whatever?
So moved.
So fantastic. Done? Fantastic. All right. You got that one too?
Yes.
Got a lot of work on this. And then I would like to have a motion to take the proposed plan chart and keep it as is beyond the changes, right? As is, subject to moved changes, for the planning commission to address and return to the commission within, how much time you want to give yourselves?
6 months?
6 months, that's.
We do that? 6?
Get it done.
You guys okay?
With what?
6 months? Within 6 months?
Okay,
Okay.
do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Planning commission second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Fantastic. Commission?
A motion to approve as presented? I'll make a motion to approve.
Second?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor say aye. Well, hold on, time out. Motion to approve as presented with adopted changes. Just to be clear on the record,
Right.
right?
Okay.
Okay, motion that.
to reflect that?
Yes.
And a second to reflect that?
Yep.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Fantastic. Approved. All right. Now I gotta move forward, one moment. That takes out a few pages.
Yeah, that's
Okay, we're on to page 37, public land. Oh, there you go. Fantastic. Any questions, comments, concerns, discussion in regards to the public land section of land use?
I have some,
Yes?
of course.
I'm sorry, what's your name?
D.
D.
Okay.
Fantastic. And you're a commissioner, right?
Yes.
Commissioner D, what do you got?
Okay, Yale University is also, it should be part of the public lands inventory. They own 36.538 acres surrounding Austin.
Yale University.
Don't look at me for confirmation, I have no idea.
If you're listening, you would know.
Where is that at?
It's up on the hill behind us. It basically surrounds one whole side of our community.
Can anybody confirm that right quick?
Yes, all you
Is
gotta
that, I
look
mean,
on the
Commissioner,
assessor's
do you-
records.
What, it's on the assessor's site?
Yes. And we actually didn't know that until a few years ago when somebody tried to do something with some land. Yale University didn't even know they owned it. At that point in time, but they own that whole section of land up there on the hill above us, on the south side of the hill.
But do we want to consider that as a public land?
Good question.
UNR is considered public.
That's a question for the commission, I guess.
Is there a chance of acquisition, acquiring that land?
No,
No?
nope, we've tried.
Is there a deed held by Yale University?
Yes,
Yeah, it's gotta be private. If you can't obtain it and you can't use it,
Okay,
are they
'cause-
gonna let you use it as public land?
they don't even, and like I said, until a few years ago, they didn't even know they owned it, so it's been, like part of the Castle Road is Yale University.
I'd probably consider that private, unless they're
Okay.
gonna let you use it as public land. You can't assume.
Right. So-
Not unless you want Bill to start
And
dealing
our
with
TV
Yale.
towers are up there, and what else is up there? There's like the A, it's up there on the A.
No, you got younger. Which took me by surprise all of a sudden. I turned around. This is what happens behind. Okay, yeah, I think you probably keep that in
Okay.
out of public
I
lands for
wasn't
now.
sure about that. And then, the USDA, US Forest Service, most of our area around us is Forest Service, so 19.62 acres is a small amount. That would be basically where the compound is down there. But all of the Toyabe Range and stuff is all Forest Service. And the BLM is down on the lower. Yeah, but all of the Toyabe Mountain Range itself is Forest Service, so there should be more land considered for.
Well, if you look up under BLM, you do have the United States Forest Service with 231
Yeah,
million acres.
I think that's confusing probably. I think you could probably strike USDA out of it
Yeah.
and USFS out of it.
Yeah,
And-
that was kind of where.
Well, maybe that's what the 19.62 acres is the United States Department of Agriculture.
I'll look into it.
Okay.
Yeah, because they do have the compound down below
Shouldn't be the same,
town, but
I
it should
Okay.
be the same.
don't know if there's like something special about 19.6 acres that has to, I'll look into it.
Okay, that's it for me.
Okay, anybody else? All right. So I think, could we motion to approve the public land section subject to Derek's
Hold on.
updated numbers? Does that make sense? Oh, yeah?
I just had a couple of things to, not big, we're talking about this whole natural resources section right now, right?
Public land,
Talking about just this public land.
just public land.
Section
Oh,
that's
I jumped ahead, sorry.
That's all right. I'll come to you on natural resources. So could we do that? Could we motion to approve it subject to Derek's updated table numbers and
So moved.
identifiers? That sounds right, right?
Yep.
Anybody? No?
Yeah,
So moved.
Commission?
so moved.
Okay.
Fantastic. We changed from my highlighter. We could probably do that from the movement, not just we don't have to do a full motion on it, right? Yeah, I'm guessing you're sitting in it, Bill. Okay. And the map is the map. I don't think we have to move to approve that. It's part of the section. Looking to the future. Questions, comments, concerns on the future, without getting into all of your concerns on the future.
No, just to change the 2020, under new plan categories, change the master plan to 2024 instead of 2021.
Sure, and I think that is, poor Shelby, I think that is, we moved a motion prior and approved it to
Yep,
change
you're
that
right.
throughout
You're
the,
right.
throughout the document.
Throughout the document,
Yeah.
okay.
Anything else? Do I get a motion to approve looking to the future?
So moved.
Commission?
Yeah, so
Yes.
moved.
Fantastic. The area plan map. Comments, questions, concerns? Fantastic. You all know the deal. Yeah?
Would it be possible to get something, like, something bigger to look at the planning commission meeting?
Of this, like a bigger
of this.
Identified map.
And of the more, of the,
Battle Mountain area.
yeah, it just tends to be a little easier to reference and
Yeah, definitely, I think we've got that.
cool.
And
Taken care of.
if you want, we could set up a GIS webpage or whatever where we just upload it and then everyone can go to that. We just give you a link so everyone can go there. Just, you can scroll around the GIS map. We have it, it's just.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
I love GIS
Look
mapping.
in the document itself, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, GIS mapping is
I
pretty
can put the
amazing.
link in there, but I don't know.
Well, they-
I think the link would be something they would throw.
We could put it on our website, and then we could probably put a link within the document.
Yeah,
Is
and you can probably do a few layers on it.
I think the one on our 2010 master plan was a bigger map, wasn't it? Yeah, the one we used to work off of was a big, with circles and areas and yada yada. Yeah, okay.
I like it. All right,
I got one for you. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's the place, I guess, where I had one comment that this, our master plan could maybe have a way better GIS section where we could really track a lot of things that we want to see into the future, from natural resources overlays on, sage-grouse priority habitat versus where you guys want to see certain things happen. It seems like that is a really good tool that we could have in Lander County that some of the other counties have, where you can really get a good picture of where things are with a robust GIS.
I think that would be really neat to have once Derek lets us know what is and isn't capable within that.
And so we already have a GIS map within the county with a parcel map overlay, and maybe it's just a matter of, because it's right on the assessor page.
Right.
You can, maybe it does have that natural resource overlay, or if you already have.
Just to add to it.
Yeah.
GIS map available.
We have more layers.
Right, so you just have to add it.
That section, yeah, that's what we're working towards.
So.
Oh, I got you in the future, right?
Yeah.
County engineer is actually working on that,
Yeah, that's
as we
awesome.
speak.
And I thought we could put it
Fantastic.
in that, and look into the future to have that. That's great.
I like it. So, Battle Mountain. Comments, questions, concerns in the Battle Mountain introduction section, or any of it, I guess. We could probably take this as one chunk that we haven't already hashed out. Do we need to make any adjustments to it from what we've already discussed? Does that affect it?
So move, if we're there.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I think the only thing that touches on it is the growing concerns. And it says in here that you guys are to promote expansion of public water and sewer services to more intense developed areas. And I think that's probably the guide that you really, really want to go anyways, the direction you want to go anyways, right? Okay.
Yes, it is.
I got movement from the planning commission, county commission?
Yep.
I have a question right
Yep.
Are you doing the sewer and water plant right now, or is that being redone for the future? So where would this plan of the sewer and the water plant should be guiding this direction, and I don't see it in here, right?
Oh, it's under the public utilities section. That's later, some of that is gonna be later in this master plan document.
Right.
And Marty's working on an update too.
Right, so that's where, I mean,
Right.
that's almost guiding this whole master plan, correct?
Or the master plan's guiding it, one or the
Yeah.
other.
Yeah, a little bit of both, right? And I think that's where a lot of, to your point, right, taking out shall, getting that verbiage out of there and adding in or keeping in, hey, you have it now or you will in the future, right? I think is important to keep that kind of broad, saying, hey, look, it's, yes, this is the direction we're going, right? And yes, once it gets there, developers are gonna have to tie into the sewer system, but it's up to the county to help try to move it in that direction, right? So you're not out there
If you're
forever.
required, you need to get it to there, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, well, that's my opinion. I mean, that's, yeah, I agree. Okay. Austin, any questions on Austin? We haven't talked a lot about Austin.
Not at all, ever. Hey, watch it.
That's like moving on.
When you talked about Kingston, you talked about the Kingston master plan. Austin also has a community plan.
Okay.
That we did, and I mean, we worked with Skip Canfield, and we worked really hard on that for like 2.5 years. So, it's just a reference to that, so that it's understood that Austin does have its own master plan with its own guidelines, and just like Kingston's is in there.
Well, Austin's is in here too, Dee.
It doesn't mention it, I didn't see where it mentioned the ostrich, but it does on,
The very last sentence.
Two more pages.
oh, okay,
Go 2 more pages, you got the whole map.
okay,
Oh, okay.
there it is, yeah,
Yep.
so, anyway, that's it.
All right. Movement to approve Austin section, not the city. We already approved the city hundreds of years ago. Amen? All right. Kingston Canyon, to be exact. Any comments, questions, concerns? All right, movement to approve the Kingston Canyon section.
Done.
Oh, wait, can we correct the spelling of chucker under recreational opportunities?
Good idea.
Absolutely. Movement to approve the Kingston Canyon section with the correct spelling of chucker.
So
I don't even see where.
Come on, that sounded great. All right. Historic preservation. Here we are. Any questions, comments, concerns? Public or otherwise in regards to historic preservation? Now Dee's not going to talk.
Well, they do have a new, trailhead for horseback riding at Dickinson, they put in about 4 years ago. It's around the back of it, so, yeah.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Lunch
Is there?
here if anybody's hungry. We have sandwiches.
Ooh,
for
fantastic.
anybody
Let's-
that wants sandwiches over here. Does anybody on the commissions want sandwiches opposed to pizza?
Let's get through a few more and then we'll take a break for a minute to grab some lunch. I love it. Now, I read through this yesterday. I don't remember everything, so I'm not going to read through all of it right now, but I do want to, now that we're here at Historic Preservation, I do want to address and acknowledge that you brought that up in regards to Austin and what is and isn't identified as a historic area. So I don't know if that is, if any of that is in here or if it tries to broaden that at all.
Oh,
Or
are we
if
to
you
the
have any
Austin
notes.
Historic page now?
No, I'm just on historic preservation.
Oh, we're not under the Austin Historic District, we're still on Stokes Castle and all of that.
Historic preservation.
Yeah, I mean, we can go through the whole thing under the historic
Okay.
preservation section. So, I don't have any notes in here, and I don't know if anybody else does under this section, so if you do, let's go for it.
Austin has 11 buildings and sites, not 10, so you miss
Okay.
the oldest bank building.
So we're on page 50 now, Shelby.
Yeah. So,
Does this, the NRHP list 13 sites, is that not correct?
it's 11, but you only have 10 of them listed here. So,
So on this very first page, this 13 needs to be changed to
Yeah.
10?
11.
Or
11. And the one that you're missing is the oldest bank building, which used to be the library.
Y'all keep looking at me when you say you're missing. I didn't do this.
I just, in general.
No, I know. Just
We
giving
don't
you a
mean
hard
to give you a
time.
complex.
Giving you a hard time.
Yeah.
I have a fragile ego over here.
So that's on this page, and what did you say it was?
The oldest bank building. And, concerns for sites, all of our historic buildings, not just Stokes Castle, but all of our historic buildings.
And where was that at?
Conservation priorities, concerns for sites. All of our buildings, Stokes
So
Castle.
Austin Historic District, all sites, does
Yeah.
that cover it?
Yeah, and then Stokes Castle, and I'm trying to think if there's anything else.
Yeah, okay.
That's it.
Okay, anybody else have anything under historic preservation? Can we get a movement to approve?
So moved.
So moved.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're done with land use. How about we take a 15-minute, grab some lunch, and we'll come on back. Sounds good. Work the rest of the way.
This conference will now be recorded.
Okay, all right. Conservation and natural resources. Conservation and Natural Resources element of the master plan outlines policies and action programs for protecting the county's land, water, and air resources as growth and development occurs. This element provides guidelines for conserving the county's important natural resources while satisfying the requirement for a conservation plan as outlined in the NRS. let's start with goals and policies. Anybody have any comments, questions, concerns with the goals or 35 policies? Hearing, yeah?
Sure. Pam here,
I'm gonna say speak up.
Yeah, I'll even sit down for all these.
Uh-oh, okay.
Uh-oh. No, it isn't much. It's only a little. No, I'm really glad to be a part of this, and I'm not familiar with what we have for ordinances and codes for these policies, so that's something I have to learn more about. But just looking at the big picture here, the first one that, no, not the first one, this, no, it is the first one, sorry. The first one talks about fault lines, and that we'll make sure that we map those. And I thought maybe we could add subsidence areas too to this, because that's something that,
What number line item are you looking at?
CNR
oh,
one.
CNR one,
Oh, the
sorry.
very first one, okay.
Yeah, sorry
yes,
about that. CNR one, yeah, if you wanted to consider adding subsidence areas that we know of, just because that's a liability for people too.
What's a subsidence area?
Where the ground, like on I-80 where we have
Oh,
a big crack.
okay, where they step down, all right.
Yeah. So,
I don't see a problem with adding, locating that. I don't know how hard that is. I'm not a geologist.
UNR has it all.
Do they? There we go. Can we move to add subsidence areas to CNR one?
Sure, so moved.
So moved.
excellent. Okay.
Shelby, you're doing great at taking notes over there. I appreciate you so much. You don't even know.
Yeah, not too much more. The CNR 8, the minimizing impacts to alternative energy and geothermal development, do we have ordinances and things in place that talk about that? Because that's usually on public lands, so I don't think that we have more detail. But I'm
No, I
asking-
think it does talk further into the plan. I think it does talk about alternative energy resources and.
We
Yeah.
have them on, like, certain zoning districts allow for different ones, but I'm not sure if
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's in here because it talks about natural resources and geothermal is definitely considered a natural resource.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's another one that's good. Oh, I was just gonna, see if we wanted any wording to talk about citing these things in relation to where we know they would minimize impacts to wildlife. If we wanna have any kind of direction that, there is some,
That might not be a bad idea.
'cause,
Kind of strengthens our stance on our ongoing battles.
yeah. So if we- Yeah, if we wanted to,
Trying to think of what the. Well, and I think that might be, that might be something you would add into a goal, less so much a policy, right? Balancing personal financial, fidelity, economy, livelihood, population.
when the BLM comes to us,
I think you
with
can,
new
you can
proposals.
almost under goals add protect important environmental resources, wildlife, and open space.
So, but if you have the goal, shouldn't you have a policy somewhat to follow that goal as well?
One
Or
would
that
think, but I think you're less pinned to a policy than a goal when you get into wildlife protection and endangered species. I mean, you can make it in a policy. I don't care either way.
My only thought on that, if it's a goal we go to, it's a goal, but if we have a policy, then we,
It kind of ties us a little bit.
yeah,
Might not
and,
word it.
I tell you what, I don't care if it's windmills or geothermals or whatever, I don't believe it. Personally, don't mean to offend anybody, it does not affect wildlife or livestock or anything else. I mean, how spotted owl nests in a windmill, you know?
Yeah, well, and I think if you put it as a goal instead of policy too, it's an overarching, like, hey, whenever we're looking at a policy, whenever we're
Yeah.
doing any of this,
I see that.
part of the goal is to not, is to be able to protect
Right. I
the
see
natural
that.
wildlife, the habitat, whatever, blah, blah, blah.
Sounds good.
So are we changing number 4 to protect important environmental resources, wildlife, and open space?
Do we get a movement?
So moved.
Yeah.
Commission,
Yes,
you good with
movement.
that? So moved.
Yeah.
Any legal problem with putting that into a goal?
I don't believe so.
I start thinking about,
Wildlife protection.
I think it's important to note it, and I don't see a problem with it in the goal. The other thing, some of the policies that we already have, I think, can apply to that goal or this amended goal already. So it's not like we have to create a new policy necessarily when you look at some of the policies that are already listed there.
I love it. What's your name?
Mike.
Mike. I'm updating. Fantastic. It was moved? It was moved?
Yeah.
Yep. Was it moved by the county commission
Yes.
as well? Fantastic. You got it? Done. All right. Next, ma'am.
I guess this is just where I'll mention it because we're in the natural resources part of this plan, but one thing I'm seeing from this whole process is how many action items should come out of this. It's not for what we're doing today, but that as we're writing this plan, I'm seeing budget items that would be good to address to actually implement some of these things. Like when we get into, say, CNR-17 and develop a water resources plan, and the one that you guys talked about was sewage, a lot of things that maybe we can look at and start to prioritize when this plan is finalized to put dollars to. So I'm
Sure.
just bringing it up now because I'm sitting here in front of you, but
Yeah.
I know it's not for today, but that's a big thing for us
Yeah.
to start putting dollars to some of this. And I was glad to see, I know Bert wants me to work on a water resources plan, and all of those plans in here are kind of intertwined with water and important. So I don't know about adding much to those, just to identify that we'll have to put some dollars towards getting it done. But CNR 13, they incorporate by reference the federal land use plan that we have, the 2005, and I think that links the two plans together good enough, would you think so?
Yeah.
And that's where I got that 83% of our county is public land, or federal land, I mean. So that ties it together. I guess we don't really need to do anything more there. And the land use plans for basins, CNR 27. I mean, there's just a lot of stuff here that has to happen, but not in this plan, but as a result of the plan. One thing that I thought was interesting that really isn't talked about much here is we point out these new green energy, whatever it's called, the geothermal and all those, but mining isn't listed anywhere in here. And I didn't know if that's something you guys want to consider or not, but I just thought it was funny it's not included. But that's about it, just, yeah, I think that's it. There's just a lot of dollars to be spent towards implementing some of these plans. So see, that wasn't so bad.
No, that wasn't bad. Do I get a movement to, is there anything from the commission on any of that?
Oh, we got,
Oh, yeah.
In CNR 3, according to the land, and I think Forest Service Conservation District, I wonder why you haven't included the Lander County Conservation District in that, not just we. We do an awful lot of work.
Yeah, good point.
The majority of our work is weed abatement.
Yeah, so we should include them there for sure.
Move to add?
yep.
What was it called? Lander County Conservation District.
Is it the district or because you're coordinating with, it would be the administration, yeah? Or is it considered the district as the administration?
We are a district.
Right.
That's what our goal is.
Okay, fantastic. Yep, good. Sounds good. Anything else? All right. Move to approve the goals and policies under conservation and natural resources as changed.
As amended?
Yeah.
So moved.
So moved.
Regulating laws and statutes relevant to conservation. I have no idea if this is all of them or not, but do we have any questions, comments, concerns? I trust Derek's work. No? Move to approve regulating laws and statutes relevant to conservation section of Conservation and Natural Resources.
So moved. Done.
Done. Physical environment. Same goes. Questions, comments, concerns?
What page are we on? I had a comment.
Sorry, 58?
Mine says 2-9.
I'm on 2.5, so yeah,
Okay,
page 58.
I'm not that far yet, yep, good.
Physical environment includes topography and climate. Any questions, comments, concerns? Hearing none, do I get a movement to approve?
So moved.
Cultivating and extracting natural resources, which includes agricultural lands, farms, and ranching in Lander County. And table 2.1, minerals and mining, table 2.2, a map of active mines in 2019, alternative energy resources, solar and wind. Any questions? It includes a lot. Any questions, comments, concerns in this section? Yeah.
Well, Pam Harrington, we could have the new Gold Rush mine that was just, the ROD was just signed. It's a little part in Lander.
Yeah, very small part in Lander County.
On the map?
It's just new.
Table 2.
Yeah.
Where's it at?
Cortez,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
North of Pipeline.
Okay.
No, we keep hearing rumors of something big happening in Austin or outside of Austin too, I don't know. But nothing now at the moment, so.
I'll let you know if I hear.
What's it called?
Gold Rush.
Gold Rush. All right. Anything else? Any other questions, comments, concerns?
Is that a Nevada Gold Mines property, or was that someone else?
Just Nevada Gold, Gold Rush?
Gold Rush?
Yeah, Nevada Gold Mines.
Hearing nothing else, move to approve as amended.
Dee, did you say you have
So moved.
something on 2.9?
No.
Oh.
Or on 2.9 I do, yeah, when we get to alternate energy.
Oh, that's where we're
That's
at.
where I'm,
Okay,
we're there.
all right, so, just a couple adjustments. Biawawi Power is now at 25 megawatts, and is now owned by Ormat, not Terra-Gen Power. Jersey Valley is only doing 10 megawatts. And Jersey Valley actually is in Pershing,
Oh, is it?
yeah.
The whole thing is in Pershing?
As far as I know, unless they have one well or something in Lander, they are Pershing.
Derek, you want to check that out?
And McGinnis Hills is up to 165 megawatts. That's it.
Okay. Let's do this. Can I get a move to approve with amendments and future update on Jersey Valley from Derek?
So moved.
So moved.
Done. No
My
pressure,
husband
Derek.
corrected me on all of that, so.
All right, non-living resources, including water resources, surface water, Humboldt River, all the fun. Other surface water features, groundwater, allocated groundwater, table 2.3. That's it. Any questions, comments, concerns? Hearing none, do I get a motion to approve, or a movement to approve, sorry.
So moved. So moved.
Living resources, including land cover, vegetation, habitats. A map, figure 2.6, sensitive and treated and endangered vegetation. conservation strategies, invasive species, forests. Fun reading if you're a little nerd on that stuff like I am. Another map. 2.9, endangered wildlife.
Oh, they should.
Special sections on sage grouse and fisheries. Any questions, comments, concerns?
No, you've lost me. Where are you?
We are in.
Yeah, you were flying.
I know, I'm sorry. I was flipping through.
217 living resources. And
Yeah, living resources.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Should we take it in smaller sections?
No, no. I just gotta keep. I'll keep up.
We're gonna have to throw it out there. Do I get a move to approve as is?
So moved.
So moved.
Now you're gonna make me flip back to my next one. Hold on. Page 82, yeah. All right. Resource threats and hazards, fire, pollution, flood control, flood mapping, areas with flooding potential, with a map, earthquakes and seismic risk. Not sure if in this section is where you would want to add a paragraph or so on, say it again, the subsiding land that she was talking about. Sinkholes, whatnot. What'd you call it again?
Subsidence.
Perfect. I don't know if that's something that would be easy to add, Derek, or have research on. If you're gonna add it in the policies, I imagine it should be in the section.
Good spot for it. Is it discussion here?
There's
Pam?
earthquakes and seismic risk.
Pam,
Yeah.
would that area that's from dewatering where the highway, at Pumpernickel, is that same idea?
An example, yeah.
So with Marigold and all of their dewatering, is it gonna cause, is that in the same basin?
They'll be, yeah, and
Okay.
they'll be, looking at that.
Okay.
Yeah, the expansion,
Uh-huh,
yeah.
okay, thank you.
Yep.
Anything else? Can we move to approve, let me think about this. Move to approve awaiting subsidence areas? Does that make sense? Does that even make sense? I'm getting lost in my emotions.
What did you just say?
Let's move to approve the section.
Resource threats and hazards.
Yeah. Move to approve with addition of subsidence when ready. Completed. Completed sounds like a better word. Does that make sense? Is that in line with what we just talked about? All right.
So moved.
So moved.
Are you doing that?
He said, yeah. He didn't know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can work
Do
with
you
you.
have information? Together on it?
Sure, I'll work with you for sure. I'm glad to hear that you and Aaron have some.
Yeah. Maybe we can put a map in there.
In a type. In a type.
Okay. Yeah, we can work on that.
All right. Looking to the future. Questions, comments, concerns, adjustments? Anything? Hearing none, do I get a movement to approve?
So moved.
So moved.
All right. Do another section. We're into housing. Housing, the purpose of this element is to provide a method of for entities to identify the projected growth in population and to set forth plans, policies, and action programs through which the needs of the projected population, including housing, will be met. Anybody have any comments in regards to goals or policies?
I think instead of, just saying, redevelopment in central Battle Mountain, it should say Lander County as a whole.
Where's that?
H1.
Policy H1. Or we can add in Central Battle Mountain, Austin,
And Kingston.
Kingston,
Yeah.
Gilman Springs.
And Gilman Springs.
I think she's right. I think you could take out Battle Mountain and put Lander County, you'd probably be fine.
Yeah.
All right, do I get a movement to change Battle Mountain to Lander County?
Yeah.
So
Sorry,
moved.
Central Battle Mountain to Lander County. All right. I did have my own personal note. In H2, you're talking about manufactured housing, and modular homes and mobile homes, and you mentioned foundations. Are you just talking, like, what kind of foundations are you talking for those? Are you talking, like, their needed foundation, their recommended foundation? Are you talking solid foundation?
Full foundation. 8-point doesn't count.
What's that? D?
I said full foundations under mobiles.
Full perimeter foundation.
Yeah, full perimeter. 8-point doesn't
We have
count.
3 different styles that we accept within the building department.
Yeah.
And there it's clearly stated exactly how they are, but yeah, it's on runners,
Yep.
blocks, vents, tie downs, and then permanent if you would like. I mean, that's your choice as a homeowner, right? If it's
Right.
permanent, real property or not.
Oh, okay.
Also, please note, H10 can probably be removed. It's a complete duplicate of H9. I thought the highway was getting to me when I was reading that. Anybody else have anything?
I have a question more, and Kim, you'll probably know more about this. I was told with all the issues with the insurance, that people are having as far as insuring places, after so many years, are the insurance companies absolutely denying, insuring, mobile homes?
Manufactured.
Yeah, manufactured.
It's an industry that fluctuates like everything else, and age plays a big part in that.
Mhm.
So a structure may have some challenges in getting insured the older it is, but that's really no different than, I mean, specifically insurers that insure just manufactured homes may have issues. Right now, I don't know of anything that can't be insured. There's providers for everything, but there's other considerations besides age, condition, location, floodplain exposure, those sorts of things. So I don't know right now, there are fewer insurance companies offering products for certain aged structures, but I don't know that any are completely uninsurable at this point.
Because I've had a friend of mine who tried to get hers, that it's a beautiful home, but because of the age, even though it's on a foundation, it was just ridiculous to get insurance. And I think in our master plan, if that's what's gonna start, because of what's going on with all the insurance companies right now, if that's what's gonna happen, that we, make sure that we try not to consider having mobile homes and try to do, stick-built homes.
You can't, state legislature says you can't differentiate between the two
Okay.
in your zoning.
Okay.
And the insurance companies, right now, there's product available. If someone gets to a point where they can't find insurance, then something in the private industry sector usually falls in and fills that void.
Okay.
So usually a need is met with a company that actually can do it.
Okay.
So I don't look at it as something that's going to be an impact to the county of any burden to bear.
Okay.
The private industry should resolve it.
All right, very good, thank you.
Any other questions, comments, concerns?
One other thing on H2, the last sentence says exterior siding of your structure will not be made of non-reflective material. Don't we want it to be made of non-reflective material?
I would think.
Yeah. Good,
Dusty,
good
you wanna
catch.
put, you wanna put some stainless steel on the side of, put a couple mirrors? All right, adjust that, take out not.
Oh, yeah, can you imagine pulling in there at night? With these new headlights.
Yeah.
It's actually an interesting comment because there's a trend now based on those people in Texas that have the TV show where they put the corrugated steel on the outside as wainscoting on the exterior.
Oh, no
So
kidding.
It looks really good.
Yeah.
You know, a 3-foot band, but
Right.
it's a reflective material, so I don't know if you really wanna get into design elements and color schemes at a county way.
So is that something we want to take out the word not,
Yeah,
or just
I would
take
think-
out
Are you
that
saying you probably
entire?
should just stricken that sentence
that whole
from the
sentence
master
out.
plan? Is that what you're
Yeah.
looking
Seems like
at?
an odd thing to stick in this.
Yeah, because there are, I know people that are doing that. Randy Clark's building something like that too. And, yeah.
Okay,
So maybe that whole that last sentence just needs to be,
yeah.
stay out of people's business.
Yeah, I
a
think
little bit.
you stricken that last sentence altogether.
Thank you.
Anything else? All right. Move to approve housing goals and policies as amended.
So moved for amendments.
So moved. Housing conditions. Questions, comments, concerns?
On the Austin one, here we go again.
Hey, Austin's gotta have a voice, you're fine, it's okay.
Okay.
We love you.
We don't have 101 vacant housing units.
Oh, this is old.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We have 25 that are empty. Out of that, 9 of them are unlivable. And we have 24 of them that are weekenders.
Okay. Maybe this is another section we look at updating the active numbers.
Yeah, because the Battle Mountain's the same thing. It's way off.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's, we can get some updated numbers on it, for sure. Derek?
Yeah, I'll work with, Brad.
Okay. So we'll take this small section by small section then.
And
Let's-
another thing that you might want to think about when you're doing this, do you want to add in what we refer to as the weekend warriors? The ones that only people use their houses on the weekends? We have a lot of that in Austin and Kingston.
Isn't there a category for that? I thought I
Not
see
really.
I don't know how you.
It's not really short-term rental like they own it.
It's not an STR, it's just people that are weekend warriors.
I guess the problem would be is like when you update this, we use like specific data sources, so that would have,
Right.
you have to list like, you know, data came from the county, so it's.
Yeah.
Right.
But I think
Maybe,
they
not
have
always.
that.
In Austin and
Yeah.
Kingston, you can do a windshield survey.
Well, this is
Now
also
that
a couple
one's
years
little
old.
harder.
Right. Yeah. This was done in the middle of COVID. So who knows where people ended up?
No, that reference is 2019.
Oh, that's just before, I guess, huh? All right, move to update numbers in housing inventory prior to full approval.
So moved.
So moved.
You're gonna end up having to reapprove the thing as a whole. Okay. Aging housing stock. Questions, comments, concerns? No? Move to approve aging housing stock, or is this, oh, maybe I say this first. Do we, as we go through and approve some of this stuff, do we want to update all of these housing numbers? Or just what we're finding problems with?
You know, they might find in
I
Battle
think we need to
Mountain
update
that,
them all.
yeah.
Probably update all of them, right? Okay,
Yeah.
Excuse me,
yep.
is there anything the county can do to promote or advocate that the housing stock gets updated?
No.
I don't know. Anybody?
As far as updating the numbers? No, I mean, as far as updating the condition.
I think of a lot of, the old reflective metal single wides that are sitting out in the county that, are getting harder to insure or whatever, that.
As long as you pay your taxes, there's nothing they can do.
Right, but is there anything you can incent to make it easier to replace it without having to go all the way up to the highest standard possible on the 2023?
And in that flavor, not unlike the business grant exterior sod grant program that's currently
maybe there's a residential program that looks like that, if it meets whatever those qualifiers are, I don't know, I'm just thinking out loud. But I know you guys just rolled out the business grant program, and if I'm not calling it the right thing, forgive me.
Business improvement program.
Yeah. Maybe there's a residential piece that looks like that, and some qualifiers to it.
And there is a state thing that I did a couple inspections on, that's from the state of Nevada, that for the elderly, they go in and change siding and roofing, and mechanicals, HVACs, stuff like that, and it's totally through the state, and that's where the permit comes through and everything, so. I'm gonna get a couple of those.
Isn't there an age limit on how old of a manufactured house you can move into the county?
Yes. 15 years. Yeah, from outside.
So, I mean, if you have a 40-year-old one, would the county be better off encouraging him to be replaced with a 20-year-old one instead of requiring a 0-year-old one?
So if it comes from within the county, there's no age limit, but if it comes from outside the county, then it's a 15-year requirement.
Right, I'm just wondering if that's arbitrary.
Right, oh, if you can make it across the board?
No, I mean,
I
yeah,
don't
I mean,
know.
it's, if you're trying to get rid of 50-year-old houses,
Right.
would we be better off allowing 20-year-old ones? For those
Oh, I
people?
see what he's saying.
To let them.
Yeah.
You know, move them up as far as the ladder as they can get, you know, a bunch.
Well, it'd definitely pull you in a few more tax dollars.
Yeah, but it, in order to do that, it would have to come within the county, because the county will not allow older than 10 years old to come into,
But
to come out.
maybe maybe there's an exception. If you are replacing an older structure, the planning commission could look at approval if it was in fact at the end of the day an improvement over.
Over what's already there.
I think you bring up a good point, right? Because I know one of the, as you kind of consistent through the housing portion of this document is it talks about the loss of tax revenue, the encouragement of new housing and updated housing and all that. So I think it wouldn't be bad to put that on the docket coming up, where the planning commission can get with individuals and talk about what it is that you can or cannot do to help promote updated residential units.
Okay, so
Or
somebody,
updating residential units.
if they're replacing an older unit, you could bring in one that's maybe more than 10 years old, but better than what they already have.
Correct.
Yeah, understood.
Yeah, and just kind of vet it out, but I agree with you.
And when that 15-year rule was created, we were, the age that year span went back to didn't embrace newer construction standards. Now, 15 years back could still be farther back yet, right? And it's still gonna be a standard
Right.
that's acceptable and legitimate and, trying to get away from that older stuff.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
maybe it is time for that to be revisited.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, good point, well taken.
Noted. I'm actually gonna go back and update the movement on the housing inventory and say, I would actually like to see a movement to approve pending an update, not moving to hold your approval on it. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So if we can move under housing conditions, housing inventory, to approve pending updated numbers, I think that would be more accurate.
Okay.
So moved.
All right, same with aging housing stock, move to approve pending updated numbers.
So moved.
So moved.
Affordable housing, any questions, comments, concerns? I mean, I guess you can update numbers here too, but it's all the same. All these numbers run through 2019.
There was previously mentioned, I think, in one of the goals that the county works to promote, or support not only the affordable housing, first-time home buyers, to maintain relationships and programs with rural housing, rural development authority and USDA and all those things, right? And then, well, speaking of those programs where, elderly can qualify for replaced siding and roofing, and is it reasonable for the county to maybe have a resource page with links that could point to those things that promote affordable housing or renovating older structures, and so that there is it would help actually accomplish some of those goals and prove them out if there was just a page of links for people to look to when they come in and say, here's some services, here's that the state provides or the federal government provides, or that are available out there.
There's
That's a good idea.
a lot of good resources. RNDC is awesome. The biggest problem that you have with putting that page on there is you have to have somebody that can help them. A lot of these people can't do those grants and those requests because they don't understand what you're asking.
But it would
It's
be
a start though.
It's a start,
Yeah.
but we need
Yeah,
to
maybe
figure
there's
out how
someone
to
in the
help
county
them
that can
too.
help them.
Yeah, you need somebody to help them.
Yeah.
Or they may have a brother or a daughter
Yeah.
or somebody that
Yeah.
could help work through that stuff.
I like the idea though.
It would help support some of your goals within this document, right, that pertain to not only housing, but.
Well, I think with a lot of the affordable housing and the grant money that's tied to things like that, we have to be very aware of as a county, is that when you start promoting programs and accepting that money, then you are tied to those conditions, which a lot of those conditions, you're bringing Section 8 housing into your community, which, I'm just saying, if we're making a document, we just want to be very clear that we're not.
Oh, no, I'm talking separate and apart from this, not in this document, but like where Colt says there's resources for elderly to have their siding and roofing. So they would be the ones engaging with those services, not the county.
So maybe we put a separate page on our building department website that has informational links or something like that.
That's a good idea.
It would help to support the goals within this document.
Yeah, I think so.
One thing to keep in mind, just throw it out there, because it's gonna happen, I think, I've just gotta manage it, and I don't know how it's gonna look, but the tiny homes is gonna come into all this.
Oh,
Especially as the
Yeah.
economy gets worse and everything happens, we gotta make a plan on how that's gonna look, because some folks are living in places that they're tough, it's tough living. And a tiny home would be a huge upgrade, but we don't allow it right now. You know what I mean? Like a new tiny home would look a heck of a lot.
Well, and I think I'm just, as a suggestion, if you want to come back to facilitate that conversation, I'm more than happy to. But it's, I think that is definitely a workshop between builder, developer, and county, right? And not everything that's small is considered tiny, right? I mean, Dusty's doing a development in Elko right now that's not exactly tiny home, right, by definition, but they're small, on smaller lots, on whatever. But it's, how feasible is it out here? What does it look like for builders? Is it gonna be stick built? Is it gonna be mobile? Is it gonna, what is it, right? Is it something you buy on Home Depot and they build themselves, right? Like, what is that? And how do you want that managed? And I think that is something that would be that's a good meeting amongst itself as to how exactly everyone can agree to define that. Because I know I, for one, I had to call Dusty on it the other day. I know I, for one, I have no idea where to start with that. And so I imagine that I'm not the only one, right, that doesn't have an idea.
A good chunk of what I've seen for tiny home demand is people's backyards, mother-in-laws.
Oh, like in-law quarter kind of stuff?
That's
also an interesting way to go, right? If
Now
you
gotta
allow
figure
that
out
kind of
where you
unit.
Put those within the city, right?
Yeah. Tough shit goes
Airbnbs too.
What's that?
Airbnbs, they make great Airbnbs.
Yeah. There's a lot of options there, but I think that's a different meeting. But yes, it all falls. I think tiny homes would enhance affordability probably quicker and faster, in my experience, than anything the builders currently have to build and develop.
Would it be reasonable to have planning look at that on the next meeting, at least open that conversation and start fleshing that piece out? Because it is not necessarily, it's legislated, so that probably should not even wait for additional ordinance
Sure.
review that is gonna follow this, that might be months down the road, but deal with that piece up front, and then you know how it's going to incorporate into the ordinance. 'Cause what is the deadline on that? Was it, does anybody know?
I don't know if there was a deadline on the zoning for,
Creating a zone?
I don't remember if there was a deadline on that or not. Not that I know of.
It's not 2024, but I don't know if there's a specific month.
Yeah. I think it'd be appropriate to add it, I mean, it's up to the planning commission, but I think it's appropriate to add it to the agenda,
It
to
might
have a
take
discussion point.
A couple meetings.
But, yeah, I think we can get through that in one or two meetings. If we get enough information brought to us at the meetings, we can figure that one out.
And we have a comment from Ms. Shannon Thiss in Kingston. She says that Kingston has a lot of vacation houses and second homes.
Okay.
Just throwing that one out there.
Okay, we'll make sure we have to include that stuff. Well, and I think they'll, you guys will get the numbers from wherever and then go to the county and figure out what they got and go from there. All right. Affordable housing, I move to approve pending updated numbers.
So moved.
So moved.
Housing projections, talked about this ad nauseum. Move to approve, comments, questions, concerns? Move to approve pending updated numbers.
So moved. So moved.
Looking to the future, comments, questions, concerns? I think I am gonna note this, only having done it before, and I think Derek understands, and Fred's been part of some of this stuff too. Redevelopment, I'd be careful with redevelopment and redevelopment agency within verbiage, because a redevelopment agency is a specific federal thing. Just heads up. Redevelopment, fine, but I think, and it might be, I don't know if it's feasible to do redevelopment agencies in Lander County, or what that might even look like if they wanted to go down that road.
I don't know that I ever saw it. Was there a definition for multifamily within this document?
I don't know outside,
Definition?
I don't know outside the land use section coding.
Is it 2 families or is it 4?
It's usually 4 or less based on the current zoning. Any density that's 4 or more units per structure falls under a different category, and that follows traditional lending too. 4 units or less is usually for traditional lending, so 5 seems to be the number.
Okay, so multifamily ones used here is 5 or more.
Hold on, let me flip back to,
There's no specific definition in the master plan. I think it's more defined in our zoning code.
what does it say for multifamily under the, you can flip to it faster, what does it say in there under the?
Multifamily,
It doesn't?
smaller multifamily buildings, doesn't specify, units.
Just give a range of 6 to 30 units per acre.
Yeah.
Is a unit a family or is a unit a structure that has 4 units within that structure?
It's talking about multi-family, but actually it's just a unit, so like.
One building?
Yeah.
Like
A resident space.
Yeah.
Within,
one apartment
yeah.
within an
I mean, I think like a
apartment
duplex is a duplex. 2
complex.
units or 1 unit,
2 units,
even though it's one structure.
yes.
And it's multifamily, a duplex.
Yes.
Well, so by definition, right, in a lot of cases, in my experience, I see anything 4 units or less is usually categorized within a residential coding. So duplex isn't considered multifamily per se. Multifamily within codes and zoning tends to discuss 5 units plus, and kind of gets into that kind of more commercial realm.
And I believe in Lander County, it's more than 1.
Okay.
So a duplex would be considered multifamily in Lander County.
Something to hash out in your ordinances.
Well, we're Lander County, we're not Clark County,
Oh, no, look,
But I'm
I've
just
done,
saying
like I
it's-
said, like I've done it from Incline Village over to West Wendover, right?
No, I'm just making
Yeah.
a statement, I understand that, I wasn't a dig on you, I'm just stating that we are Lander County, we
Yeah.
are small, and what might fit one resident doesn't necessarily.
Yeah, well, and usually it goes back to sometimes lenders don't care, right? Sometimes they do, right? But to us from a title insurance side and to lenders from a loaning side, 4 units and under is considered residential, right? And so it falls under residential loan regulations, residential insurance regulations, and all that. Anything 5 units or more qualifies as commercial.
And I think in the planning and zoning aspect, it's more than 1, so it might be just semantics. based on
Perhaps.
industry.
Yeah.
This becomes a little bit timely just because HUD recently approved HUD-built duplexes.
Right.
And so the lenders are gonna loan on them, the factories are gonna build them. Do they fit the community?
Be
And
good
so
for
the cheapest
affordable
way to
housing.
get affordable housing, right?
Yeah. Might be something to flush out when you guys go back and relook at that table, right? That might be something to flush out within the planning commission, for the guidance as to what that's gonna look like, when you bring it back.
And when you do that, multifamily can be attached or detached. So in Battle Mountain specifically, we'll have a situation where you'll have two residences on one lot that's non-divisible because there's not enough square footage to actually conform with code to separate those two. So that's considered multifamily also.
Right.
They're multifamily detached versus multifamily attached would be a duplex or an apartment building or something to that effect. So you have subcategories within that multifamily designation.
Yeah, I think Monty, just make a note that when you guys go and hammer out that chart, right, and what this looks like between what you're bringing back for this and what the zoning code and the ordinances and all that's gonna look like, you may want to address it and where they're gonna be. Because if, again, if HUD's going to approve them and finance on them and that kind of stuff, then it might be an easier solution to affordable housing if builders are willing to build them.
Well, and if the spirit is to bring everything into conformity, you would want that.
Yeah, so. Where did I leave off? Oh, still looking to the future. Comments, questions, concerns within the housing. Okay. Move to approve?
So moved. So moved.
Oh, you know, went backwards. Hold on. All right, economic development. The economic growth of a community is fundamental to its vitality and affects all other master plan elements, influencing public facilities, conservation efforts, land use decisions, and housing population needs. Any questions, comments, concerns on goals and policies within economic development? Hearing none, move to approve.
So moved. Commission, you have any questions?
Nope.
All right, current trends. I also am not sure, these are industries in 2018. I'm not sure how much of this is tied to any recent census, or I'm not sure how updated the numbers can or cannot get is really what I'm getting at. They're not, housing numbers are readily available. Sometimes demographic and industry numbers aren't necessarily. Do you see a need to update table 4.1 or any of the economic sector mentioned within here? So updating economic sectors, employment.
I think anything that was done prior to COVID, we should be probably looking at
Updated possible.
updating numbers, yeah, that's what I.
Yeah, I think so,
Because
too.
that's had such a profound effect on our.
Because it's 2013 to 2019, so.
Right, yep. All right, so current trends, economic sectors. Let's just go with the larger local economy and outlook, which includes economic sectors, employment statistics, unemployment rates, poverty rates, building permits, commercial and industrial parcels, focus areas in economic development. We're stopping there, we're not doing that. Motion to approve pending updated numbers.
So moved. So moved.
Focus areas for economic development. This is one I just want you guys as planning and county commission to take a peek at and just make sure your goal is still your goal. Does that make sense? Right? These are goals that were put in place back in 2018-19 before some of you were involved within the process. So I think it's just important to see if it's still the goal that you're looking at.
So these were actually goals from our SEDS document, and we recently did update these goals.
Oh, are these updated goals?
No, not the
Oh.
ones in here. We updated them in our SEDS document, so we should probably reflect those in the master plan.
Absolutely.
Gotcha.
Because these numbers already reflected the SEDS documents previously, correct? Yes.
Okay.
Need to be updated.
Let me do this. Let me say, move to update focus areas of economic development goals and outcomes with SEDS information.
So moved.
So moved.
Update. Looking to the future. Questions, comments, concerns, anything in here that has to be updated since it's talking about implement SEDS goals and priorities?
I think what it says in there is, I mean, we still have expanding broadband service in your SEDS document, so I don't think that has changed.
Okay. Do we need to change the between 2020 and 2025 date in implementing it in the goals and priorities?
Yes.
Yes.
No, because that's still when our SEDS document timeframe is for.
Interesting. I heard ooze back there. All right, fair enough. Motion to approve looking to the future.
So moved.
So moved.
All right. Public facilities. You ready back there with the sewer questions? He's not listening. Public facility services and recreation. This section provides a guide for orderly and planned extension of the public services and facilities needed for the present and future residents of Lander County. Goals, and we're going to take these in two sections. Goals. Any questions, comments, concerns with the goals that are here and identified?
On goal number 1, provide adequate public services and facilities, to commensurate with future needs? Do we need something in there? Does it
Probably.
quite make sense?
I think it's more of a statement that they, yeah, I think it's right, to commensurate. Yeah.
Could you be a grammar or Nazi there?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Anything else? Motion to approve as amended?
So moved.
Or sorry, movement to approve as amended. Got one.
So moved.
There you go. Policies. Questions, comments?
Why do you have the Kingston Water Service Area separate from the rest of the county? I know they're a separate entity because they're their own GID, but we give them grants all the time.
I would think that would be Lander County.
I would think so too.
In all infrastructure, I mean, however this is worded, but it would apply to all county entities that are similar, Kingston, however you qualify those, Battle Mountain Water and Sewer, Austin Water.
Which one are you looking at?
I mean, they're
PF1.
different districts, I get that.
PF11?
But Kingston is its own but called out here.
Right, and that's why I was asking, why is Kingston called out all on its own? Because it's part of Lander County too.
I would think all water districts.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, which one is it?
PF1,
Oh, PF1.
under policies.
Shannon, who said that they are not a GID.
No, they're not, okay, I thought they were, just Austin was.
Oh, I see.
Lander County, Kingston operates and plans, designs, constructs, and maintains their own water system, right?
Correct.
So that would be why it's not included.
But it says it is included.
It says outside the existing or proposed Kingston water service area.
Does Shannon want to be involved in it?
Oh, I see what it's saying. It's excluding it.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Ms. Shannon, would you like to be involved in it?
Or do you want to continue to be excluded?
We're waiting.
Can you guys hear me?
Hey, we got you.
Hey, I think that Lander County, I think that Kingston should be included. I do realize that we are a separate entity, but if for some reason Kingston could not measure up, and we went under, then Lander County would take over the water company and the town, actually. So, you guys do have an invested, interest in anything Kingston.
I agree. So it should be, all water facilities in Lander County, period, not, and take out the outside of the existing or proposed Kingston water.
So maybe this is a question for Donnie and Bert. Do we want to have a policy that we're going to plan, design, construct, operate, and maintain water in Kingston?
As if needed.
You really wanna be careful there.
No, that's Shannon's system, I don't think
Yeah.
we wanna step on
No.
her toes there.
So, yeah, I don't think that we want to make that change.
If something happened and that system failed and the state stepped in and said it's not performing, then the state's gonna come to Lander County probably and give you an option of taking that over. But I think the regulatory body that oversees that, Lander County doesn't oversee Kingston, do they?
No.
They're Kingston, yeah, so at such time somebody stepped in that actually has that authority, then they would probably come to, that would be a legal process.
Yeah.
I would think.
So
Keep it as is.
keep it as is? Okay, all right.
Moving forward. Let's see.
If I could just add something there, Pam Harrington, and also with our new Lander County lands bill that was passed, the county picked up, or is picking up, a piece of property along the border with Eureka, where Eureka's domestic water treatment works are. It's gonna be owned, the land, by Lander County instead of the BLM, but it's operated and all by Eureka County for the town of Crescent Valley. Just bringing that forth, for whatever that means, I don't know.
Yeah, we've known about that. That's their water treatment plant, that's up the hill. So I don't know what that will bring or not, but
Yeah, it's just-
maybe we made it over to them, I don't know.
On PF4, require the use of water meters in Lander County, is that something that we're having to do bound by NRS, or is that, do we have a choice in that, or?
We got to defer to Marty.
Marty?
I'm sorry?
Do you have to, it says, PF4 says require the use of water meters in Lander County. Water meters are essential to provide for water conservation, equity billing for water use, and effective management of water resources. Brian's asking if we have that in there because somebody just felt like putting it in there, or if it was mandated.
Yeah, what I'm concerned about, Marty, is I know we have meters now on residential water, but what, is it coming to people that have property outside of the infrastructure of the town that have wells?
So the state engineer is with the Division of Water Resources, that hasn't become law or an ordinance or whatever from the state, but they're moving towards that, where all domestic wells will be metered as well.
Well, then
That hasn't
maybe,
become, that's not something that's become a realization. And you don't also need meters on your municipal system. You are required to have them on your wells. The state engineer requires that for water rights purposes, for proving up water rights. But like Austin and places where they didn't always have meters, they, estimated water usage and stuff like that.
well then, I mean, maybe it's a little bit harsh in this, maybe we don't need it that harsh, maybe we need to specify that, because it doesn't stipulate municipal versus wells. I'm thinking, because we're putting in the document to require the use of water meters in Lander County.
I went right to private domestic, and I was going to ask for the county not to support that, just as a matter
Exactly.
of principle.
Yeah.
I agree, Pam, I was not happy to see that, but then Colt showed me the top line on this is public facilities, services, and recreation, that this is all applies to the public, like domestic wells aren't included in this.
Okay, if that's clear.
That was his reading, that quieted me down, if it's true.
It's a load off me.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's what it reads to me, is that it really is just applicable to public facilities, services, and recreation.
Okay.
Right, and if the county decides to put meters on their own stuff to monitor water usage and increase conservation efforts, cool. If not, that's on you.
Not
So,
cool.
whether you require it or not is up to you, right? But, I mean, it's whether or not you want to require it on county, owned infrastructure or not. Thoughts?
Well, again, it goes right back to what Monty said earlier in the day, is just things becoming more restrictive. It just seems like, we deal with that on a federal, state level. It's like, do we necessarily need to go down that road as a county government, becoming more restrictive, more control is just, I don't know. I mean, if it's something that we're mandated on a state level, then, I guess we have to follow that. But if we have a choice or a say in it, I would say that we don't go down the more restrictive road, but that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, no, the municipal water, it's already metered and charged at county well, right? So, yeah, outside that, and it is coming, the state will, they're gonna require that someday, but until they do, we sure don't need to.
Well, that's my point, we don't have to be easy, I mean, we can voice our opinion on it and not necessarily put policies in that we don't have to assist them,
So PF4, do we take that out, or do we add municipal water to it?
Well, I think what they're saying is that in the goals.
It's already in a municipal.
Right, it says provide adequate public
Okay.
service and facilities, right, so.
So I think what Brian's suggesting is that you just remove PF4.
So moved.
How do you guys feel about that?
I'd be good with it.
Okay, so moved.
So Shannon did comment, and she said that it will affect her ability to get grants like SRFs, which a lot of these documents do affect your grant, because if it's in your master plan, then you show that that was your plan to move forward with in the grant, but I think that, like you guys said, even with that removed, it's already in there above that we're gonna be monitoring our own.
It will affect our grant if we remove it or if we leave it in.
If we remove it to where we were not gonna put water meters on anything, I think is what she's saying would affect the grant writing. Yep, I'm just relaying.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Marty again, sorry. So on what Bert is, Bert's actually, Bert's correct. That's silly, sorry. Just strike that, maybe. The funding agencies for communities, when they provide grant funds, that's one of their requirements typically, is that you eventually go towards meters. So if you get a funding for a project, the funding agency will say they want meters, and the reason they do that is because, for example, Battle Mountain, you log the amount of water pumped from your wells, and you log the amount of water the customers are paying for, they don't match. And there's some water loss in there, but if you, for example, if you have somebody who is, like you said, a summertime person that comes and goes or doesn't always stay there, sometimes they'll leave a hose running and they'll complain about a high water bill. But you wouldn't know that if it wasn't metered. And all the metering does, essentially on a residential meter or a commercial meter, kind of helps catalog what's being used and what's being billed and what's being pumped. And that can be a means of tracking where the water's going if it's not being paid for.
And I think it's codified that meters are required.
Yeah, so I think what she's saying is, if it's codified that meters are required, why not keep it in so she doesn't have to worry about losing her grant?
Right.
I think what we're saying is the gray area is where they can translate it, it has to be for all wells, right? Is the concern?
So can we amend it to say use of water meters in residential?
All municipally served
Yeah.
properties, all properties served by municipal water.
By municipal water.
There we go, yeah.
Yeah.
That way it still leaves in rurals
Aren't they already, everybody's house has got a meter on it?
If it's on municipal water,
Yeah.
yeah.
So-
I think what they're trying to protect against is someone to try to read that and get a little overambitious and make people put them on their own domestic wells.
Yeah, if we go back to just add the word municipal,
Yeah.
municipal in there.
Okay.
I think we're protected on the water, the watering side of the
Yeah.
muni codes anyways. It specifically says what we
Right,
do.
I agree, and the codes override, right? So I think you're probably right, and if this would affect her possible grant situation, that's a problem. All right. You got that verbiage to add there, Sheldon?
Yes.
Fantastic. All right, anything else?
PF 11, have the county public works director or Nevada licensed engineer designated by Lander County provide, remove the S, construction management services. One of my grammar Nazi corrections.
Yeah,
All right,
thank you.
Going back up, PF 5, that has not, that's part of the piece that's going back to planning. That's part of what's getting chewed on. So that policy statement directly ties to the pieces that we were discussing previously in the density in the land use section.
right. Because here it says that you're ensuring that it's gonna get there.
And that the determination if it's going to be required to be on a public facility ties back to that land use piece that has yet to be flushed out. So whether it's here or not, or whether it's appropriate or not, depends on the land use discussion going back to planning. Does that make sense? This policy may or may not.
I'm not sure, I guess I kinda like the fact that they're saying they want to ensure that the sewer's gonna get there if it's 2 acres or less.
That's not.
That's kinda what it says. Ensure that areas planned for more intense development are served by a community water supply source and municipal sewer service in accordance with adopted county policies and ordinances.
Doesn't that hold Lander County?
Dedicate all new systems and facilities to Lander County or the appropriate water, well, that, yeah, yes.
It, you know,
Right, that'll affect
that,
Austin, Kingston.
yeah, that'll hold Lander County hostage that they have to do that. Of course, you know, the amount of money, what is it? I don't know what a water hookup is here. How much is a water hookup here?
Depends on the size of $2,500 to $3,500, but the bigger concern I have is the lift stations, because they're a few $1 million to put one of them in.
For the same reasons we want, the private sector wants to look at that, the county may wanna also, because that puts some pretty heavy responsibilities in play.
On PF7, it says require municipal water service in all existing service areas and areas planned for future service expansion, if I'm reading it correctly. So I can understand if we have a water line running out and there's existing people that want to put a house out there, they would have to hook up. But what about people that were out there prior to the water line? Is that something we're going to require them to hook up to?
It's a state requirement, so if a water main comes within a certain footage of your property, it's required by state law for you to hook up.
Yeah.
And in the
That's
course
already
of,
happened right over here, but it's cool.
Yeah, that's
in
all
the
Echo
course,
Bayville, all that stuff that was required.
Sorry, Marty, what's that?
in the course of someone acquiring a property, there is a disclosure that they are required to sign that says in the event, and that happens through private transaction.
Okay.
It's a well and septic disclosure that says in the event, if municipal services become available to you, you could be.
As long as they're made
required to
aware of that, that's was my concern, so,
Yeah,
okay.
and whether or not the state mandates that, it can be mandated through Lander County, and that's always the education that happens, is that people need to understand it. The closer you are to higher density, the more likely you might be required to tie in, and it can be mandated. It just depends on what code is created and like with sewer, if it comes by, I don't know anybody that wouldn't wanna tie in, but it can be mandated and it can be voluntary, so that verbiage just needs identified and stated. It would make sense to mandate it.
I wouldn't want to tie in.
I wouldn't want to tie in.
Exactly.
I water my animals and everything, I use a lot more water than everybody else, I wouldn't want to tie in.
You might have instances where you're required, right?
No, I get that.
So, if you have a failure for some reason, like we've been talking, right, the both of us in this
So
conversation.
I think both those are,
Marty has a lot more on that.
Sorry again, so I'm not aware that the state mandates that unless your well goes out. If your well goes out and you can't deepen it or re-drill, you have to connect.
Gotcha.
If you're within so many feet. If your septic goes out, if your leach field fails, you can't redo a septic system, you have to connect.
So they're fine to operate up until the point of failure.
You're not required to by the state, as far as I'm aware, but
Okay.
the county can require it.
Gotcha.
In Cherokee County, they did that, they brought a new sewer line down Alcorn Road. They were required to connect, but that was a county thing.
Now, are we requiring that or only?
No, and the
up to-
state has it like, so if your well pumps go out, the basic things you can replace and operate, it's at failure, that the connection is required.
So can you keep both? If you have to hook into city water and you still wanna use your well to use livestock water and stuff like that, can you do that?
You can, but you have to differentiate the two, you can't have both systems tying in together where you
Right.
could contaminate
You
our
can have it
system.
out to the barn, but you can have then city water to your house.
They don't want to
The
contaminate
other
public system.
piece to that is in mapping with parcel maps, subsequent parcel maps, subdivision maps, depending on where they are, what infrastructure is available, you can tie the requirements, tie into that service, and it has been done, whereby when that sewer does, for example, I know there was a parcel map that had come through, we knew within a 5-year, it was in the 5-year plan that sewer extension was likely or was expected, and so the discussion ensued during the parcel map and the creation of those lots. So when the sewer did come through, that map was approved contingent on when that sewer came through, there was a requirement to tie in. And so you can document and require that on anything newly created, especially if it's within, that's why that 5 to 10 year infrastructure plan is so valuable, because as those parcel maps, et cetera, come through, you can tie that requirement in at that time. And the discussion, while we're talking about it, was to put in dry lines, and it was that after that discussion was made, if the system or the new proposed infrastructure is not built, designed, engineered, you don't know what elevation you need to hit with slope for that sewer line. So they actually, in that course of that discussion, it was not desirable to have dry lines put in, because they probably would have to be redone anyway. But maybe a stub outside of a foundation made sense, and then you had direction because the sewer line actually was engineered and you know where you needed to be. So dry lines aren't always effective either, but at the very least a stub through the lot creation process, if that infrastructure is within that 5 or 10 year plan, whatever you wanted to define.
What's a dry line, Kim?
Oh, just putting in sewer line that doesn't work yet.
Oh, okay.
Austin has no problem getting it off the hill.
Right.
It rolls
Right over the
down.
edge there. PF7, required municipal water service in all existing service areas and areas planned for future service expansion. Is that something you want to keep? Do you want to reword it? Do you want to stricken it all together and just follow whatever state law, code, regulation is?
Can I suggest changing the word required to move towards?
Sure.
you want to say what, Cam?
Change the word required to move towards.
Or encourage municipal
Encourage
water
would be a good
service?
word.
Because that's something we've always done, and we've just handled it through our,
The county, this is directing the county to move infrastructure.
Right, what this is saying is from a planning site, you would end up having to require everybody that's within touch of a line to tie in, regardless.
It's defined.
That's what this is saying.
It's all defined by statute and code within so many feet or adjacent
Right.
law. This is requiring the infrastructure to be out to the development.
Which holds the county hostage.
Well, that's not what this says though. Required municipal water service in all existing service areas and areas planned for future service expansion. That existing service areas, right? That would tell me even if you're on a working well, you gotta tie in.
No, that's not, really? That's what
Yeah.
you did?
requiring municipal water service in all existing service areas.
And areas planned for future,
Okay,
that's if they're serving it. So I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, town boundaries defines the county will provide infrastructure within town boundaries.
I don't know, I think infrastructure is infrastructure, I'm not sure.
Well, Bert, I think you put a line in somewhere and you have a whole water line we spent a lot of money on, wouldn't we want people to tie into the water line?
You
We
would.
want to encourage them, but we don't want to take their right from having their own well or choosing not to if they don't.
But this doesn't say that. This says
It-
require municipal water service in all existing service areas, requiring connection. Right?
Because you're basically saying if they're in an existing service area, they have to tie in.
So it doesn't say connection, but requiring connection.
Right.
And areas planned for
So,
future service.
I think if you change require to encourage, I think you're probably, you give yourself some leeway, I would imagine.
And I don't know that this matches our current county code.
Yeah.
I think our current county code is within the 400 feet, and then it's at the failure of
Right,
whatever that
right,
is.
with a failure.
Correct.
So, yeah, if we could, yeah, we want to get rid of required at minimum.
New connections, new service, new connections would be required. Because that's how, if it's there, if it's within 400, or if it's within 300 feet in the adjacent property, I think is how water reads, unless it's changed in the last few years. And there's no existing, so they couldn't go in and drill a well. If there's water service there and the code
Yes,
says
if
they
there's no
have,
existing.
yeah, they
that's
have to tie in.
And I think is what we're saying is that anybody that has existing, we don't want to steal them rights from them, make them connect to us,
No.
but I think
It's
that's
really,
the.
it's a wonky statement.
Encourage, I think
We're
you
not
kind
a
of,
grammar Nazi here, 'cause
Yeah, come on, Shelby.
there's no subject to this sentence.
It's true.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, there's not.
Cole, excuse me, I just wanted to add that in the question to Bert about the loop mains that might not provide water service, it also provides fire protection. So if you're not providing water service to the lots, you're providing fire protection.
That's true, good point.
So what do you want to do with PF7?
Okay, I mean, other than insert a subject, as required by Lander County, current Lander County code,
Because I would read it as require municipality to provide service,
that's how I read it.
Yeah.
and not to require a homeowner to hook into a service.
That's a different way to read it.
Yeah, that could be interpreted.
That's the way I read it.
You working on how to phrase it over there?
Yeah, if we can just get the wording in there.
I always look to the attorney to bail myself out.
Yeah. Because the word required needs to not be there without either more definition or replace it with
How about
encourage.
this? Take out the word require, municipal water service connection will be required as per Lander County code.
or remove it altogether.
Or just
remove
take it out.
altogether.
Pull it out.
Yeah,
Because your code already spells it out.
yeah, it is in our code of what we require. We could take out 7, is one option, just take it clear out. Was anybody else on planning think about that, just remove that?
Just take it out. It's too confusing, just take that out.
And it duplicates other stuff
Yeah,
anyway?
we have a
Yep.
code that covers it anyway.
Everybody else okay with that? Okay. So moved on to planning commission.
So moved.
Okay. All right. Take out PF7. What do you want to do with PF5? Let's swing back to that.
I thought that was going to planning.
What's
Yeah,
that?
That's,
That was gonna go back to
yeah,
planning.
we'll review that when we review the levels of property.
So will it just be updated?
Yeah.
Well, actually, no, it gave the county direction to move toward having infrastructure in areas that were planned to be 2 acres or less. It's not saying you can't have anything less than 2 acres, it's just saying the
Yeah.
county will actively work towards infrastructure whereby density of 2 acres or less is expected, so that they have some planning. It's not for It's not saying that would be a minimum, anything under that would be planned, it's just that at that point, county should be looking towards moving into that area.
It's really just holding yourselves accountable to get the line there.
Yeah.
Right, that's what it's
But
doing.
again, it holds the
fine with
county
that.
hostage.
Well, yeah, I mean, you are saying that, I guess you could say, except Austin and Kingston, right? I mean, you could define the area slightly better, because you don't wanna have to ensure that you get those sewer lines to lots that are under 2 acres in Austin and Kingston.
We don't have any lots in Austin that are, 2 acres, so everything there is under 2 acres.
Right, so everything in Austin, you'd have to get a sewer line to.
We do, we have it already.
Oh, well, then it doesn't really matter.
That's why I never said anything.
Oh, well, you're saying it holds it hostage.
Well,
How
no,
does it
it
hold it
holds the
hostage?
county hostage with
I guess-
areas.
Well,
that-
I don't
Well,
think so.
I think that's what you're ensuring to do anyway.
It's still,
We have a sewer and water expansion plan already,
Yeah.
right?
For that reason, right?
Yeah, so
Yeah, so
then
you're already
that's
doing it.
all, so there, we're done.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
have a plan,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, but at some point, we may not always have a budget.
Right.
well, and we may not always get it done, but it's a
But as
plan.
long as we have a
It's a
plan
plan.
to do it.
You can always update the plan 4 times a year, yeah.
So it's just a plan that matters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does that plan match up with the property zonings that are 2 acres or less?
It really, that's
Gonna
what we
have
don't
to now.
know.
What do you ask?
We don't know because Marty's still working on that plan.
Right, so does the water and sewer plan match up to 2.0 acres?
I meant that in
Mar- Marty's going to ensure it does, according to this document.
Sorry, Marty.
Down here.
To the document itself, these master plans, just because Marty puts a plan together, says we're gonna put a water line out there, doesn't necessarily mean it ever ends up there.
Correct.
It's just a general idea.
Yeah.
It's a dream.
And if it does end up there, it did. If it don't, it's still the plan that someday it'll happen, so maybe.
But, okay,
Anyway, can't we just leave it?
I think we're good.
Okay,
louder please.
sounds good.
So, in the general spirit of it may end up there, that should also maybe be the general spirit guiding requirements to tie in as those parts are chewed on, right? Because that is ultimately everybody's goal, right? So to require that tie-in, unless that line's there, they kind of one depends on the other.
Well,
It's not within the distance required by the state.
Are we back on PF7? We took it out.
Well, I'm just saying, it's,
If we're in PF 5.
we're
We were
up
right
in
now.
PF 5.
Right.
So if the county, we're talking about PF 5,
But I
so,
think 5 is what you guys were saying, you guys were gonna, the planning commission will take back and discuss later, and then that will come back.
Yes, it'll be part of our overall land management meeting we're going to have about the requirements for.
I think this
All that
drives the planning commission when they're trying to map that stuff
Yes.
out to ensure that that is included.
Mhm.
Right, I think that's what this, as a guiding document, I think it's saying, hey, when Marty's putting this system together and y'all are mapping this out, you need to ensure that this is included.
Mhm.
But I want to be able to use this document to guide my next 5 to 10 years.
Right?
I need to be able to look at this document and say, hey, this is where the county wants houses to be.
Right?
Well, if we're never going to follow that master plan, it's just a guiding.
Oh, no,
document
it's-
or something. If we don't ever get there,
You have to follow it, to a point, right? Like, you have to stay within earshot of it. Otherwise, you fall into legal problems.
well, I mean, if it incorporates the infrastructure plan into this, and we never get around to it, because we start building in a different direction,
Isn't that where economic development falls into place and stuff like that, so
No.
we know where
Well-
we wanna grow and develop and?
And I think that's to my point, is that if this document was a hard, fast document like you're asking it to be, every billionaire in the world would come find these plans and buy every piece of ground on either side of it, and then watch the municipality pay for the infrastructure to get there and develop off of it, and then make themselves richer and roll that on. That's why this is, if the plan does change and go over, we come back to this and we review this one of our 4 times that
It's a
year,
living document.
and recreate it, right?
well, the opposite of that is just kind of throwing darts randomly, on which area you think the county's actually gonna want the development to happen.
But isn't that where you guys would come to the county and work with us on,
Well, no, that's why you're creating this document. You're creating a plan.
but it's a broad spectrum, right? You
Not
guys
when
are
you get
talking
down-
about specific.
Yeah, it's.
As developers, we're speaking as a broad spectrum.
This plan
correct?
doesn't say where we're gonna move the sewer lines and water to next. It
Yeah,
just says,
Actually, your water and sewer master plan will actually have a vision on
Right.
paper.
yeah, but that's not this.
Is that incorporated
But it
here
could
in
be
this
this.
document?
It's incorporated.
Just one thought, like here, and a lot of this stuff came from the old document, tried to clean some stuff up, and there was some new thoughts, and so it's almost like there might be too much in this master plan.
Yeah.
And maybe we need to take a second look at cleaning some of this up, and maybe the better way to do some of this stuff is talk about, as part of this process, we would update a sewer and water master plan as part of the updates of this master plan. Something like that, that's
Right.
more vague, that, let's let that document do what it needs to do,
Yes.
and not have this document give that document direction. Now you got a master plan telling the master.
Yes, that's what, yeah.
But in the same token, they have to play nice, right?
Yeah.
Because they are both plans that governance is looking to drive
All of this, but
development.
Well, I think that's why if you put a policy together that talks about coordination, then you are basically saying that, yeah, they're
So
gonna work together, those two documents are gonna work hand
Take
in
these
hand.
pieces out and say the document that they should be coordinated, they may not. I mean, so from the private sector point, so that's what I'm trying to qualify, and I think what Mike's trying to qualify, don't let me put words in your mouth, but in order to, then planning's gonna go back and chew on these things where it says that connection will be required at this density, and it matches the zoning and all those things, and it works nicely with the projected water and sewer master plan. That's expected because you're saying, this is where we want the zoning, we're saying we want connection for this. And so if people follow those and you require those connections, and then all of a sudden don't follow that plan and have yet given the zoning and required the connection, and now the infrastructure doesn't occur, it's, we want it, but then we don't wanna be responsible for making sure it gets there.
Okay. I know Marty's got something, then I got a comment on this too.
We do a lot of talking here, I'm sorry about all that. So, the water and sewer master plan update is two-faceted. The first portion of the water and sewer master plan update gives, the commission the understanding of where you're at with your existing system. It gives you capacity, which is what everybody wants to know. How many water rights do I have? How many people can I serve with my existing system? So I do a summary of all the things that pertain to water. Your water rights, your storage, your pumping, your groundwater pumping, your distribution system, firefighting capabilities, and same with the sewer. And so I go through there and say, you have a few shortfalls in your water system that need to be upgraded just so you can, better serve your people based on pressures and all these other things. The other facet of the master plan update says planning, which knows where things are going, how things are developing, or might have an idea where they might go, say, well, hey, can we serve this development if it does come? The second part of it is strictly just a what if planning document. So if planning says, well, we're getting some, questions and we're getting some interest in, for example, Shoe and Hilltop. I was asked to look at serving those areas. So all I'm doing in that facet is just to say, well, based on your existing system, if you wanted to serve that area, this is what it would require. So that you can, if developers come to you and say, we've been looking at this area, we're looking at this, can you serve us? They've got an idea. They can say, well, it's going to be, way too expensive, or, it requires a lot of infrastructure to do it, or, yeah, it's a pretty straightforward thing. At least have an idea. Doesn't mean it's going to get built, like Bert said, but essentially, you have to have somewhere you have to have some idea of where you're at and what you can and cannot serve, or, would be,
Is the water and sewer master plan, is it designed around zoning densities? And the requirements to connect within those zoning densities?
So to answer that question in a very ambiguous way, pretty much. But I have to estimate the water demand for a particular area that's not developed based on the zoning and land use. So for example, where we don't have any information, I've been using 1,200 gallons a day per acre, because that seems to be pretty much the water use around here for the last 2 decades now. But anyway, I have to have some idea of expected or anticipated water and sewer use based on the zoning, because that tells me the density, and I need that to find out, what it's gonna take to get X number of gallons in that water line to serve X number of customers, if it develops based on the zoning.
Okay, and Mike's question and Cam's, and I think what everybody's getting at, if you're gonna go out here and develop a lot, and you can't develop a lot banking on there being water. As long as you're within the state requirements of septic and well, if you develop a lot and drill a well and put in a septic, and 6 months later the water gets there, or 2 years later the water gets there, as long as your well don't fail and your septic don't fail, you're on septic and well, right? Yeah. And then when the line septic and or water gets there, if your well fails, you're required to hook up. If your septic fails, you're required to hook up. Other than that, you just develop your property with the well and septic, as long as we're not overrun on our state requirements, right?
Right.
Right.
And that's where you need to know the half acre, 2 acre, 2.5 acre, whatever.
Right, but which we will work on.
And I would kind of think that, and I'm not an engineer, so I don't understand how water and sewer lines get put in, but I would kind of think there's a radius, right? You're gonna hit everything close, and then next, because it gets more expensive the farther out.
That's our goal.
And so, these ones that are close in should be on the 1 to 3 year budget, or the next ring out is the 3 to 5, and then the 5 to 7 or something. And I guess I don't know if that's how it's constructed.
So typically when you're designing infrastructure, you want to design it for the build-out conditions, so you don't have to come in later and upsize something. A perfect example would be the lift station on Allen Road. Currently it's pumping sewer from Echo Bay to the sewer plant. So I designed it for the future build-out for everything that I think could go to that lift station. So piping is oversized, motor control center, the generator, motor starters, all that is oversized, the wet well is oversized in the event that it gets built out. But the pumps are sized for the current condition. And again, if you're boring under a highway and a railroad, you certainly don't want to undersize your pipe based on the current condition and have to come back and try to bore again later. The wisdom of that type of design, I can't speak to that. That's what
Does that hopscotch past other ones inside, or
Pardon?
do you hopscotch past ones closer?
I'm sorry.
Where you put in, you're looking at your build out and potential build out in an area. Do you hopscotch past ones in closer?
No, typically I look at everything.
So everything
Everything
from
that
there
could
in
possibly serve.
could be served.
For example, on the lift stations, is what I was talking about that, everything that could possibly gravity to that point. So that lift station, that wet well is very deep, just like all of your wet wells. You try to gravity everything, and especially because Battle Mountain's really flat. Fernley, Fallon, Carson City, they're really flat. So you're gonna have, unfortunately, a lot of lift stations. You can only gravity so far. You have minimum slopes on your pipes because that's based on the carrying capacity. So if you've got a certain size pipe, then you can only go so far with it. And you try to start out as shallow as you can, obviously. So residents will have a sewer lateral from their house out to the street. So you want to start at around 5 feet. I don't need to get into all the specifics or details here, but so you'll start shallow and you just gravity as far as you can take it until you can't go any deeper. And there's a rule of thumb for the depth for lift stations for efficiency and pumping and everything. So most of the lift stations around here are around 17 to 22 feet deep. And so that's really what we use as a criteria for figuring out how far we can go with sewer. We look at a sewer line, a 12-inch sewer line with a .0028. I'm sorry.
I'm following you. I got you.
Based on the contours of the ground, you can only go so far. Yellow Brick Road is an example. We could only go about 1,000 feet of 12-inch sewer because we're tying into the gravity sewer that's going down Round Mountain that dumps into the lift station on Allen Road.
So to Derek's point, I think less is more in this document.
Right.
It seems like a lot of these water and sewer should be talked about in the sewer water master plan.
Yeah.
And this should just talk about coordinating with that plan.
Yeah.
I like that.
I think that would be amazing.
Yeah.
Probably a lot of review, though, a lot to do.
There's a lot of conflict between the sections and have-tos and musts, and I don't know that anybody wants tied into the have-tos and musts unless it naturally needs to be.
Well, then maybe with, maybe to Derek's point, you're right, Bert. Maybe you need to take back, take all these policies back and have the planning commission and Derek and you know, the county commission go through and figure out how exactly they want to word it to get some of that tight direction and make it a little more ambiguous and tie it back to plans that are already being created and available, right? So you're not locking yourself into one thing and have to turn back and redo something else.
Reading through some of these too, it seems like maybe, I mean, part of a master plan policy is to stay high level and give direction. And there's some stuff in there that probably is already covered in code.
Right.
So it seems
Okay.
like, this was one section that it was really hard to get this.
Now, could we just use Marty's master plan for this section?
Possibly.
I mean, entirely, not even have any of this, and just use the water and sewer master plan that Marty completes for this?
So wouldn't we just use this as, like, again, once again, as a checks and balances for the, like, you know, the water plans that we already have in set in stone and different things like that? Just have it, you know, refer back to it, but not be completely, I guess.
So
It is definitely an integral part of this document, and I think that in and of itself can stand on its own.
Yeah.
Well, it should be too, correct?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, and there are maps that reference it in here,
There
right?
is.
Where the sewer lines already
Then you
are.
reference that when you're
Right.
creating policy for the land use and stuff, because you really have that, it's all a plan, it's a good thought, that's the goal. But without setting all this policy, you've created,
Right.
it would make the most sense.
So you guys
So
can
turn to
restructure.
PF 26 and take all of that out, because that's all wastewater and public waters. And at PF 26, you've moved on to the cemetery.
Yes, sir.
Actually, you
How
have,
do you gauge the water and sewer master plan? How do you gauge the interest of those parcels ever being developed? So earlier, we had the conversation with the 70-acre one or whatever, and the neighbor with the 99 acres that was never gonna do anything. How do we, or is there somehow that this master plan is surveying or discussing with landowners, is this a value to that parcel? I mean, if I have a piece of parcel right next to my house, but I'm gonna keep 20 acres forever, and I can split it into 2 acre lots, there's no value to running water and sewer out to that parcel.
There would be for water for fire protection for 2.5 acre lots.
But it's not gonna be a new lot, I guess, there's no new lot, so I mean, are we running water and sewer to Sagebrush, or are we running it to actual units that may get developed?
I think it's based on zoning.
Yeah, I think it's based on zoning, and obviously, like we spoke of in the past, it's that internal out kind of growth, right? We don't run our water lines, we try to make it where the municipality gets a return on their investment. Anything over 2.5 acres, there's not really much of a return. So it's small bites, working our way out to that. And I don't know how Marty calculates that, if it's a 0.028 or, I kid, Marty. But I don't know how that calculation is coming.
Well, so I think to Dee's point, I think it's, you know, we can take policies up through the end of the first PF 26
Yeah, since we have two.
and the beginning of the second PF 26.
So good with that.
Let's call it PF 26 A and B, right? And anything before PF 26 B, which will be 27, maybe by the time you're done with this. I think we could take separate. Anything before that, I think you guys are going to have to go back, rework, and revisit.
Or maybe that's where we just put in.
In a subsequent meeting, or maybe you just do that, right? Whatever is appropriate. I do want to, when you're looking at that, really quick, just to have a food for thought, I think you should look at PF 12 through 15, and whether or not you want to tie yourself to that, and tie the builders and the developers to that. Because really, a lot of what that is saying is, they're gonna pay for any of it.
I think
That's a lot of what I read, and so I think you just need to be careful with who's gonna be taking on that cost. And it doesn't build in any flexibility. I know you guys are, look, in talking to Bert, there's a lot of flexibility and negotiation there that you guys can do to help builders out and encourage certain developments and do that kind of stuff. But when you're putting in here that you're ensuring these improvements are gonna get paid by the developer, then you don't have that flexibility so much anymore.
Yeah, well,
So-
it's subject to interpretation. It says,
Yep, I get it. Yeah, just look at it.
PF 5 through PF 26A is all that chunk.
Yeah, just,
Yeah.
we'll just ignore
So,
it.
how about we do this first? We can move to approve policies PF 1 through PF 4
As amended.
as amended.
As amended.
We'll move it.
So moved.
Okay. We can move to amend policies PF 5 through PF 26A as appropriate to be reviewed at upcoming meetings.
Say that again, 5 through.
PF, to amend PF 5 through PF 26A as appropriate to water and sewer master plan.
Yeah.
To send back to planning.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So moved.
So moved.
okay. We're gonna send that back. Alright, 26B. I think at this point it's gonna be 27, but we don't know yet. 26B, acquire additional lands for expansion Battle Mountain. So from the cemetery on, any questions, comments, concerns? Anything that falls in that people wanna talk about? Wildfire, fuel management, trails. Okay, hearing none. I will look for a movement to,
Are we going clear through 52 on this movement?
yeah,
Hold on, I did, we.
alright, let's go page by page. Let's go PF 26B to PF 28.
Good.
Movement to approve.
Move. So moved.
Alright, are you following me, whoever's taking the notes? Oh,
Yep.
Gotcha. Alright, PF 29 through PF 39. Questions, comments, concerns?
PF 31, who maintains the above ground utility map?
What'd you say, Kim?
PF 31.
Who maintains the above ground utility map? Is that a thing?
I guess it would depend on the utility.
Well, it says allow amendments or additions to be made to the above ground utility map. Do we have one? I didn't think so.
But I'm sure Sierra Pacific or one of them may have one, but that's not, I don't think that's ours.
Lander County wouldn't have any authority to amend it.
You guys don't have an above ground utility map?
Not that I'm aware of.
Oh, well, it doesn't really, then,
So we remove that one?
you can't really do it. Can't amend something you don't have. You can create one, I guess.
No, we're not gonna do
Is that what
That's
they're-
another thing.
More money.
No.
More money.
But Lander County, there's no reason for 31 to be in here, because there's no authority held by Lander
No.
County.
Alright.
To amend anybody else's above ground utility plan, right?
Right.
And that just is what it says.
Well, we would have some authority because it's within, a lot of these are within our right of ways, so there's,
Allow,
like, they're a public utility that we allow.
Maybe it's like coordination.
what, this is talking about the above ground utility map.
there may be some areas where you may not want, like say overhead power lines going
Sure.
across, things like that, which you can put in, which then would then require any development, to possibly go to an underground utility system, so.
But there's no separate map.
Yeah, but this is, I do see where maybe this is saying if they wanna make a, whoever does hold that map, NV Energy, the state, whoever it may be, if they wanna make amendments to it and they wanna make, and they want to make additions to it, and here you're saying you're going to allow that. It's not saying that you're going to do them, right? It's not saying that Lander County is going to do it.
It's very specific, speaking to a specific
Mhm.
map, and
Right.
there's not one.
There is one.
Well, I'm sure the utilities.
Well-
They have one. Nevada Energy,
Exactly.
the Tesla site in it, Western Market
But
right
they
now.
have one, but there's not just one.
But hold on, let me finish. Department of Transportation has it as well, and they're both overhead. And they are in discussion whether or not that's going underground, then it will involve Donnie, because there could be some right-of-way stuff there. So we're working through all that, so there is a map, I saw both of them yesterday.
No, but there's more than one,
Yeah, oh yeah, I don't know.
That's what
who
I'm
made
saying.
it.
and not one internally in Lander County.
In the master plan, we actually built I think there's some language in NRS that I think requires it to be part of the master plan, and so we documented like the main corridors, so that Lander County's basically knowing that these are the main corridors that you recognize.
And don't they
That
just-
maps in.
Derek, I
So
think
there
they just
isn't.
have to notify us, and that was part of
Yeah.
that review when they changed something.
Right.
Which they
Yeah,
did
I'm not
yesterday.
aware of us having an overhead utility map that's Lander
think it's-
County, we're copying other people's.
Yeah. And is it legislated, Derek, you said?
It's, so in that section, we talk about the NRS, so additionally, an above-ground utility corridor plan is in progress as part of this master plan update. As required by NRS 278160E, Lander County will ensure the location of any new transmission lines operating at over 200 kilovolt or greater consistent with the BLM resource management plans and transmission plans prepared by the Office of Energy and the plans of adjacent counties and jurisdictions.
There you go.
So it's.
You're creating one.
It's basically that your Lander County's coordinating with all the big providers, so everybody's on the same
So
page.
maybe that's what it will be, the coordination map.
And that's in,
Or maps.
we did this as part of the master plan update.
So you've created that document within that meets that NRS? Satisfies it? So
Marty,
Lander
do you have
County
something
does
to
have one.
They do.
They do now.
Oh, they will.
So like, for example, to add what Holt said, NV Energy wanted to put, I don't remember what it was, something with lighting or something at Port Ranch Road. They submitted their map to Donnie and had me look at it to find out if it conflicted with any of county's utilities, buried utilities, because they were doing underground electric as well. So the map that was provided to the county to find out if their proposed addition of the utilities would conflict with the existing county buried.
Yeah, he's saying there is there's an NRS that states the county has to have a map, and he created one.
So maybe PF 31 should say allow when appropriate. Blah, 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 blah.
Allow amendments or additions to be made.
Because you don't want to be stuck to have to allow all of them. do you?
Right. No.
When appropriate to be made, yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure if that would stick you to have to allow all of them. Yeah, he agrees.
Well, it just says. the
I was trying to
following
channel my
findings-
inner attorney.
It just says the following. It does, the last sentence does kind of narrow it down that it has to be approved. It has to have prior approval by the Lander County Commissioners, so.
And Derek's saying you are legislated to create this above ground utility map, and he created one, so when you adopt this plan, you'll have your map.
Yeah.
And then you're gonna approve everything else anyway by virtue through public works.
We got all the stuff from like NV. I think it's just, obviously if you like Washoe County, I think your overhead utility plan has to be way more detailed, but I think in the rural counties, it's literally just like the corridors, the major corridors, and that's what we got with, I think we did some research on the Lake to Green or, NV Energy had a bunch of stuff, so we kind of coordinated with all that.
So
That
31
makes
should
sense.
absolutely stay in.
So, but I think, and Mike just agreed with me, I think you add in allow when deemed appropriate, blah, 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 blah. Because if you just say you're going to allow it, it's pigeonholing them right, to then you're allowing everything.
But like you said, the last sentence is the following findings must be made by the Lander County Board of Commissioners prior to approval. So
Right, but I think you want,
Well, I just say by adding that, you're making it less restrictive.
Sure.
I'm fine with
yes. Trying not to pigeonhole you. I don't, if we in this room are reading it 2 or 3 different ways,
Yeah, that's true.
let's not let a judge read it 2 or 3 different ways.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, whatever legal says, cause that's a.
Right, I was like, Mike?
That's a whole lot of stuff.
Anything else between PF 29 and PF 39? Anything? None? All right, hearing none, do we get a movement to approve as amended?
So moved.
So moved.
PF 40 to 52.
I do have to comment on 44. I'm kind of excited to see that one.
All right, I'll put a smiley face by it
Thank you.
and put, this is D.
Exclamation points.
D, smiley
On
face.
50, do we have that? Yes.
Do we have
Is
50?
that part of
Update
the,
countywide road plan.
because for some reason I didn't have all of the maps, but is that in there?
I don't think that's part of the master plan, but we do have a countywide road map.
Okay.
But shouldn't it be part of this as a reference, just like the water and sewer plan? Or no, just keep it updated? Because planning, your long-term master plan, I mean, that would be reasonable, that
Oh, we used to have those CAM in our, whatever we call them, orange book, red book, green books, all of our roads. But I don't know, in the past,
they
it
used to hang
was
on the
never.
wall, but.
No, we had a book of them, of all the roads from main roads to 2477 roads, and the criteria of what they were. At some point, we had them, but I don't think we've ever had it mapped out in our master plan, as long as they're accessible to us. Because having a good set of road maps, which I know I've got some from you, and they're pretty close.
Did you need that piece in there? It doesn't say when or how often, it just says update.
Well, would that mean when you put new roads in?
Maybe you could say keep updated.
Keep updated,
Keep
yeah.
updated.
That would be better. Like the new one out there on the hilltop, right? Leave that
Yeah.
on there.
Was it Abraham Lincoln?
Really?
Isn't that what it's called?
I don't know, I'm asking.
It was the Abraham Lincoln called?
I think so.
Show us some manage.
Yeah, yeah, I know it's around somewhere.
Yeah, I see the plan, the whole thing.
I have it in my office.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if keep updated, that qualifies that statement.
Does everybody agree with that?
What's that? I'm sorry.
Sorry, we got sidebar.
We were sidebarring.
We're looking as to whether or not you want to change PF 50 to keep updated,
Yes.
keep countywide road
Yes.
plan updated.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else between PF 40 and 52?
52 could be incorporated into 50 because
Yeah.
it's still talking
But
about that master.
it's still the same thing, but,
Still talking
No,
about
yeah.
but it's okay. You can have 2 of them, I don't care.
I'm not sure why it's separate, but it is.
All right. Move to approve as amended
So moved.
with the smiley face. All right,
Yeah, what's the smiley face on it?
I got everything.
Okay.
All right, into public facilities, available public facilities and services. Let's just take the first page for now. Any questions, comments, concerns? Does it need updating?
On the table. Did this table change from what's currently in the code? Does this match the
Right,
code?
because it's not, it matches the current, well, it matches the current master plan categories that are in the master plan draft that we're doing right now.
No.
Right, so,
So I think this piece needs to go, this table needs to go back to planning with the other components because they are, this is directly derived from those. It's low, medium density, and these are going to be points of discussion. These go back
yeah,
to
I think
design
you'd have to update,
characteristics
yeah,
and everything.
You would have to update the table when you're done, when
Yeah.
planning's done updating the chart.
Because whatever happens there shows up on the table.
Okay, so, how about we move to update page, or, section 5.6? Yeah, it's probably just the table, right?
Yeah.
Move to approve with, pending updated table after planning updates land use chart.
So moved.
So moved.
Okay, good. Getting better at this. Current conditions and trends, water resources. Questions, comments, concerns, does it need updating?
I think it should be, because it's like 2016, 2017. And that's easy data for them to pull right off the
Okay.
computers.
And this is really just talking through what the conditions and trends are, right? It's not talking about anything that you guys are committed to do or anything like that. Am I right about that, Derek? Right? Okay, so, I would, before we get to water rights. Move to approve water resources pending updated figures and maps.
So moved.
So moved. If applicable. Water rights. That's always a fun topic.
Where you at?
510, page 117. Questions, comments, concerns?
Hold on, we made a big jump.
Updated?
big jump there, I passed over something I wanted to hit.
Oh, did we? What did we jump over?
Back,
The map?
yeah, that map there is totally missing a lot of stuff on it.
Which map?
Yeah, update
In the
them.
wrong place, and maybe we
Uh,
Yeah, we
Or
just
you
need
can
to figure out
review it.
The water facility location map?
Yeah.
Yeah, we just said we're gonna update it.
It's
Yeah, we just-
2007.
Yeah, it's pending
Well, it's
update.
missing a lot of stuff after 2010. And what, Marty, you doing there?
That says the engineering on
Yeah, we'll get,
it. It's all wrong, it's.
it's not Marty's fault. Marty's like, that ain't me.
Oh, I know,
It's,
it's, nothing left from 2017.
no, it's okay, we just approved to accept updated maps.
Update.
Okay.
Yeah,
When I stepped out on.
no, it's okay.
That's okay.
Gotcha. So, water rights section. Questions, comments, concerns? I don't know if it needs to be updated. I don't know if any of the statuses have changed, but before we get to Austin's water system. Water rights? Anybody? Marty?
I'm not sure the status on well nine.
Okay. Maybe we update the chart.
I've got that in my report.
Okay.
It says from the master plan that I did, so
From
I'm updating that in mine.
Okay.
Update.
Marty's update this time. Derek, you're off the hook with this one. All right, so water rights section approved, pending Marty's update to the chart.
So moved.
So moved.
Austin water system, D. Do you like your pretty pictures?
I do,
All
they're
right,
very nice.
fantastic.
I really, everything looks fine. I mean, you got all our wells, you got our springs. Thanks, everything looks good.
All right, move to approve.
Move to approve.
Move to approve.
Excuse me.
So moved.
Oh, wait.
You're missing a booster station.
Oh,
Are we missing a booster
oh,
station?
D.
No. I'm a failure.
D.
Oh.
I rely on you for this
The
information.
engineering, see that again, it says the engineering.
Oh, see, it's not my fault.
Anything that says day engineering will update.
Oh, look at that. Shots fired.
Actually, I should have made Kip look at it, because he's the one that used to do the water.
All right, is it missing a booster pump? Is it 5?
I'm sorry, it's there, apologize. It's there.
So it is
I
good?
didn't get all the way down.
Is all that good?
It's, yeah.
All right, well then
So
the
we
approval
can
stands. All right, challenges, water quality. I'm assuming this is still talking about Austin. I
Oh, there
believe.
is some changes there.
Yeah,
Okay.
There's no longer a water district in Austin.
Yeah,
so
it's
all that
now-
information needs to be removed.
It's now Lander
Oh,
County.
Where's
So-
that?
So starting
challenges.
on, the water district in Austin.
No, an as-needed contract.
As needed contract,
Certified
certified
operator.
operator is available but seldom works in Austin.
Yeah, from
That
there,
needs to be removed as well?
yeah.
Okay.
I'm thinking we have a certified person there, right, Donnie?
Yes, Paul Stroud.
Yeah, Paul's still doing it?
Okay, and then there's no water district, so we don't need that anymore.
Lack of
Additionally, the board has term limits, so you don't have to worry about
Yeah, we
that.
take that out, lack of personnel and continuity can go.
Monitoring progress towards goals is a challenge, no need about that. Alright, so you're gonna, but before that, are you okay?
Yeah, several conditions make repairing. When they redid Main Street, one of the things that our water board did was have them go in and do a bunch of work on the sewer and the water lines, replacing all of that. And that took away a lot of our challenges, didn't it? Because we weren't having the DIs drop down on our water lines anymore and break them, and
In Main Street it did, but I think Marty we have quite a few more challenges.
yeah,
Yeah,
Like,
Do we need Marty to update the challenge section to this?
yeah.
like the open water tanks.
So the worst part, not the worst part, I'm sorry, it was a big success, really. Replaced the water main and sewer main on the north side of the road, because there's two of them. The one on the sewer and water on the south side was not replaced, but there were connections made. But the biggest challenge, I think, and NDOT, when they came through to do all their improvements with sidewalk for veteran paving, they redid the big giant 72-inch storm drain down the middle of the street.
Yeah.
But one of the big challenges was connecting to the existing services, because it's old pipe. And so there were still, after the project was done, a year later, there were some services that leaked. There were some meter issues, and again, it was because we were trying to tie in new water systems to really old pipe. And there was one, I forget the name of it, was a fitness place or a store or something like that, by the hardware store. No, not about
Oh, what's now known as Grandma's.
Yeah.
Water went all over the floor, and it was, I don't know, but there was some issues with services. But they are new meters, new hydrants, new valves, new water and sewer on the north side of the street. And also we tied into the line that goes up to Marshall Tank, and tied in the line on Vine.
So Marty, I guess the
So
question is,
Yeah, I think we just, a couple of challenges, our new challenges we have here, we can erase most of this, sort of like the booster pumps, I think that we need to look at. The tank that's up there that we need to replace.
The concrete tank with a wooden roof, that needs to be replaced.
okay,
Those
so
are- yeah,
did
so we need
that,
to update the
how much
challenge.
of that affected the next section, which is the water quality?
The only water quality issue I think would honestly be the water storage tank.
Right, you don't have arsenic stuff and all that anymore?
No, with that new well, that took all that out.
Alright, so,
So we drilled a new well in 2013, Parsons drilled a new well in 2013 because the arsenic in dry well number 1 was at 13, which exceeded the standard of 10. So drilled a well out about 7 miles away by,
Champions, yeah.
and it's a groundwater well that now meets it meets the drinking water standard for arsenic. So that's the main well that's used now. So water quality issues are non-existent.
We're like
Okay.
3 parts per
So-
billion or something now.
so maybe what we do is move to update, Austin water system challenges and water quality sections.
Yeah.
Cause it sounds like it needs some updating.
Yeah, and Kingston
All right.
Water, they've done a
Planning
lot of work
commission's on
too.
board.
Oh, okay.
We're not there yet.
Oh, okay.
We're moving to update the Austin water challenges and water quality sections.
So moved.
So moved.
Alright.
Am I helping you update?
Yeah.
Voluntold, Marty, well done.
Day engineering is helping with that.
By Marty. Kingston water system, it sounds like just from Dee's, comment here, do we just need to update the Kingston water system
Yes,
section
because
too?
Shannon got some awesome grants and they did a lot of work on the Kingston water system.
So I think we move to update Kingston water system section.
Yeah.
So moved.
Wastewater treatment and collection. So we're back to the Battle Mountain water sewer system. Do you have any other questions, comments, or concerns on the Battle Mountain sewer system? This is just kind of saying, hey, this is what it is. Is this something that we want Marty to take a look at too? to see if it needs update? I don't know if it needs
No, this
update.
is pretty solid.
Pretty accurate?
Yeah.
Okay, move to approve Battle Mountain Water, sewer system, section. Okay. Marty's like, I'm updating it anyway. Okay. We appreciate you, Marty. Yeah, we do. We love engineers. Austin sewer system. Do we need to update all that too? Is it all kind of
hold on,
tied into the same thing? Marty? Do we need to update all the sewer system stuff probably too?
No, I think Austin's looks pretty
I'm thinking
consistent
it's,
with what exists there.
yeah. We got it made, we don't have to worry about lift stations, because everything just rolls downhill.
That's it. Gravity fed.
I mean, that's mostly data, I don't know anything.
It's all really data, so unless it, okay. Move to approve Austin sewer system
So moved.
section. Non-potable water sources. Section. I believe we're still talking about, no, this is everything.
It's all just kind of data.
It is data. I don't think it's necessarily anything to be updated. Are you?
Yeah, all of this is part of the water and sewer.
Okay, well, yeah, then when you get the master plan, you update as appropriate. Okay, move to approve non-potable water sources section.
So moved.
All right, fantastic. Septic systems and water quality. Not that we haven't talked about this today.
This is all though just making statements and observations based on current data.
That's really all.
There's really no policy
Yeah.
being set.
Yeah.
Move to approve septic systems and water quality section.
So moved.
Transportation. Move to approve.
So moved.
Unless there's anything new on rail freight and transportation.
I was gonna say,
New rails, all the new stuff on the rail. Does any of that need to go in here?
didn't we just vote to put a new railhead in?
It was nice.
Yeah.
Says that we're considering all rail corridors, so that's.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty blanket, right? It's, you're considering all the rail corridors, you're looking at adding in, heads or spurs as needed for the industrial park, and all that. It's pretty wide swath stuff.
It supports some of the future plans.
Right. Traffic volume numbers, probably, let's go highway freight. Highway freight, move to approve highway freight section.
So moved.
Do we need updated numbers for traffic? Probably.
Yeah, because there's a lot more traffic out there now than there used to be.
Okay. I would move to update traffic volume section.
So moved.
I don't know who does that. Who does that? Who's
NDOT.
updating that?
We can pull this data.
There. Well done.
NDOT should
Thanks.
have that.
Above ground utilities.
There's the map.
Hey, look at that. Well done. Well done, Derek. Way to put it in. Way to create it really quick. Above ground utilities section. Any questions, comments, concerns? I think we addressed it. Move to approve above ground utility section.
So moved.
So moved.
Okay.
Oh, wait, I do have one question.
Oh, yep.
Ormat put in a new transmission line from McGinnis Hills that ties in over there. Does that need to be put in there as an above ground utility? No? Because it's a private line?
No, that was been updated with the energies.
Not yet. I think these maps, as you update, I think it would be a good practice to, as you update anything in the master plan, if you're going to update it, just if there's updated maps, put them in.
Yeah.
Right. Other facilities, broadband internet access, solid waste disposal, landfill, cemetery. Questions, comments, concerns? Move to approve? Oh, yeah, move to approve.
So moved.
General government and public safety. Questions, comments, concerns?
There is no longer administrative offices separate, it's all in one building. Under general government.
Oh,
Page 525.
it should just say
Courthouse.
Battle Mountain Courthouse.
Yep.
Is next door considered administrative buildings?
I think we are the administrative, but it houses both courthouse and
That's,
administrative.
yeah.
That's probably because the old courthouse and then.
Back when they had the two separate
building
ones.
Right next to it.
No, because they had the commissioners across the way and then the courthouse over there.
That was, I think, just verbiage that came from that prior master plan. because
Yeah.
only at the
I think it's probably still fine, to be honest with you. It's Battle Mountain Courthouse and administrative offices, right? Like, there's administrative offices within the courthouse
Okay.
building. Right? All right. Any questions on public safety, fire protection? We will get to Austin in a minute.
I got one on fire protection.
Yeah.
Seems to be on the hydrants, the PUC does a report, and it's not getting back to insurance companies. I don't know where the weak link is, but a lot of people paying a premium on fire insurance with a fire hydrant on their yard, because it's not being translated back to the ladders that need to get to where they rate your fire insurance. Breaking down somewhere between there and whoever does the master audit between the PUC.
I think maybe, is that all included within your,
That ain't in the master plan, that's just something I don't, I mean, just a,
no, but I'm wondering if those hydrants are included in the water and sewer master plan.
like I said,
Yeah.
they're not.
So I think
the hydrants
when.
are not being addressed.
So there's a couple, there's a few equations that go into that. Myself and Colt have been working on this, so insurance companies, a couple things, as they reevaluate that every 3 years, is as soon as you can do it, and every 5 is what the county bases it off of. But then the insurance companies, when the rates go up, oftentimes it's because of what they have to, the cost of replacement, not off of just our fire system, because in a lot of places now, we've looped our system so we have better flows. But the rates still climb, even though somebody has a fire hydrant right in front of their house, but you haven't noticed your property tax climb too. So we got some more vetting to do on that, but we got with Jody Moore and we'll continue to work through that. Some of it comes from our fire department and some of the flow testing that they do and the reporting they do. Colt and his staff just sent a reporting to the state, we haven't got word back on it yet. So there's quite a few different parts to that puzzle.
No, sound like you got it under control.
I don't know about that.
I know my house is one of them, the hydrant's been there before I built my house, it's been there 20 years. I'm told by Jody that I'm paying probably $500 a year too much insurance. She's trying to work it out. The other side of the coin coming around, she's working a lot of them out, but
Yeah, I don't know that we have anything under control, a lot of people in it, but yes, we're aware.
as long as you're aware of it, just try to, something mesh in there between about you, like I said, Public Utility Commission and whoever does that audit off them, and back to the insurance companies, are a big loop.
Good, being worked on. Move to approve public safety, sheriff department, fire protection. Section. Is that- Planning commission moved it?
Okay.
Austin, Battle Mountain, Kingston. Any questions, comments, concerns, updates? Again, really, it's just stats, but.
Yeah.
Should we add our new planned fire station?
Sorry. I'm missing.
Add the new plan fire
Oh,
station.
add the planned fire station under Battle Mountain or
Yeah.
under
Under
the fire protection section?
Right there.
Probably under Battle Mountain.
Cause shouldn't that go under both that and the sheriff's department? Under station as well?
I'm not sure what all is planned to be in there. Should it go under?
fire protection.
Or do you wanna, well, yeah, I mean, it's,
It's completed.
Yeah.
yeah, you could update when it's
Yeah,
completed
that's what I was thinking too. It's not there yet.
and mess with it later. Fair enough. Move to approve Austin, Battle Mountain, and Kingston sections.
So moved.
Schools. Any updates?
So we actually have 4 schools, that didn't include the combined school in Austin.
Okay. Move to update school section.
So moved.
All right. Special populations. Probably just need to update the
It needs to
data.
update too, 2014 to 2019.
Move to update special populations data.
Yep.
Derek,
So moved.
taking notes? Fantastic, I appreciate you. Recreation. Questions, comments, concerns? On the recreation section.
The
All right.
public, again,
that?
we can update that after it happens, but I think Bert knows there's some plans in the works on possibly rebuilding the fairgrounds. But that, we can update that after it happens,
All right,
so.
move to approve as is.
So moved.
All right. Look into the future.
There's a whole lot that either has happened, maybe isn't happening, or new things that are coming up. Or-
This is where I think you put the fire station.
It's already on.
Police, right, like the new recreation facility updates.
It's the fire.
Yeah, I think it just needs gone through as a whole and updated.
Yeah, there's
All right.
a lot on this page.
So let's just take the looking to the future section and say, move to update looking to the future section of public facilities.
So moved.
Just wait
So-
on the county commissioners.
Oh, so moved.
The planning commission already did it.
Okay.
All right, move to update that, sounds good. Move through, that, and it goes over a lot, it goes over Clover, all that kind of stuff, transportation, schools, covers a lot of stuff. And I don't think we need to move on anything in references. Anybody want to update the references? No? Ladies and gentlemen, I think we're done. Anybody have any other questions, comments, concerns, anything they want to add?
One comment I want to add, and somehow put it on the record. We're probably, I don't know how aggressive we'd be, but maybe a couple times a year that Shelby, our staff would be challenged to go through this and do what we call some type of lean-in before it goes to our planning commission, like set a schedule where we actually look at this. That makes sense, okay, 2 times a year is too much, but constantly update, constantly looking at it. Policy procedures are great, and they drive your regulatory micro procedures, right, like at the mines. But we had a system where 4 times a year you had to look at global. I don't think we can be that aggressive, but you know what I'm saying? But we don't get so behind the 8 ball, we're
Yeah.
updating this.
Yeah, I think you throw that as an agenda item to the planning commission and let them kind of dictate.
Okay.
I vote we put Kim on that committee.
Yeah.
I'm going to
I second.
respectfully decline, but I would.
I second that motion. Oh, sorry, I'm not on the committee.
I do have one more comment. The picture of the old school here, that's a private residence now, so we need to change the picture to some other school.
Oh, maybe note that, Derek.
Yeah, that's just, it's a private property now.
Gotcha.
I'd really like to thank Kevin for doing this for us. He made this a lot better than,
You're welcome.
very,
Yeah.
very smooth. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
Well, I mentioned it earlier, but I think we need to take a look at when it's final and pick some budget items out of it, to start picking it apart with all these different things that it says we're gonna do, or we should do, like just updating the
Yeah.
water plan and the sewer and water plan, I mean, all this stuff. The county roads are supposed to be up to a certain spec, that's gonna be a dollar amount. There's just a lot of things in there that if we're really gonna use this as a plan, we gotta start picking them apart and, a few, 5, 10, whatever, however we can do each year and prioritize all that so that we have a real good 5-year look at implementing this.
I think
Yeah.
you'll see it this year in your first budgeting process. We do that. But that's separate,
Sorry.
that comes before the board in
Sorry,
the
of course.
budgeting process.
Okay, I didn't know.
So I think, look, I think the immediate next steps are, The planning commission has to get working on what they need to go through and update and weed out within the land use, and zoning and that chart, right, the land use chart. Shelby and Derek and Marty gotta get some updated, numbers, information, corrections. And then I think once that's done, and you guys weed out the policy public facility section that you guys, I think, might just reference back to the water and sewer master plan. And then put all that together in one document. Everybody can make sure that all the corrections that were supposed to be made are made, and you have yourself an approved master plan.
All right, so if we're done with item 1, we'll move to item 2, correspondence, reports, future agenda items. Nothing?
Would these boards like to reconvene after the planning commission for the final adoption, do that together, or do you guys want to do that separate?
Personally, I don't think it's required, or I don't think it's necessary, put it that way.
Okay.
If we go through it and come up, we'll give it to these guys and you can either approve it or not approve it, or approve parts, and we'll take the other part back and redo it again. But yeah, I don't think it's necessary.
So once everything's updated and they do their next meeting or two to flesh out those pieces they're charged with, then you would have your draft submitted for final by then, and then back, commissioners, and you're done.
Yeah.
Well, and it very possibly will come back to the commissioners in pieces too. We figure out this piece, take that, and we'll work on the rest of it. But within the course of not too long, we should be through it.
Yeah. I think within the next few months, you'll have yourself a working master plan.
I think.
There is a process spelled out both at the planning commission level and county commission level for adoption, which requires publication of notice and things along those lines. So that, once everyone is satisfied that with the information and kind of a continuation of this discussion, once we get the green light, then we'll work with that formal process for approval at the planning commission level and then county commission.
Okay,
I like it.
we can do that.
Okay, so then we'll move into public comment for non-agenda items only. Is there any public comment? Okay, I'll hear for a motion to adjourn.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Okay, second? All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Muted. Me too, same thing. We gotta adjourn our, need a motion to adjourn our meeting.
I make motion to adjourn.
In favor? Aye.
Sorry, we were gonna leave the planning commission high and dry, y'all wouldn't have been able to wait.